the court should not disturb its ruling.
Guys, you do feeding us back.
All right. So, board's now in session, you may be seated.
Okay, we're going to start with number 12, Hummel versus Kevin Moore, 24 CR 214. Mr. Moore is not present. His presence was waived by his attorney, Scott Murphy. The Hummel is represented by Assistant District Attorney William O'Driscoll. The matter is on for status. If the parties could please identify themselves for the record.
Your Honor, William O'Driscoll, you have to come off.
Okay,
Good afternoon, Scott Murphy for Mr. Moore.
all right. What are we doing today?
So I received about 12:30 today a motion for a buccal swab along with the DNA report that we've been waiting for quite some time. I just need a brief time to file my opposition, and we can have a hearing on that. I think we talked about November 3rd was the date the court was available, and we're available.
Great.
So I'll file my opposition. I can file it by the end of the week.
We'll bring your client in for that date.
Yes,
If a
please.
buccal swab is allowed, be done on that date.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay?
So as Mr. Moore, it's continued to November 3rd at 2 p.m. for hearing of Hummel's motion for DNA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Ms. Yass still here?
She's in the back.
She is, okay. This is number 11, Hummel versus Tristan Smizer, 23 CR 159. Are we ready on Mr. Smizer, or do you want a second call?
No, no.
Mr. Smizer is not present?
He's not here yet. Your Honor, good afternoon. For
Good
the
afternoon.
record, Bethany Rogers on behalf of Mr. Smizer. He just sent me a message, and I was just replying to him about court today. So.
Okay. He is on his way. Should we wait?
No, he's here.
Okay, great.
Perfect.
Mr. Smizer, come on in. Your timing is impeccable. Okay, what are we doing today, Ms. Yes?
Your Honor, you had set today as a date for the Commonwealth to file a certificate of compliance, which
Great.
I have.
Okay.
You had also set today for the Commonwealth to file a motion for reciprocal discovery, which I am.
Okay.
I am also filing a notice of discovery 6 and a notice of intention to introduce medical records.
Sure. I'm trying to understand your certificate of compliance. After quoting rules, you say we have provided them with certain things. It looks like the only thing is left.
So I'm finishing the Brady information, which I have most of that done. I sent out the summonses, and with the summonses, I sent out specific requests to both the lab and the police officers for them to answer our specific questions. I've already checked with our office and to see if there was any information that our office contains and if Post contains about pursuant to Graham McFarland. I've turned that already over to my sister, so I've complied with all of that. So now I'm just waiting for specific responses. I've received actually a majority of those, and so far I don't have anything specifically to report to my sister. So I'm specifically waiting for that. I've put in most of the motions that I expect for experts to be filing and exhibits as well. So I think that we're well on our way for an end of April trial date.
Do we have a date in the end of April? Did we
do.
schedule it?
We do.
Okay. All right. Anything else we need to do today?
I think the only thing we need to do is schedule a time for the reciprocal discovery motion.
Well, is there any opposition to the reciprocal discovery motion?
I just gave it to her, so
I
I
know.
don't think she's even had a chance to
I know.
read it.
Okay.
Potentially, Your Honor, and if there is, I may even want to file something in writing, so I
Okay.
would like some time.
A date in 30 days from now, sometime before Thanksgiving, maybe? November 2021?
I believe the conference November.
Oh, 20th is the conference, that's right. But 21st is available, or we could do one of the sleepy days before Thanksgiving if you're going to be around.
Your Honor, I have a trial that's starting on the 20th, and it may run into the 21st.
Okay.
So,
Want to do 24th? You're going to be away?
I'm actually supposed to be on trial,
Okay.
so I was hoping that we might be able to do something in the beginning of February.
Is that on Walsh? Is the Walsh case going to go trial?
Yes.
What's your trial date now?
Our trial date is November 18th.
I see. Okay. So when would you like? When would you prefer?
Something in early February, if possible?
February 4? Wide open, yeah. February 4?
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Smizer, your matter is continued to February 4th at 2 p.m. for hearing on discovery motions. Thank you.
thank you.
Are we ready on? Thank you. Next, we for the court numbers 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Number 5 is Commonwealth versus Miles King, 21 CR 320. Mr. King, was he brought in today?
He was not.
Okay, his presence was waived today. Oh, his attorney Scapiccio could not be here, but I believe
I am
attorney
standing in Attorney
Krause
Krause on
is.
behalf of Attorney Scapiccio on behalf of Mr. King.
Okay, I'm like calling, people are coming down. Okay, also before the court, number 7, Commonwealth versus Bianca Ciancio, 22 CR 264. Ms. Ciancio is not, her presence was waived. Her attorney, Joseph Cataldo, is present on Zoom. Also before the court, number 8, Commonwealth versus Giovanni De Los Santos, 22 CR 267. He is not present. His presence was waived by his attorney, Joseph Krauski Jr. And also before the court, number 9, Commonwealth versus Sean Johnson, 22 CR 268. Attorney Krauski is standing in for Attorney Scapiccio. Mr. Johnson's presence was waived. And finally, before the court, Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh, number 10, 23 CR 91. Mr. Walsh's presence was waived. Attorney Larry Tipton is present. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Lisa Beatty. If the parties could please identify themselves for the record.
Good afternoon, Lisa Beatty for the Commonwealth, and there are various other assistant district attorneys representing the trial teams present.
All right.
Judge, good afternoon. Attorney Krauski again, as mentioned, standing in for Attorney Scapiccio on behalf of Mr. King, and standing in for Attorney Scapiccio on behalf of Mr. Johnson, and representing Mr. De Los Santos.
Thank you.
Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
All right. And Mr. Cataldo?
Yes, good afternoon, Joseph Patel on behalf of Bianca Ciancio.
Okay, we can hear you loud and clear, but we cannot see you.
So, I will, Madam Clerk, if I just log on, I'll come back in because it says my camera is working. And the video says
It's all right. Just so long as you're content, we're content.
All right, yes.
Okay. What is the current status?
Your Honor, Judge Casper issued an order on Friday which allows the Commonwealth to provide to the defendants who were in the cases that were called, in addition to some other designated defendants. It allows the order allows the Commonwealth to produce some grand jury materials to the defendants in those cases, provided that they are filed under seal. The order that was issued on Friday, we are also allowed to produce to the parties in the court as long as it's filed under seal, and an index, again, as long as it's filed under seal. So I have those materials present for the people who are here today, and logistics are making this a little bit complicated for people who aren't present. But we have some signed motions for protective orders and a draft order for this court. And assuming that the court endorses the draft order, then the attorneys can start signing the acknowledgement, which is at the bottom of the draft order, and the materials can be produced.
There's a draft order for this court to consider?
Yes. So I don't know. This is a signed one on Walsh. They're all identical at this point in time.
All right, let me take a look.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I understand the proposed order and the Commonwealth's motion for protective order.
I also have a copy of the index and the order of Judge Casper if you want to review those on this time.
Okay, I have seen that. This only covers certain grand jury material that does not include or reference the TUI materials, right?
The way that the process worked was that both items were considered grand jury materials because one was an exhibit in the grand jury. So they are both grand jury materials, as I understand it, based on, now I want to make sure that is the index also?
Yeah, the index is also referenced in, let me just see for a second, in your proposed motion, protective order.
So there is no separate TUI materials?
So the entire universe of what the Commonwealth received from the feds or the federal court in connection with the Reed case is now going to be turned over.
No.
Well, so that's my question.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. I think, are you referring to the mention of TUI materials?
I am.
Okay, that was what was produced to the parties in Reed.
Okay.
So that is referred to as TUI materials for the purposes of what was produced to both the Commonwealth and the defense in Reed.
Right.
So this is a subset of those materials.
And the question is whether the obligation on the Commonwealth to review materials beyond what is contained in the order from Judge Casper is separately determined by the U.S. Attorney's Office regarding TUI materials. That is to say, the universe of confidential materials that we've been talking about for months.
Yes.
Okay? Is it all now going to be able to be reviewed by the Commonwealth and turned over to Defense Counsel, or only some subset covered by this order by Judge Casper?
We've already reviewed all the materials, and we had done that prior to the last court date before then.
Right.
We are only permitted to provide to Defense Counsel certain materials. These are the only materials that we sought permission after our review to provide. That is to say, the other materials, we did not believe met our obligations under Rule 14.
So you reviewed all the confidential information, and the only materials that you felt needed to be turned over were the two categories of information contained in Judge Casper's order. All the rest, you did not seek authorization either through the U.S. Attorney's Office pursuant to TUI or from Judge Casper to turn over.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And okay, I'll hear from the parties, the defense counsel, if they wish to address the court.
So I guess I'll start, Attorney Krosky, on behalf of Mr. De Los Santos. My understanding of the order was that under the umbrella of grand jury, we are going to receive these materials, which would include all of the grand jury from the federal court, including any and all exhibits related to Trooper Proctor. It is my understanding, though, that there are additional...
There may have been more than one exhibit. It seems
Right.
like you only get one exhibit.
There are materials outside of what actually was presented in federal court that we are also going to have access to, and that would be information from the cloud and the personal cell phone of Trooper Proctor, if I'm understanding that correctly.
So I want to make sure that I'm answering the question that's being asked, but separate from the motions regarding what was produced to both the defense and the Commonwealth pursuant to the TUI request. In King and Johnson et al., Judge Doolin had issued an order for Trooper Proctor's personal cell phone, the device, not the cloud, the device. And you modified that order. And we have been in the process of executing that order. And that is an entirely separate process from this.
Right.
Right, that's what I was saying. I just wanted to be clear on the record that this is not on these cases and these defendants. This is not the end of the issue as it relates to discovery related to Trooper Proctor.
Right, but I want to be clear about what this does and doesn't do, right? The Commonwealth has done its review on all the confidential information that was obtained from the federal court, has made a determination that what needs to be produced is certain things, and as I understand it, the only things that are authorized to be turned over by Judge Casper are those things that the Commonwealth has already predetermined are the things that need to be turned over to defense counsel in this case because they constitute exculpatory evidence. But they have reviewed other things
Yes.
and made a determination that those other things do not have to be turned over, are not exculpatory in any manner in which exculpatory has been construed. And so it seems like the Commonwealth has discharged its obligation, has been authorized to discharge its obligation to review this information, the confidential information obtained from the feds, and has gotten the authorization to turn over the stuff they think needs to be turned over.
May I add two things?
Sure.
We also, because we want to be clear, as clear as we can be and as clear as the federal government will allow us to be, we sought permission to have the index, which I think is something that was discussed in hearings previously. So we also will have the index, which gives some idea of materials that we did not seek authorization to provide and do not have authorization to provide and are not providing. And then...
and that's the index of other materials.
Correct.
Okay? And that will, between the stuff that is authorized to be produced and will be produced, subject to a protective order, and the index, the defense will know all of the stuff that you reviewed.
And in addition,
is that right?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
the intention, is so that there's not a big mystery about what the other materials were. And in addition, and why those, as outlined in the U.S. Attorney's Office letter, why those other items are not Rule 14 material in these cases.
I'm sorry, the index indicates why they are not Rule 14?
It provides, the index itself doesn't provide that, but reading the index, I think, provides some information about why they're not Rule 14 material.
Okay.
And then finally, the order now contemplates or orders a return or destroy date of the other materials of October 31st.
I do have some concerns, obviously, in thinking about a reservation of rights on behalf of the defendants, because we're in this unique position here where the government is really the arbiter of what is or what is not Rule 14 exculpatory information. My concern is once we start getting into the actual discovery, it might become obvious to us that other information is out there that is not discovery. It's a very difficult thing from the position of a prosecutor to make a determination, not knowing the defendants and the defendant's theory of the case, what is or is not exculpatory. So I am concerned with these, quote, other materials being destroyed on October 31st, and I think there should be something put in place where we can at least have those documents set aside, not subject yet to any type of disclosure, but set aside for a potential future review.
So, Your Honor, this return or destroy provision, and I just want to make it clear that
I'll give you all some context about what they're doing. All right, so just to kind of summarize what is going on, attorneys for other murder cases are trying to unseal files related to the former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor to find evidence of similar misconduct or bias that could help their own client's defense. This follows the public revelation of Proctor's unprofessional conduct and crude text message during the investigation of Karen Reed. All right, context from the Karen Reed case. Derogatory text. During the KR investigation, it was revealed that Proctor sent derogatory and sexist text messages allegedly to Reed, about Reed and others involved in the case to friends and colleagues. Misconduct and firing. An international affairs investigation determined that Proctor had violated department policy by sharing confidential information and making biased remarks. He subsequently fired from Massachusetts State Police through lawyers argue that firing was due to public pressure. Concerns about bias. Defense attorneys argue that Proctor's text showed that he was not impartial and had prejudged Reed's guilt early investigation, ignoring the potential suspects. Leaky balloon, not, yeah. Okay. What other defendants want with the files? Defense attorneys reported that other clients who are investigating Proctor are seeking access to files for several reasons. Look for exculpatory evidence. This would review the materials, including communications from Proctor's phones, to see if there is any evidence that could be favorable for their clients. Check for similar misconduct. They also determined that a pattern of biased, unprofessional behavior Proctor exhibited Reed. This case presents it in their client's investigation, challenging Proctor's credibility. Evidence of misconduct and bias could be used to challenge Proctor's credibility to stand the support motion for a new trial established for pattern of misconduct. As one attorney stated, any misconduct in one of the cases involving Officer Reverend Germain discoverable in that case. Ensure discovery obligations are met. The pushing back against claims by Norfolk District Attorney's Office that federal constraints prevent them from reviewing materials and fulfilling their constitutional obligations to disclose favorable evidence. All right. So those are the reasons what they're doing right now. Yeah, and when does Lynn get back? And yeah, so that is some of the what they're doing in this trial. Interesting, in this hearing. Interesting to see. All right, now we'll be continuing.
that it is the intention of the district attorney's office to comply with the federal court order. We will be returning a set of documents and destroying all extra documents. So the defendants have had the ability to make TUI requests, to seek to intervene, and have not. We are confident that we have met our Rule 14 obligations, and I would tell the court, and the other assistant district attorneys who participated would tell the court if they were not confident. And again, I think the index will be helpful, and I'm able to provide that index today.
Okay, I think what I will do is, in an abundance of caution, and against my better judgment, because I really don't want to have another hearing on this, but I will schedule a time to see anybody who wants to be heard on the issue of the other list sometime next week, after you folks have seen it and have had a week with it, to consider whether you think there's anything that you need to bring to the prosecutor's attention about the things that might be on that other list. You obviously don't have the other list, so you shoot blind right now, but you'll have it today, and you'll be able to come to some sort of a conclusion as to whether you think, given the information on that list, you have some reason to believe that it would contain exculpatory information, based on the chronologies in your case or whatever else it is.
Step back to get my phone.
Sure.
And just so the record's clear, Mr. Walsh, joins in exactly what Attorney Crosby is.
Okay.
I'm back here on October 30th. I don't know if that's a good date for the parties. I don't know.
Well, it's certainly a good date for me. I can accommodate you on the 30th, but it's a little bit close to the destroy or return date, I would think.
I can't speak for Attorney Scapicio. It's really the only date next week I can do. I'm out of state in federal court at the beginning of the week. At least it gets me in here to preserve.
I'm happy to see you on the 30th. How does the 30th seem? Okay, Mr. Cataldo?
If I can't do it, one of my colleagues would be able to stand in for me, so yes.
Okay.
We can do the 30th.
How does that look for you, Attorney Beatty? Okay.
And if we could just approach.
Okay. 30th at 2.
By issuing aims for anyone, or waive your presence?
Could we
On behalf of,
have the position
on
be
behalf of
issued?
Bianca Gentile,
Go ahead, Mr. Cataldo.
on behalf of Bianca Gentile, I'm asking that her appearance be waived on the 30th.
All right, we will waive her appearance.
Thank you.
All defendants' presence waived?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All defendants' presence will be waived for the hearing on the 30th.
And Your Honor, there are a couple of other cases that we just need to finish the paperwork on. Can we do that administratively for the motion for the protective order and the court order?
Yeah, get them to us, and we'll make sure we get them approved.
Right.
I've got 2 here. Let's see.
And then if we could have the orders that you've endorsed back just for now so that I can have the attorneys acknowledge them, and then we will bring them back to the clerk.
Okay. Mr. Krosky, this has been signed by Ms. Capiccio? Are you signed it on her behalf?
with her authorization.
Okay.
And we'll do so for the King one as well.
Okay. All right, so I've signed 3 of them. I'm sure I'll get another 13 of them or something like that. Yep, to sign. Okay?
Your Honor, do you want a copy of the index? Or do you want to wait?
I'll wait to see if I need to see a copy of the index.
Thank you.
Okay?
If you want to just put those on my desk downstairs.
And anybody who wants to file something in advance of the 30th, if you feel like you need to, you're welcome to. I'll look at it beforehand.
Thank you.
Okay?
So the matters are all continued to October 30th at 2 p.m. for status. Defendant's presence is waived, and we'll see you then.
Just a brief sidebar, please.
Sure.
Yes.
Hello. Court number 13, Commonwealth versus Henry Samuels, 25 CR 36. Mr. Samuels is present and represented by attorney Michael Rusconi. Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Keith McCrae. The matter's on
Good
for
afternoon.
filing. We did receive a motion to suppress. The parties can please identify themselves for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Keith McCrae of the Commonwealth.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mike Rusconi for Mr. Samuels.
Hey, Mr. Rusconi, let me just take a look at the motion.
All right, so that was the hearing for the to unseal the Michael Proctor files, and I think they believe they said the 30th, if I'm not mistaken. They'll do more. I know. I was looking to see if there's anything else from that group from the any other videos from this, but now that was it. Yeah, I know. It was. So it looks like it's administrative work they were doing. They were, debating about the different files and releasing the different information. Yeah, and okay, thank you, OJM. 30th, 2:30 Eastern time. Okay, well, we'll certainly be streaming that. So, and Diana said, no kidding, Moke, what a letdown. Right, okay. Now, we will be watching, we'll be watching another trial while we're here, like a replay of a trial. All right, so we're doing that. Oh yeah, Kimberly, thank you for helping out Mermaid. She appreciates it. And we appreciate you here. And shout out to all of you. I'm glad that y'all are here with us on the spaceship. And I'm going to play something, and if y'all had any suggestions what y'all wanted to see, let me know. And if y'all want to see any trial scenes. But I'm going to go put something up for y'all. And as I said, if y'all had any suggestions, feel free to say it. Okay. So, going over this way. All right, let's go here. You're welcome. Okay, so we go into a different series of events. Oh, Let's go this way. We played that the other day, so we're going to go to tree. Okay, nice. This is something I haven't played yet. Okay, so this will be what's old one would be interesting. Yeah, now I was thinking of the siege trails. All right, so what I'm going to be doing for now is, now there was the treehouse trial that we watched a long time ago. We have not played that one yet. We could play some of that. And there was although we have reacted to Darrell Brooks on this channel, I could play the FBI interview. I've not played that yet. But let's see. I want to play some of the treehouse trial if y'all are Jodi Eris. We could do Jodi Eris. Okay. We haven't done that one yet. Okay, Jodi Eris on the stand. Let's do that. On the stand. Is there a... Ah, okay. Let's do this. Jodi Eris. And Taylor should... Oh, we could watch that too in a little bit also. Right now, we're going to go to Jodi Eris. Alright, let's do that right now.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Have any of you seen any media coverage or heard any media coverage about this case? I see no hands. Ms. Wilmot, you may continue. The court is sustaining the objection to Exhibits 393 and 394.
Yes, Lonnie Dworkin.
And Mr. Dworkin, we left off with pictures that you already have up there on your desk, Exhibits 393 and 394. We were talking about a mirror image or a copy of a hard drive. Do you remember that?
If you can refresh my memory, I don't remember the exact context.
Okay, well, we were just talking about a mirror image and things that you pulled off of that mirror image.
From where these photos came from?
Yes.
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. And the mirror image was taken of a hard drive. Do you know who that hard drive belonged to?
According to the documentation that was provided along with the hard drive, attached to the hard drive, and...
How are you feeling right now?
Nervous.
I want to ask you, well, let me ask you this. Is this a position you ever thought you would find yourself in, testifying here today?
The objection.
Relevance.
Approach, please.
Let me ask you a couple of important questions before we get back and start talking about who you are and why you're here, okay?
Okay.
Did you kill Travis Alexander on June 4th, 2008?
Yes, I did.
Why?
The simple answer is that he attacked me, and I defended myself.
Okay. It was also brought up during these proceedings that you gave
a interview with Inside Edition. Do you remember seeing that tape?
Yes, I do.
And in that tape, you said that no jury would convict you, something to that effect. Do you remember seeing that? Remember saying that?
Yeah, I did say that.
Why?
I made that statement in September 2008, I believe it was. And at the time, I had plans to commit suicide. So I was extremely confident that no jury would convict me because I didn't expect any of you to be here. I didn't expect to be here, so I could have easily said no jury would acquit me either. I couldn't say that though because there was an officer sitting 5 feet behind me, and had I told them the reason no jury would convict me at that time, I would have been thrown into a padded cell and stripped down, and that would have been my life for a while until I stabilized. So I was very confident that no jury would convict me because I planned to be dead. Probably the most bitter words I'll ever eat.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said those are probably the most bitter words I'll ever eat.
Ms. Arias, I want to clarify another thing as well when we're talking here. Your name has been pronounced in most of this trial Arias. Is there another way of pronouncing it? Have you always pronounced it Arias?
I've heard it pronounced about 7 different ways. I say Arias, as does the rest of my family.
Okay. Well, let's back up a little bit and then talk about your family. Who's in your immediate family?
My immediate family consists of... I'm the oldest of my parents. They also had another son about 2 years after I was born, my brother. And then I have another younger sister and another younger brother. I also have an older sister from a previous marriage of my father's.
Okay. So let me see if well, first of all, what are the names of your parents?
Bill and Sandy Arias.
Okay. And are they still married at this time?
Yes, about 33 years.
Okay. And you said you were the oldest child of Bill and Sandy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have a half-sister that is older than you, is that right?
Yes, she's 5 years older than me.
Okay. And that is your father's daughter?
Yes, from a previous marriage.
Okay. And you have a brother that's 2 years younger than you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what is his name?
His name is Carl.
And you mentioned I believe the next youngest would have been another sister. What was her name?
Angela.
Okay. And your youngest brother, who is he?
Joseph.
Okay. And just so we get a bit of separation, how much younger than you is Angela?
Angela was born when I was 11, and Joseph was born when I was 13.
And what year were you born?
1980.
Do you remember where you grew up?
Yeah, I grew up in a few different cities. I was born in Salinas, California, and I lived there until I was almost 12.
Okay. And what was life like in Salinas?
For the first years of my life, it was really good.
When you say that, before you continue, let's clarify. What do you mean by first years?
I would say until about age 7, it was...
Ideal childhood.
I have predominantly positive memories of my childhood at that time. I said those are probably the most bitter words I'll ever eat. I told them the reason no jury would convict me at that time, I would have been thrown into a padded cell and stripped down, and that would have been my life for a while until I stabilized. So I was very confident that no jury would convict me because I planned to be dead. Probably the most bitter words I'll ever eat.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said those are probably the most bitter words I'll ever eat.
Ms. Arias, I want to clarify another thing as well when we're talking here. Your name has been pronounced, in most of this trial, Arias. Is there another way of pronouncing it? Have you always pronounced it Arias?
I've heard it pronounced about 7 different ways. I say Arias, as does the rest of my family.
Okay. Well, let's back up a little bit and then talk about your family. Who's in your immediate family?
My immediate family consists of... I'm the oldest of my parents. They also had another son about 2 years after I was born, my brother. And then I have another younger sister and another younger brother. I also have an older sister from a previous marriage of my father's.
Okay. So let me see if well, first of all, what are the names of your parents?
Bill and Sandy Arias.
Okay. And are they still married at this time?
Yes, about 33 years.
Okay. And you said you were the oldest child of Bill and Sandy.
The frequency and the intensity of it increased around that age.
What do you mean by that, frequency and intensity?
Well, just there were, I think that's the first year my dad started using a belt. My mom began to carry a wooden spoon in her purse.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
May we approach?
You may. Objection overruled.
Jodi, if you could, first of all, do us all a favor again. I know it's difficult. I know you're nervous. You've told us before. But if you could just speak up a little louder, make sure everybody can hear you, okay?
Okay.
You were just now telling us that your mother carried a spoon with her. What did she do with that spoon?
It was a wooden kitchen spoon that she would keep in her purse, and if we were misbehaving, my brother and I, this was before Angela and Joseph were born, although it continued through that point. If we were misbehaving, she would use it on us. Sometimes she would pull the car over, and, you know, if we were just being brats or something.
What do you mean by use it on you?
She would hit us with it.
She hit you hard?
It felt pretty hard, yes. It left welts.
It left welts on your body?
Yes.
When your dad hit you with the belt, did that leave welts on your body?
Objection, lack of foundation. Time, date.
Rephrase.
You told us that your dad hit you with the belt
Yes.
after age 7.
Yes.
Did he leave welts?
He didn't leave welts as often as my mom. She also used a belt. My dad was very intimidating, so I don't think he needed to hit us quite as hard to get the point across. My mom didn't carry that fear factor with her, so I think she used more force. So her blows felt a lot worse, actually.
Physically or emotionally?
Both.
You loved your mother?
Yes.
And she hit you?
Yes.
You said that these were frequent, these incidents where your mother would hit you, they were frequent and intense. I think those are your words, right?
They were definitely intense, but they increased in frequency
Okay.
as I got a little older.
Can you discern for us how many times a week your mother would beat you with this spoon?
I don't recall how many times particularly, but it seemed like it could go anywhere from 4 times a week to once every 2 weeks. It just depended.
Okay. Now, how long did you live in Salinas? How old were you?
I was born there and I lived there until age 11.
Okay. So, let me ask you this, that you talked about these beatings that began at age 7 when you lived in Salinas. Tell us about the next few years before you left Salinas. Did you continue going to school, that sort of thing? Tell us about that.
Yes, I went to a public school, had a lot of friends. My brother was at that school too, and he had his own circle of friends. And we would just do things together, school activities, after-school activities. And
Activities, what were your interests at this point in time in your life?
I began to get into art. Again, my pets were very central in my life at that time. I began to read a lot of books. I took piano lessons. My brother and I took karate lessons. He learned the clarinet. I learned the flute, things like that, just general.
Okay. Do me a favor, because when you say the word art, it can mean a lot of things to a lot of different people in terms of art. It's a pretty broad area. So were there certain areas of the art world that you were interested in, or can you describe that for us?
Yeah, when I was younger, I liked to color with Crayolas. And my older sister and I would color, and there were a lot of colors. She had the big box with all of the Crayolas, and so we would draw pictures and just watch cartoons and that kind of thing. So I would have coloring books, and I just began to take an interest in that because I wasn't able to draw what I saw, but I would see art, and it would fascinate me. So I slowly began to practice doing that.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, did the beatings from your mother and father, did they continue?
Yes.
Did they increase in nature?
They began to increase, I'd say, all the way through my teenage years.
Okay. Did they increase, you've talked about frequency and severity. Did the level of the brutality increase?
Yes. My brother and I we didn't like being hit. I know I didn't. So we would squirm around a little, and so the more we squirmed, the harder they would try to whack us. So just as that progressed, things would increase, At one point, I don't think she meant to, but my mom broke my brother's vein in his wrist because he was putting his hand behind his back to block one of her blows. And, as I became a teenager, my dad would get rougher and rougher.
Okay. Before we go on to rougher and rougher, let me ask you this, and I'm not simply talking physically. How did they feel? How did you feel when your own mother was beating you?
When I was younger, I remember feeling, I didn't have a word for it then, but I can describe it as betrayed and confused. And as I got a little bit older, it would just really make me mad because I didn't get why, I don't know, I understood that I was being punished, but I would just be mad at her a lot over that because it hurt.
Because you still loved her?
Yeah, I loved my mom.
Even though she was still beating you, you still loved her?
Yes, it put a strain on our relationship, but I still loved her, of course.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
I still loved her.
Going back to what you said a few minutes ago about your dad and the beatings getting rougher and rougher, could you describe for us what you mean by that?
Yeah, he never beat me with his fists or anything, but he would just shove me into furniture, sometimes into the piano or things like that, into tables, chairs, desks, whatever was around. He would just push me really hard, and I would go flying into that. One time I hit a doorpost. The side of my head hit the doorpost, and it knocked me out momentarily. I just remember waking up on the ground with, my mom was there. We were all arguing. I was arguing with my mom, and he got involved. And so I remember waking up, and she was telling him to be careful.
And this incident you just described about you passing out or knocking into a door frame or door post, as you described it, do you remember how old you were when this happened?
By then I was age 17, maybe 16, but I think I was 17.
Okay. Let's back up a little bit, because you talked about instances of you being pushed into furniture and a piano, like it was just like nothing to it. Did this happen a lot?
Not as often with my dad as with my mom, but it just, I don't know, if I did something to upset them, it would happen.
Okay.
Sometimes I got grounded. That became more the norm in high school, so the physical punishment was a little bit more farther apart, but more intense than it was prior.
At this time that you were getting these beatings from your dad, did you love him as well?
Yes, of course.
In this time period now, you said you moved from Salinas about age 11?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you move to?
We moved to Santa Maria, California.
And I know we talked about this is where in Santa Maria your dad was pushing you into furniture, right? Is this where these things were taking place?
Yeah, these things really started in Santa Maria.
Okay. And was that where you went to, would that have been your junior high years, if I follow that correctly?
Yeah, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade.
Okay. And did you go to school with Carl then?
I did.
Okay. And what were your interests at that point in time?
At that point, I was really focused on trying to make new friends. That was kind of difficult. In 6th grade, I went to an elementary school, and then in 7th grade, I went to another new school it was called junior high school, then it's now middle school, I guess. But, so it was just, it seemed like I was constantly going to new schools. There was this new school, then another new school, and then, then we moved again. And so it was just hard to make friendships. I did make a few close friends, though.
Okay. Well, you mentioned earlier that in your grade school years, you had an interest in art.
Yes.
Okay. Did that continue through junior high?
Definitely. I don't remember so much in 6th grade focusing on my art, but in junior high, I took an art class, maybe 2 art classes, both years. And I had a really cool art teacher, and he mentored me.
Okay. Let me ask you, as it relates to your parents, how was your interest in art received? Did they encourage that? How was it received by your parents?
They didn't discourage me by any means, but they were lukewarm, I'd say. It was like, oh, that's nice. They weren't really moved by it, I don't think. I was getting a lot of praise from my classmates and my art teacher and other people, but I didn't really get that from them. They were just a little bit indifferent, but not disappointed.
Was that hard for you not to get encouragement from your parents?
It didn't really bother me at that time. I would think it was kind of the norm, so I was accustomed to it.
Okay. By that time in your life, you were used to them not fostering your interests, right?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Did your parents ever show any interest as you were growing up in your artwork? Did they ever foster your interest in art?
They did, minimally. At one point, I think this was after I moved to Santa Maria, I was enrolled in one art class, which was after school, and it lasted a few weeks. I created a few pieces, a few projects, and I remember other family members being more encouraging. I have a cousin who's a very accomplished artist, and he complimented my work, and that was in the presence of my parents, so
okay.
They never really went out of their way to, display it or anything like that, but I don't know.
All right. And where did you go to high school?
I went to high school after 8th grade. we moved to Northern California, to Wairika. And I went to Wairika Union High School.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. You said
It's
Wairika
called,
something.
at least when I was there, it's called Wairika Union High School.
Okay. And I'll ask just because it's different in different places. What grades were you in when you entered Wairika High School?
That school is grades 9 through 10. I'm sorry, 9 through 12.
Okay. So what years then did you enter? Did you enter in your freshman year or later?
Freshman year.
And so you were starting off at a new school again in high school, right?
Yes.
Okay. And just to give us a sense of things, how far was Wairika from Santa Maria, where you moved from?
I don't know the mileage, but let's see, from Salinas to Santa Maria, it's 8 hours, and then, I'm sorry, Salinas to Wairika is 8 hours, and then Santa Maria is another 3 hours south, so.
So you were several hours.
Over 10
away from
hours,
your
yeah,
friends,
over 10, yeah.
Did you know anybody at Wairika High School when you were going?
I didn't know anybody when I moved there, but my mother went to, I don't know if she went to school with or knew another woman about her age who had a daughter my age that was going into high school as well. So we hung out a little bit during the summer, so I knew her and her sister, but that was it.
So just a couple of people.
Yes.
Now you mentioned when you moved to, based on what you told us before, we correct in understanding that the beatings, the pushing of the furniture, that sort of thing with your dad continued throughout your high school years.
Yes.
Were those the incidents you were talking about before, about being pushed into the post and the furniture, or were there other incidents?
That happened when I was in high school. There were a few things that happened right before we moved. A bunch of friends and I one night decided, like the last night I was there, we decided to sneak out of the house and hang out. And my parents woke up and found out. So when I came back, my dad asked where I had been, and I had fallen asleep. He woke me up around 6, and so when I sat up and I was disoriented because I had been sleeping. So I didn't give him a satisfactory answer, so he hit me across the face, and I fell back down, and then he sat me back up and asked me again, and I didn't give him a satisfactory answer, so he hit me across the face again, and I fell down again.
When you say he hit you across the face, did he punch you?
No, it was an open-handed, hard slap.
Do you recall, did you bleed?
No, I didn't, not that I recall.
Did you bruise?
Not that I recall.
Did it hurt?
Yes.
Just so we can clarify as well, your dad's a pretty big guy, right?
He was very big at that time. His health he's frail now, but he was very big at the time.
Can you give us an idea of how tall and how much he weighed at that time?
I don't know his weight, but he's about 5'11". He used to bench press 520 pounds. He was a really big guy for a while.
You said he used to bench press 500-something pounds.
520, yes.
Was that a hobby of his, weightlifting, or can you describe that for us?
Yes, he was very much into weightlifting. He had, I guess it was like a Bowflex machine at home. I think it was called Soloflex. It was one from like the 80s, but he would use that a lot to work out. He was into martial arts. We watched a lot of movies like that. Things like that. He went to the gym frequently.
To your knowledge, was your mom aware, I know you mentioned the one incident where your mom was present, was your mom aware of your dad beating you?
Well, when she was present, yes, of course. Sometimes we were on road trips together, and they would take turns if they, had to pull the car over or something. Not that it happened several times in one trip, but I remember it being both my mom and my dad punishing me in the presence of each other. And I don't know, when she was gone, I assumed they would talk about it.
Okay. We talked a little bit about your dad during high school and your mom with the wooden spoon. In your younger years, did your mom's beatings with the wooden spoon, did they continue in high school as well?
They continued for a short time, but I think as I turned 16, 17, I don't recall her carrying the wooden spoon around. She would just start grabbing whatever was available, like a hairbrush, or she had acrylic nails, so sometimes she would grab me and dig her nails into my skin, things like that.
Okay. In high school, what were some of your interests?
In high school, I was very interested in learning Spanish, so I took that all throughout high school and middle school. I was getting into art. I was excited to get my driver's license. I traveled abroad to Costa Rica to learn Spanish better. I had a few friends. I didn't really make a lot of close friends like I had before. It just seemed like I was constantly making friends and then we were moving away. So,
She was asked what her interests were.
Sustained.
Did you have a lot of friends in high school?
I had a large circle of friends, but nobody I was very close with.
Would I be correct in assuming that your interest in art by the time you're in high school moved beyond the Crayola crayon phase?
Yeah, very much so.
Tell us about that.
I was at my grandmother's house one day and she had an old set of oil paint, and I knew what oil paint was. I'd never worked in that medium before, so I didn't know what I was doing. I just took a piece of printer paper and started painting oil paint on this paper, and oil began to spread around the paint, so I figured, okay, that's not going to work. So I went to Michael's, the arts and crafts store, and bought some supplies and began to experiment with that and started painting.
And did you work during high school?
I did. My dad owned a restaurant at the north end of town. It's now a Mexican restaurant, but he owned it then, and I would work as a server there from the time I was a freshman on through, I think, 96 or 7 when he closed it.
So you started working in 9th grade. How old were you in 9th grade?
In 9th grade, I was 15.
And was there a certain amount of days you worked while you were in high school?
He put me on a few afternoons and the weekends.
Did you graduate high school?
No, I didn't.
Why didn't you graduate high school?
At the time, about 3 months, well, it's kind of complicated.
Okay. Well, let's talk about it. Did you drop out of high school?
Yes, I did.
Where were you living at the time that you dropped out of high school?
I was living with my boyfriend at the time, about a little town 6 miles outside of Wairika.
Let's break that. Why did you leave? Prior to that, were you living with your parents?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you leave your parents' home to go live with your boyfriend?
I was kind of becoming tired of the discipline, and I was 3 months until I was 18, and one day they decided to ground me until I was 18 because I skipped one period in high school because there was a final for my, I was taking a college history class, U.S. history, and I didn't feel like I had adequately studied for the exam, so I skipped that period to study for the exam, and decided I would make it up the next day. So I parked my car in the parking lot of Rite Aid and just cracked open the book, and I was studying it for that hour. And my dad, somehow he found me. It's a small town, so I guess the school notified him that I wasn't present for that class. So he found me and At that point, they didn't use physical discipline that day, but I was grounded till I was 18, so I couldn't fathom being grounded for 3 months. When you were grounded in my house, it meant no phone, no TV, no friends, no social functions of any kind. You're in your room, period. So
let me ask you this. This would have been towards the end of your senior year in high school, or was this at the end of your
yeah, it was in May, I think.
Okay, so of your senior year or of your junior year?
Maybe April. My junior year,
Okay.
yes.
So you dropped out of high school before you finished your junior year? Is that right?
No, I did finish the junior year, mostly with D's and F's, because toward the end of the year, I just let it all fall apart.
You mentioned discipline, you talked about grounding. Was there any particular physical incident or an incident of abuse that motivated you to leave your parents' home?
One of the incident I described where I was knocked against, I called it a doorpost, I guess it's a door frame. Then at that point the guy I was dating, we started talking about me possibly moving in with him. So after that incident, I began to surreptitiously pack boxes of my things and start moving them out to his house. And then when they grounded me until I was 18, all of my stuff mostly was there. And I thought, I'm just going to go ahead. I was going to wait until I was 18 to move in with him, but it was 3 months away, and it just made sense to me at the time as a 17-year-old. So I just moved out.
Okay. After your junior year then, did you just not go back to school? Is that?
Yeah, I turned 18 that summer. I got a job at another restaurant and began working there full time. I had bills to pay now, car insurance and credit cards and that kind of thing. So to me, it made more sense to work so I could support myself and my boyfriend. He didn't have a job.
Okay. And what was your boyfriend's name?
His name was Bobby.
What was his last name?
Juarez.
And Mr. Juarez, how old was he in relation to you?
He was 3 years older than me.
So he would have been out of school, I would assume?
Yes, he was out of high school.
And what did he do for a living?
He had never been employed at that point, so, it was an isolated town we lived in, and it was difficult to obtain employment.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, as it relates to Mr. Juarez, when did you meet him?
I first met him the first summer that I moved to Wairika when I was 15. The carnival comes to town, and so I was there with the girl I'd mentioned that my mom introduced me to. Her and her sister, we were there, and I saw him walking in a crowd with a few other friends, and he caught my eye. It was very intriguing looking. He was kind of dressed like 18th century goth, kind of. He was.
Well, can you describe for some of us who may not follow that reference, just kind of describe what he was wearing? Maybe?
Yeah, it was like July or August when I met him, and it's in the maybe triple digits in the temperature. It's very hot. Wairika gets really hot, not quite like the desert, but in the triple digits in the summer. But this guy was dressed in a black suit and a high collar white shirt, and he was on crutches. He had long, dark, curly hair, and he just seemed intriguing to me, so I remember seeing him walk by, and I didn't approach him or anything, but I noticed him. So we spent the day there, my friends and I, walking around, and at one point they were getting in line for the zipper. I didn't want to get on the zipper. There was only 2 per cage anyway, so I was kind of the third odd one out. So I just stood next to the line waiting for them to go on the zipper and come back. But I was just looking around, and I caught his eye again, and he was looking right at me. And he motioned for me to come over. He went like that, and I didn't know if he was talking to me, so I kind of looked around and looked at him again, and he did it again. So I walked up to him, and he said, in a very kind way. He said, do you want to go?
Hearsay.
Oh, sorry.
Sustained.
Let me answer this without telling you what he said, and just to clarify a bit based on what you told us, he would have been around the age of 18 at this time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were 15. You meet him at a state fair
Yes.
thing. Okay. Tell us then, do you begin a relationship at that point in time, or just kind of describe for us how that relationship was at that time?
No, he invited me to go on the zipper with him, so we went on one ride with that and talked a little bit as we were flipping around, and after that we parted and I didn't see him again for a while.
Okay. When did you see him again?
I think it was October, maybe November of that same year. I was at a homecoming football game for my high school, and I saw him again, and he was with some friends. And I was really shy, but I wanted to say hi to him, so I walked up to him and said, do you remember me? And he said he remembered me, but he couldn't remember my name, so I told him I didn't remember his name either. So we kind of reintroduced ourselves, and he said, tell me your phone number, and I promise I'll remember it. So I gave him the house phone, which was my parents' phone. We didn't have cell phones. And he remembered it and called me.
Did you begin dating at that time?
No, we were just friends. We talked for a while. We weren't dating.
Okay.
He was actually seeing a girl, I think. I don't remember.
Okay. So you were just friends for a period of time?
Yeah, several months. We were just friends.
But you were telling us he became your boyfriend at that point, so I'm assuming there's some point in time that you two began dating.
Yeah, the girl broke up with him, and there was a period of time where he was single and I was single, and we started just talking more and more. And then I think it was on New Year's that year when I was a freshman, we decided to become boyfriend-girlfriend.
Okay. And then you said that was your sophomore, the beginning of your sophomore year? Or?
I would have still been a freshman then.
Okay. And you said you were going to become boyfriend and girlfriend with
Yes.
him. Okay, you guys decided that. Was he still in high school at that point in time?
No, he was out of high school.
And to your recollection, was he working at that point in time?
No, he wasn't working.
Okay. Describe for us then what being boyfriend and girlfriend at that stage in your life meant for you and Mr. Juarez.
For us, I didn't have a car. I didn't have a driver's license yet. I think I was getting my permit that year. So he would come to town, and so during lunch, a lot of kids would leave campus, and there's a small gas station, USA gas station, near the high school. So I would walk down there, and he would be there. There was an arcade there, and he really liked video games, so we would meet there and just hang out, hold hands, that kind of thing.
Okay. How long at this point in time, how long did you date Bobby continuously from the time that you were 15 till you moved out of the home?
No, we stayed together for a while, and I think at age 15 I felt like the relationship was getting very intense. He was talking about being together forever, and I loved him, but I didn't feel like I was in love with him, and I knew at age 15 there's no way I could decide who I wanted to spend the rest of my life with at that point. So he wanted to move to San Francisco, and he had all kinds of wild ideas, they seemed fun, but they were just not where I was. So at that point I broke up with him.
What do you mean wild ideas?
Well, he entertained the belief in vampires, and he thought, well, let's go to San Francisco and see if we can find some real vampires. And, I used to read Anne Rice novels at the time. It didn't seem realistic to me, but it seemed like it was just an idea that I would go along with, with him.
And this was at a time when you were about 15 years of age. You wanted to move to San Francisco and hunt vampires, right?
So we could live together forever and be together forever.
Was there a certain point in time then when this was going on and you said it was getting too intense for you? Did you and Mr. Juarez break up?
Yes, it was one afternoon. I broke up with him on the phone. I don't know where my parents were, but my Aunt Lisa was at the house. She was picking my brother and I up. I was having this conversation with him. He was very upset. And Lisa wanted us to leave. She wanted to take us. We had to go somewhere with her. So I didn't have time to stay on the phone with him for a long time and talk through it with him. So I had to sort of abruptly end the phone call shortly thereafter, and it was, I don't know, I guess he didn't take that well.
Okay. What do you mean by you guess he didn't take it that well?
I found out a few years later that he...
Approach. Overruled, you may continue.
Sorry, Ms. Harris. We were asking, you said you understood that Mr. Juarez didn't take the breakup you had when you were about 15 so well. Describe for us what you mean by that.
I learned a few years later that he slit both of his wrists and tried to kill himself, and he was committed to some kind of psychiatric ward in Citrus Heights, just north of Sacramento.
Okay. Did you have, after this phone call where you broke up and you left the home, did you have any sort of relationship with him in between that and the well, let me ask you this way. It sounds like he was your boyfriend again about the time when you turned 18, right? A few months beforehand? Okay. How did that come about?
We didn't talk at that point for a few years. It's kind of silly. There was this older man that used to come into my parents' restaurant. I'd say he was in his 60s, maybe 70s, and he always had his Bible. And it was a small pocket version of the New Testament, and he had it all marked up, and he was always, quoting Bible scripture and things. And he had done the math in the Bible and determined that he knew when the second coming was going to occur. And he said it was going to occur September 23rd, 1997. So I was really naive, and I kind of believed him. So he would come in weekly or several times a week on my shift and continue to reiterate that. So, at the time I was non-denominational Christian, and this seemed important. So I thought that Bobby should know about it, because at the time he wasn't religious, and he was uncertain about his spirituality, at least when I last had known him. So to me it was important that he at least hear that information, so he could make a decision for himself. So I made contact with him again and called him in, I think, mid-September 2007.
Okay,
I'm sorry, 1997.
Just so we're clear, in terms of your high school years, how long of a break, I guess, was there between this phone call that you made to break up with Mr. Juarez and the phone call you made to recontact him? How long of a break was there in between those two?
I'd say, let's see, maybe 19 months.
Okay. So you make this phone call to Mr. Juarez, and you said this was in 1997?
Yes.
Okay. And where would you have been in school then? Would you be in junior year? Or?
I was just starting my junior year.
Okay. And subsequent to this phone call, did you begin to remain a friendship with Mr. Juarez? Tell us about how that evolved.
Well, when I first called, he answered the phone. I could recognize his voice. And I said, "Is Bobby there?" And he said, "Yeah, who's this?" And I said, "Jodi." And I immediately heard a click. So I left it alone, and I thought, okay, because our last phone call some years back didn't end well. And so the next night I tried one more time, and the same thing happened. So I left it alone. And about...
Well, let me ask you this before we continue. You mentioned that Wairika was a pretty small town, right?
Yes.
Okay. You never ran into Mr. Juarez in between these two phone calls?
No, he didn't live in Wairika. He lived in Montague, which is 6 miles from Wairika. It's even smaller. I think there's about 1,000 people in that town.
Okay. But never during this time did you run into him at all?
No.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you had talked about, you had called him a couple times, you hear the click on the other end of the phone. How does the relationship progress from that point?
I don't know how many days later. It was under a week, maybe 4 days, maybe 5 days. I was on the phone with a friend of mine, and we were talking, and I heard the call waiting beep, so I clicked over, and I heard someone say, "Is Jodi there?" And I recognized his voice, so I clicked back over and said, "I have to call you back." So I clicked back over, and we started talking again.
Okay. Did you, after that conversation, did you become friends again? Did you start dating again? Just describe that for us.
Yeah, I felt kind of silly explaining to him why I was calling him, especially knowing that his religious beliefs at that time were not really defined. And I kind of expected him to laugh at me, but it was important to me. So I told him the reason I was calling, and
Overall, you may continue.
He expressed appreciation for that, which surprised me. We just sort of picked up from there and began talking again.
Does talking mean dating?
No, not yet.
Mr. Nerman, we're going to take the afternoon recess. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back in the designated area at 3:20. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated. The record will show
The presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. There was a computer issue, and it resulted in us needing to substitute court reporters. You may continue, Mr. Nerman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Arias, before we took a break, I believe we were talking about the point in time in your life when you got back together with Bobby Juarez.
Yes.
And from what I understood earlier, you were about 17 years of age when that took place. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking about how he had called you, responded to your initial phone contact. Tell us how the relationship progressed from him making telephone contact with you.
Well, at the time I had a boyfriend. He lived in another country. So we corresponded. So it wasn't a romantic reason. Like I had said, I reached out to him for a spiritual reason. I don't know if he was seeing anybody at that time. I don't think he was. He used to call a party line a lot and meet people on that. I guess this was before the internet was really, in every single home.
Let me interrupt you a little bit there on a couple of different things. You said he made contact on a party line. What is that? Can you describe that for us?
From my understanding, I didn't talk on it, but from my understanding, it was a 900 number that you could call, and it's like a chat room, but it's on the telephone instead of on the computer.
And you chatted to Bobby that way, or he just...
I didn't. He chatted with other people that way.
Okay. And you also mentioned, I don't want to be too far from it, you mentioned that when he made this contact with you, after the contact he made for what you described as spiritual reasons, you said that you had a boyfriend in another country, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that boyfriend's name?
Victor.
Did Victor have a last name?
Arias, ironically.
I'm sorry, what?
His last name was also Arias.
Okay. And where did you meet Victor Arias?
The summer that I turned 17, right before I turned 17 in July, I flew to Costa Rica on an exchange program, and I spent 3 weeks there with a family. Their name was also Arias, and they had 2 sons and 2 daughters in that family, and the oldest son was just a little older than me, and so we kind of clicked and got to know each other and sort of had a little romance kind of blossom thing. I don't know, it was like my first experience of like the warm fuzzy, somebody that I really felt that I cared for.
Okay, and that relationship lasted a few weeks, or tell me how it lasted beyond your being there.
It sort of began to develop while I was in Costa Rica, and I flew back toward the end of, I had my 17th birthday there in that country, and then I flew back at near the end of July, and we corresponded and talked occasionally on the phone through August, and then he flew to the United States that September and stayed in Redding, which is a city about 100 miles south of Wairika. He had some people that he knew there. He stayed there about a week, I think, and then stayed at my house for 2 weeks before flying back.
And when did he come stay for you for 2 weeks? When was that?
That was early September 1997.
Okay. So this is about the time then that you were close to the time that you were in contact with Mr. Juarez as well, right?
Yes, it was just right before that.
Okay. And you considered Mr. Arias to be a boyfriend?
Yeah, actually he had given me a ring, and it was kind of a promise ring, like we were going to get married, but we weren't officially engaged. So we would talk about children and marriage, and he wanted me to come live down there and start a family.
Okay. You said it was your first experience of, I guess, what we'd call young love, right?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
I wouldn't say totally in love, but it was my first taste of being like, just feeling like warm about somebody, if that makes sense.
As it relates to your situation then, Mr. Arias, Victor, he goes back to Costa Rica, I assume, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the relationship becomes one probably, is it primarily of letters, phone calls? Describe that for us.
Yeah, we wrote a lot. The postman actually got to know my name and face, and he would tease me every time I went to the post office to get it stamped to send to Costa Rica, and I would receive letters from him that were really romantic, and the Spanish language is very romantic, so he would write things like that, very romantic.
Okay, and relative to your age, how old was Victor?
I don't remember his exact age. I want to say he was about a year older than me. I think we were just, we were very close in age, but he was older than me.
Okay. Now, when you started interacting with Mr. Juarez again, we've heard from your earlier testimony that he became your boyfriend at a certain point in time when you were around 17 years old, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could you just kind of describe for us what happened in that time period when Victor was your boyfriend and then Bobby became your boyfriend?
Yes. Bobby and I would talk a few times a week, and then it became a little more frequent. Victor and I would, I couldn't see myself like moving to Costa Rica and having that kind of life and having children with him. We argued like over little silly things. Victor was very jealous, and so we would I couldn't talk to any of my high school friends that were guys. Like I went through the drive-through, and there was a classmate that I had gone to school with 2 years, over the years, and he had a job there, and I was driving, of course, because Victor was from out of the country, and we just were there to get ice cream. It was hot, and he gave us the ice cream, and we hadn't seen each other all summer, this person that served us, and the interaction I had with him, Victor didn't like it, so we argued over things like that. When we were in Costa Rica, he wanted me always to walk on the inside of on the sidewalk away from the street, and we were at a huge soccer game there. It's a very big deal there. They call it football, but it's soccer. And there was actually someone that walked by that looked a lot like Bobby, and it kind of reminded me of him at the time. He had long, dark, curly hair, and I glanced at him, and Victor got upset. So things like that, I just didn't see myself being in a marriage with him. So I broke up with him around October, maybe November, 1997, on the phone.
On the phone?
Yes.
Okay. After you broke up with Victor, did you continue seeing Mr. Juarez?
We weren't really seeing each other. We were just friends at that time, but we continued to talk.
Okay. When did the friendship move into something more, to be your boyfriend?
It was again around New Year's. I think we spent New Year's Eve. I had a car then, so we drove out to this little white chapel in Little, it's called Little Shasta. It's a tiny, it's even smaller town. I don't even know if it's considered a town. And it's this small white chapel with a tall steeple, and there was snow everywhere. And we just kind of hung out there and rung in the New Year. Didn't really do it. I had began to develop feelings for him right before Christmas, and so I expressed that, and he said he had feelings for me too, and so we decided to give things another try at that point.
Okay. And this would have been a few months prior to you moving in with him. Is that right?
I believe I moved in with him in late April, and so we're around the New Year. So 4 months, 4.5, maybe 5.
Did your parents, were they aware of your relationship with, and I'm speaking as it relates to the occasion we're talking about now, when you're 17 or 18, 17, excuse me. Did they know about your relationship with Mr. Juarez?
They knew about it. I don't know how they knew. I wasn't very open with them about my relationships because of prior negative experiences with regard to that. So somehow, I mean, it's a small town. I'm sure people told them they saw us running around or hanging out in the park or just walking around, and we hung out. So people would tell my mom and things like that.
Did you ever get any indication that your parents approved or disapproved of this relationship?
I didn't talk extensively with my dad about it, but my mom didn't like the fact that I was with him because she was basing her opinion on him off of rumors she had heard about him.
Okay. When you you described it in high school how you were working for your father at your father's restaurant, right?
Yes.
And you were in high school your junior year. All this was going on at the point in time when you were began dating Mr. Juarez, right?
I think my dad's restaurant closed the year prior when I was still a sophomore. I can't quite remember. No, I think he closed that spring. I think he closed that spring in 90, that would have been 98. Okay. I can't remember. It was sometime in high school he closed his restaurant.
Okay. Did you work elsewhere after that?
Yes.
Before you moved out?
Did I? Yes. I worked briefly as a hostess at a little restaurant called Grandma's House.
And during this point in time when you're a 17-year-old high school student, Mr. Juarez is out of school, are you supplying him with money at this point in time before you've left school?
Yes. Well, he lived with 2 people he called mom and dad. I think they were his grandparents. Bobby said he was adopted, so his real parents, it was kind of, I never really met them. But he lived with them. They would be his mom and dad, by definition. So I think they were just supplying, clothing and shelter and food and that kind of thing at that point.
Okay. So going back to my question, were you supplying Mr. Juarez with money at this point in time?
At this point, no.
Then you leave high school and you move in with Mr. Juarez, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. In the spring.
And you mentioned that he was living with persons you believe to be his grandparents, his adopted grandparents.
I don't know if they were really related or if he just called them his parents. But if anything, they were more like his grandparents, but he called them mom and dad.
You say that because of their age, as opposed
Yeah, they were very much older. I actually saw who everyone around town kind of knew was his mother, but he didn't want anything to do with her, and she was more appropriate age to be his mother. And these people were more like in their 70s, late 70s maybe.
Okay. When you spoke about your first relationship with Mr. Juarez, you spoke about his desire to move to San Francisco and chase vampires and be with you forever, and how he dressed in a goth style. Was that 15-year-old Bobby the same way he was when you got back together with him?
No, he was 20 now. He was a little more mature, but he still had that eccentricity about him. He had a flair. For Halloween, he would dress up as the character played by Brandon Lee from The Crow, with the white face and all black leather and all that. So it was a Halloween thing, but he really got into that, and he did it pretty well, actually. So he was still drawn to that, and part of that was fascinating to me. I thought he was beautiful on the inside and out, and I was attracted to him in that regard. But he was a little more down to earth at this point.
Earlier, you were describing for us a situation where you were taking some of your possessions and moving it into Mr. Juarez's home, and now eventually you moved out.
Yes.
Okay. What was the last straw for you to move out of your house?
I think the last straw was actually when they said you're grounded until you're 18. And a lot of my things were already at Bobby's house or his parents' house. They were putting it in a storage shed right behind the house. Just boxes of things that I had been saving because I knew I was going to be on my own soon. My dad had recently closed his restaurant. He let me have a lot of the plates, the dishes, the silverware. So that would just get me started. So things like that, old books I'd already read but didn't want to part with, things like that went to the storage shed. And then when I was grounded, I thought, I only have a few more things to throw in the car plus my cat. So I stayed up all night packing while my parents slept. And my dad, when he would ground me, he used to unhook my car. I don't know what that means, but I would go out and try to turn the engine and it wouldn't turn. He unhooked something under the hood. And I think I figured out how to rehook it. So then he started taking the entire piece so that I couldn't rehook it. So the first thing I did was I went out after they went to sleep to check if my car would start, and it did. So I was relieved. So I began to load up the car. I was almost completely packed, and then I think around 4:30 or 5, I heard one of my parents awake. So I was in the living room, still packing up a few things, and I jumped on the couch real quick to pretend like I was sleeping so they wouldn't wonder why I was awake. And I was very tired, so I ended up falling asleep. And the next thing I knew, it was 7:30 or 7 o'clock, and my mom was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. And I thought, oh shoot, I missed my opportunity. But I just went into my bedroom, found my cat, picked her up, and I just started walking out the door. My mom said, what are you doing? And I said, nothing. And I just shut the door and put my cat in my car and drove out to Bobby's house, unloaded it, and then went to school that day.
And you say Bobby's house. These people you described as his grandparents, did they live in this home as well?
Yes.
Okay. And was there anyone else besides them and Bobby in this home?
No.
Okay. Describe for us the environment you were leaving your home with your parents in order to live with Bobby. What were you moving to?
It was, structurally the house was very good, but it was in very bad shape. His parents were very heavy smokers, so there was always a haze hanging out in the living room, and there was a lot of, I don't know what it's called, I guess tar or something running down the walls, kind of in a deep brown. The living room was almost not quite to the ceiling, but it was packed with a bunch of things. I don't know what it was, just various odds and ends. I guess they were hoarders. Bobby did the best to make his bedroom his own little space, but he wasn't allowed to touch any of those things while they were there. And so, I mean, the kitchen was very, very dirty. The bathroom was very dirty. The linoleum was coming off the floor, and the shower was kind of falling apart, and it was just a mess. All of the yard all around the house was overgrown. I went back to my parents' house a few days later to borrow their cleaning supplies for it.
Doesn't sound like Bobby's house was a great place to live.
No, he hated it. Like I said, his own room, he did his best to make that his space and make it habitable. And then his parents would kind of sit in the living room all day and watch TV and smoke till they went to bed.
You mentioned he kept his room in a different way. Was that a room you shared with him?
Yes.
Were you having a sexual relationship with him at that point in time?
I'm trying to remember if we were at that point. We did eventually. I don't remember if it was right before I moved in with him. I think it was right after I moved in with him. I can't remember. We waited several months.
Okay. So, from what you're telling us then, is that you moved into this home, this filthy home, with one clean room in it. You dropped out of high school and you were working, right?
Sorry, will you repeat that?
At this point in time, when you moved in with Bobby, you were at the end of your junior year, and that was your last school,
Yes, I was
right?
coming up on the end of my junior year.
And you were working as well, I believe you said, at Grandma's? if I heard you
Yes, my
correctly.
dad had recently closed his restaurant, and I think I got a part-time position there at Grandma's house.
Okay. And was this how you were supporting yourself?
Yes, it was.
And were you supporting Mr. Juarez as well?
Not quite yet. Occasionally we'd go on a date, and I, of course, would pay for it, which wasn't a big deal to me at the time. He had a problem getting identification to prove that he was legally able to work in the United States. So he didn't have a photo ID. He couldn't find a copy of his birth certificate. He didn't have a social security card, but he did have a social security number. But every time we went to the DMV or the social security office or the courthouse, they wanted one form of identification that we were trying to get. So of those three, it was hard to get all of them. So he couldn't, that was the reason he couldn't work, or so. That was what I understood.
Okay. So, based on what you told us earlier then, at the end of your junior year, you drop out of high school and you begin working full-time to support yourself, right?
Yes, Bobby and I went to Chico, California briefly, which is near Sacramento. It's a little bit south, I think. I was going to work there. I was going to live there. It didn't work out. We were there for about a week, and we went back. And so then I applied at a restaurant where I applied at Denny's, actually. And the woman there that gave me a good reference had worked for my dad the previous year, her and her husband. So I was hired there around, I think, August 2000. Wait, I'm sorry, that would be 1998.
And are you working full-time?
Yes, I am. Was.
And is that the only job you had, or did you have another?
I didn't, I'm sorry, I forgot, because in between that, I did have a brief job at this restaurant called the Purple Plum. I was a busser. I worked there briefly before thinking I was going to move to Chico, and then I came back and began to work at Denny's.
So working at Denny's, was this how you were supporting yourself and Mr. Juarez?
Yes, that became our income.
Were you making a lot of money?
Well, the cost of living wasn't very high. I would say no, but we were making ends meet because I didn't have rent or mortgage. At that point, his parents had moved out and into a rest home. So we had the kind of run of the house and cleaned it up a little and, discovered just things about the house that we didn't know about before because it was so cluttered.
Well, who was paying for the phone? Who was paying for the power?
Not me. I don't know. I guess I really don't know. The phone was there, the power was there. I think his parents were still paying for it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Were you giving Bobby money to buy food, or how was that?
Yes, I went grocery shopping. I started buying him a few clothes. At one point, the power did shut off in the winter.
The power was shut off.
Yeah, we shut off briefly.
So how did you get by? Were you able to get it turned back on? How did that work?
We had a furnace and we used candles for a while. It was very cold. I don't remember how they got the power on, but Bobby had a friend or knew somebody that he had come over to the house and he tinkered with a meter on the side of the house and we had power again. So
At this point in time, life doesn't seem like it was very ideal.
no, but it was, I enjoyed the freedom. We just played it by ear. I got moved to the graveyard shift at Denny's after some months there. And so we all became night owls, me and Bobby and all of our circle of friends that we socialized with.
At this point in time, how did Bobby treat you?
I thought he treated me well until I discovered that he wasn't being faithful.
And when in your relationship did you discover that?
We had gone, he was on the party line a lot and he talked to this woman frequently. He said they were just friends. They had been interested in each other in the past, but they decided they were just friends. It made me a little uncomfortable. He would talk to her a lot, actually, in my presence, so I figured he's doing it right in front of me. There's nothing going on there. So then one day we went to the library. That's where we went for our internet access, and he would email her a lot. And I had to go to work at the Purple Plum, and I dropped him off at his friend's house, and I went to go to the Purple Plum, and before going to the Purple Plum, I went back to the library, and I clicked, he had a Hotmail account, this is in 1998, so I clicked I don't know if they had different security things for Hotmail at that point, but I clicked the back button to see what was really going on with her because I had suspicions, and I found a whole bunch of love letters that he was writing her that were all contemporaneous with the time that we were together. So I printed them out and I called in sick for work because I was not well emotionally, and I drove back out to his friend's house, and I didn't want to create a scene of drama, so I just said, "Can I talk to you?" And so we went into the bathroom, and I pulled them out of my pocket and handed them to him, and he opened them up and read them, and he kind of felt like shocked.
Kind of glossed over it a little bit. When you saw these letters, how did it make you feel?
It didn't make me feel good. He was very loving and poetic with this person, and I could tell he had real feelings for her, and I don't know, I guess I felt jealous a little bit, but my heart was pounding. I just felt very deceived. I forgot to mention one of the things I did before I went to the house is I drove back out to Montague, and I took all of my belongings out of his room and put them in my car, and decided I was going to move out and in with my grandmother. So that's when I went back to his house and confronted him with those.
Okay.
Or I mean, back to the friend's house, sorry.
You mentioned that he was, this woman, whoever it was that he was corresponding with, that he was treating her in a very loving, poetic way.
Yes.
It leads to the implication, anyway, that he wasn't that way to you.
He was initially, but I don't know, I guess we had just sort of gotten comfortable around each other, and we weren't fighting or anything. We were just kind of, I don't know, I don't really know how to explain it. He was still loving toward me, but it seemed like he was going out of his way to really court her, whereas I was already, in the bag, so to speak.
You were already, what was that?
Just like, he didn't have to court me, I was already with him. Does that make sense?
Okay, yes. Was Bobby ever physically abusive towards you?
There was one time where we had a fight. Trying to think, I think this was in '99. We had broken up and got back together a few times. I broke up with him, obviously, after that incident, and then he somehow, it's a long story, but he convinced me to stay, so I stayed and put all my things back, and he promised he wouldn't have contact with her anymore. But we broke up a few more times and then got back together, And at one point, I had moved out of his house and I was living with another woman. And it wasn't far from his house. It was like 2 blocks. And in Montague, there's a lot of fields. We could see each other's houses from there, sort of. And so I was advised over and over to get away from him because he's not healthy. But you know, my heart was, I still cared about him. So one day he came over to the house, like he always did, and we were hanging out. And I don't remember how, but an argument started, and
Objection, allegations that this incident occurred.
Sustained.
When was this?
this was sometime in 1999. I think it was in the fall, early fall, like September, maybe even August, but I think it was around sometime in the early fall.
Okay. And he was at the home. Was he physical with you at this acquaintance's home?
Yes, our argument escalated, and he approached me and spun me around, and he was very much into martial arts, so he had some kind of hold. I guess it was called a stranglehold. So he started strangling me, and just for a few seconds, and then he let go. I almost passed out. I fell on my knees, and it kind of made me upset because he'd never done that before. So I got up. He started walking away. I got up, and I said something to him like, what did I say? Something to the effect, details about how they would die. And at that point, the argument escalated again, and he attacked me again. I don't know how, he jumped on me, and at that point I was trying to get to the phone to call 911, and he got my arm in some kind of lock and was putting pressure on my forearm, and I thought he might break it, because that seemed to be what the goal was. So I managed to grab the phone and I called 911, and he grabbed it out of my hand and hung up, and I was crying, and he kept telling me to shut up because they were going to call back. So he was right. The phone rang and he answered, and he gave the operator an excuse, like said my girlfriend was trying to program 911 into the speed dial and accidentally called it.
This happened, and then you got back together with him, right? Or you didn't really break up? This happened in
This was really, I'm sorry, this was really toward the end of our relationship. We still, this was really toward the end. It didn't happen. We didn't stay together much longer after that.
But you did stay together after that, right?
We continued to hang out. He met a friend that he had known prior to. His name was Matt, and he moved in with Matt. And this was in...
Let me ask you this. Why did you stay together with him after this incident?
Well, I don't know that we were still together, but he would still come over to the house where I lived, and it was just a nicer place to hang out than his, and I just continued to hang out with him in that regard.
Why would you hang out with him in that regard?
Well, the physical incident that occurred that day, those two things were isolated, and during all the years that I've known him, that had never happened before, so I just didn't think that it was something, a pattern of his, or that would continue.
Did you ever engage in sexual behavior with him after this incident?
I don't remember, maybe once or twice. I don't remember, honestly.
And why was that okay with you after this incident?
I still loved him.
You mentioned a point in time when Bobby moved in with an individual named Matt.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you were talking about how at the end of your relationship with Bobby, you moved into your grandparents' home, correct?
Yes. I moved out of that woman's house and into my grandmother's house.
And what city is your grandmother's house located in?
Wairika.
And did you live there just with your grandmother, or was anyone else living there?
My grandfather also lived there, and their dog, Ringo.
Were you close to your grandparents? How was your relationship with them?
I felt close to my grandparents, not like lovey-dovey close, but they're very down-to-earth people. Well, my grandmother is very down-to-earth, and I can just tell her anything, and it doesn't really faze her.
Why didn't you move back in with your parents?
Well, I didn't want to go back to that environment. We got along very well after I moved out, and I wanted to keep it that way.
Tell us about your life after you moved back to your grandparents' home. Are you still working at Denny's? Do you go back to school? Just kind of describe your life for us.
Yes, after that incident occurred with Bobby, I had worked at Denny's for about a year at that point, and if you're a full-time employee at Denny's, or I think a minimum of like 32 hours a week, you get vacation benefits, and so I decided to use that time to spend away from him, and I flew back to Costa Rica for a week and a half.
And am I correct in assuming that was to spend time with Victor?
No, he didn't live in the house anymore. I stayed with the same family, but he had moved out and moved on.
So you spent about a week and a half, it sounds like, with Victor's family, not with him,
Yes.
and kind of assessing your life, is that
Yeah, I
fair
spent
to
a lot
say?
of time just reflecting and healing from that, and I felt in a lot better place by the time I came back. Victor, actually, I didn't see Victor 3 days before I flew back. So he took me out to dinner, and that was it, and then drove me to the airport.
When you say healing from that, what are you talking about? Healing from the relationship with Bobby?
Yes, because we kept going back, and I kept hearing about incidents where he was trying to hook up with other girls, but then he would deny it, and I didn't see anything, so there was just a lot of turmoil. We were arguing still, and then the physical incident that happened there, and I needed to just remove myself from the situation so that I could allow my heart to move on a little, and so that break from him, I thought, had helped me a lot.
So at some point in time, you were in love with Bobby, right?
Yes, very much. A lot more than I was Victor. Bobby was like my first true love.
Okay. So once you have spent some time in Costa Rica and you've, I guess, used your vacation time at Denny's, you come back to Wairika, I presume?
Yes, I did.
And how do you proceed in your life?
I went back to work, and I don't know if he was watching the restaurant, but the first day back, I was there. I went into the back of the restaurant to get something, and I came back out, and he was sitting at the counter.
He being who?
Bobby.
Okay.
He just had his face in his hands, and he has really beautiful eyes, and he was looking at me with these eyes, these puppy dog eyes, and I stopped, and I was kind of shocked. I felt stronger emotionally, not as weak, but I was coming up on my half-hour break, so I said, just wait a few minutes, and we'll go outside and talk. So I went outside, and we ended up talking for a long time. I mean, we rounded the corner and then hugged, and it was emotional and that kind of thing.
Okay. But was that the last time you saw Bobby?
No.
Okay. Did you continue in a relationship with him after that?
We decided we were going to continue a relationship, but we weren't getting along very well.
And I use the word relationship. Are we talking about friendship or a romantic relationship?
Romantic.
Did that also mean sexual?
It would have meant that. I don't really remember, but yeah, it would have meant that.
Okay. So why, at this point in time, were you still open to the idea of a romantic and potentially sexual relationship with a man who had choked you and thrown you down as you described?
Well, like I said, I considered those incidents isolated and not a pattern of his, and I still loved him, and he still loved me, and I didn't want to hurt him, and I didn't want to. It just felt natural. I'd been with him for some years. He was my first love. Being with him, whether it was good or bad, it just felt natural, and it was what I was accustomed to.
Okay. So at what point in time then do you decide, you said you and Bobby explored this and decided it wasn't for the best? When does that take place?
There was sort of a turning point in my mind. Well, Costa Rica was like a good starting point where I began. I thought I'd moved on. If I hadn't seen him again, I think I would have been okay as far as never seeing him again. But I was weak when he came back, and so we sort of picked up again briefly. He moved to Medford, Oregon shortly thereafter. It's about 50 miles north of Wairika. And he moved in with Matt. And I would go up there and visit Bobby, and we'd hang out. And it seemed like once Bobby got on his feet, he didn't really want anything to do with me. And so it hurt my feelings, I guess, because he had kind of won me back, and I was helping him. But then when he got on his feet, he was kind of mean.
What do you mean you were helping him?
Well, I always helped him out until he was able to get it. He finally got a job when he moved to Medford. There was a woman he knew that was a notary public that grew up with him in school, so she was able to say this is really who he is, so he could get identification. We finally figured that out, and so.
Let me interrupt him. I want to make sure we're clear here. Even after the incident, that what you were describing as a isolated incident of violence, even after the point in time when you find letters that are evidence that he's being unfaithful with you, and you come back from Costa Rica, you're going to move on, you've decided a romantic relationship isn't going to work, are we to understand that you're still supporting him financially as well? Or helping him?
I think that was a little bit out of order, but I did continue to help him. When I found out about the love letters, he promised to cut ties with her and not have any contact with her anymore. And it wasn't physical, it was online only. She lived in Louisiana. And I think he was still talking to her, but he promised me, you'll never have to see me talking to her. So it was implied that he might talk to her, but he'll never do it in my presence. So it was kind of strange. But and then again, the physical incident was isolated. So, if he needed clothing, I didn't like buy him a whole wardrobe. I didn't have that kind of income. But if he needed a few shirts or something, he was really into South Park. So he saw these South Park t-shirts one time and he wanted those. So I bought them, sweatshirt, jeans, that kind of thing. Just some kind of clothing for him because his parents weren't able to provide that at that point. They were in a rest home.
Okay. And you said at this point in time, Bobby was living in Medford, Oregon with an individual named Matt, right?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we can get a sense of where this is compared to Wairika, could you describe for us where Medford is compared to Wairika?
Yes, it's on Interstate 5, just like Wairika. It's over the border. It's about an hour drive, I think 50 miles, but it takes about an hour to get there depending on traffic.
Okay.
And the weather.
And I'm certainly not asking for population estimates, but is this a bigger town than Wairika?
It's a bigger town, not nearly as big as this area. It's very tiny in comparison, but it's much bigger than Wairika.
And you made trips up to Medford to see Bobby, is that right?
Yes, I would come up there on the weekend and stay. Bobby had a futon. They had kind of a studio, so Matt slept in his own bed and Bobby and I had a futon. And we would hang out on the weekends and go out and do things.
Okay. And how many of these trips can you say? I mean, was this something you did every weekend? How frequently did you go up to spend time with Bobby?
I went up several times, but that period of our relationship was short-lived, so that didn't happen often. I mean, very extensively.
Okay. And this person, Matt, that he was roommates with, had you known Matt prior to these trips up to Medford?
No.
Okay. And does Matt have a last name?
McCartney.
Did you ever develop any sort of friendship or relationship with him?
Yes, we became friends around the time. I think he kind of noticed how Bobby was treating me, and it felt good to have somebody else kind of see my side of it. He wasn't attacking Bobby by any means, like saying, hey, you should be this way or that. But it just, I came up there one weekend to visit, and another girl came to visit Matt, and it was a real eye-opener because I saw how Matt was treating her, and he was very chivalrous and very polite, and he was a gentleman, and he just treated her with a lot of respect, and that's not something I had received, but, you know, I've seen it on TV and that kind of thing. So it was just jarring to see that, and then consider my relationship. So,
Well, let me ask you this. You said that that was surprising for you to see, right?
yes,
And that is in a way that you experienced Bobby treating you. Is that right?
no, yes, that's right.
But you lived with your parents for 17 years, the first 17 years of your life, right?
Yes.
Did you not see your father treat your mother in this way? Did they treat each other in a different manner?
When I was young, my father was very affectionate with my mom. I've seen them kiss, I've seen them embrace. If there's a beautiful woman on TV and we're all sitting around watching it, he'll say she's not as pretty as your mom. Or, you know, he put her on a sort of a pedestal, sort of. But then there were times when they would argue and fight, things like that.
You say argue and fight. What does that mean?
Not physical. They would just, well, sometimes. I mean, he would say something. My dad's very sarcastic, and he thinks he's funny, and sometimes he is. But he can be very uncouth sometimes, and so when things would come out of his mouth, my mom would just smack him on the arm, and he would smack her back, kind of as a way to say, don't do that. And then she would be offended by that, so she would smack him back, and then he'd smack her even harder, and then she would give up. But it was just on the arm, but, you know, that's the only time I ever saw them be physical at all.
Did you know, how did your father treat your mother? Was he degrading to her? Did he criticize her?
I can't recall specific incidents, but that's very much my dad. He's very negative. He's very critical. He's very gossipy.
Very, what was that?
I don't know if that's a word, gossipy. He gossips a lot about people behind their back. He talks about them. So, I mean, he'll say things about, now we talk on the phone now, and he'll say things about my mom sometimes, or sometimes they have complaints about each other, but, you know, they're still loyal to each other.
Well, what do you mean things he would say about your mom? What things would he complain about with your mother? Goes to modern behavior.
Approach. May continue.
Without telling me specifically what he said, was there certain subject matters that your dad would degrade your mother regarding?
One I recall specifically is my mother used to be very thin, and I think she's like a size 10 now, I would guess. He used to put up photos of her on the refrigerator when she was thinner, and he would make comments about her weight gain. And just, he would put little things like that around the house to remind her that he would prefer her with less weight, things like that. So I don't know how that affected her, but that was pretty constant. If somebody was crossing the crosswalk that was overweight, he would yell at them, and I won't say what he said, but I don't know, things like that.
Okay. But you said your mother would just simply, you said something to the effect, you learned they were always loyal to each other.
Yes.
Your mom was always loyal to your dad. What do you mean by that?
Well, my parents weren't the kind where if one said no, you couldn't run to the other and have a different answer. Maybe if they weren't aware of the other their spouse's answer, but they were very united. If we were fighting, it didn't matter the points of the argument. My dad would side with my mom, or my mom would side with my dad at all times. So they were like one unit. They were very united. They're very loyal. And I think when I was younger, I heard my mom mention the word divorce one time, and that really like shook me, because I thought it just didn't seem. I couldn't imagine a world where my parents weren't married. And so they're still married today. I mean, even through bad times, they're still together. They still love each other.
Well, I should have been more clear in my question. You talked about loyalty as parents and backing each other up and that sort of thing. But what I was really asking about is in terms of the loyalty of the relationship. Sounds like from what you're telling us, your mom put up with a fair amount and remained loyal to your dad. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes. Yeah. They're very loyal. They're still married. They've been married about 33 and a half years. My grandparents are married. There's not a very high divorce rate in my family. So they're still together.
Okay. We were talking about this different way Matt McCartney was treating a female. I guess it was his girlfriend or someone he was dating. Is that correct?
I think it's somebody he had met online, or somehow. She lived in Crescent City, and she just came out for the weekend the same time I came out to see Bobby, and nothing ever really progressed with that. They didn't start dating or anything like that. They just hung out for the weekend, and I just saw how he was treating her.
Okay. Tell me how things then progressed in your life. Did you just keep working? Did your life change at all?
I wanted to work in an environment where I could earn a little bit more money. I needed a new car. There were different kinds of bills coming in at this point. And Medford is a town that has a lot more restaurants, a lot more business, that kind of thing. So as I got to know Matt and Bobby, Matt's mother lives in Wairika too, so I met her and his sister, and we all sort of became friends. And Matt's dad lived in a city called Phoenix. It's in just south of Medford, and it's in Oregon. And he lived with his girlfriend, Matt's dad, and they had an extra. Well, they said just come crash on our couch until you can get a job and get your own place. So I crashed on Matt's dad's couch where he and his girlfriend lived for, I don't remember how long, maybe a month. And I got a job at Applebee's and began to work there.
Okay. So did you then move out of your grandparents' house and move to Medford? Just tell us about that.
Yes. Right around the time I moved to Medford, Bobby and I stopped talking. I was hanging out with him and his sister and her son. And they were renting a house right across the street from my parents' house. So I was over there hanging out with them, and Bobby came by and saw Matt and I and Kiowa, who was his nephew. We were all out in the front yard. We were playing with, they're called bokens, and they're just wooden swords just to practice form and things like that. And Matt was into martial arts also. So he was teaching me some things and teaching Kiowa some things, and Bobby came around the corner and saw us all like in formation or just hanging out and having fun, and he got really upset and he walked away. And I think Matt tried to talk to him. He didn't want to talk to either of us. And at that point, things just really stopped between Bobby and I. We stopped talking. We stopped communicating. I think he moved out of Matt's studio, and I didn't see or hear from him again.
Okay. Where were you? You mentioned crashing on Matt's father's couch.
Yes.
Right. And Matt's father had a girlfriend that he lived with in this home.
Yes.
Okay. Once you got a job and got settled in Medford, where did you wind up living?
Let's see. After Bobby and I stopped talking, Matt and I began to hang out more, and we developed feelings for each other. And so about a month, maybe 5 weeks went by, and Matt moved out of his studio apartment and got an apartment. And at that point, I went to live with him there, and I moved out of his dad's house, and we rented a one-bedroom apartment in Medford.
And when was this?
I would
Timeline?
say at this point it was early 2000, I think.
Okay, and at this point in time, Matt McCartney is your boyfriend?
Yes. Well, I don't remember us making it official, but we became romantic, and then we were boyfriend, girlfriend.
Okay. Judge, this might be a good time.
Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning, 10:30, please remember the admonition. Have a nice evening. You are excused. Please be seated. Counsel, anything before we adjourn for the day? All right. Have a nice evening. All right, let's bring in the jury. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Did any of you see or hear anything about this case in the media in the past week? I see no hands. Did anyone attempt to discuss this case with you during the past week or at any time? I see no hands. Ms. Arias, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez, you may continue with cross-examination.
Ma'am, you have a problem with the truth, telling the truth, don't you?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
Not typically.
Well, when it's to your benefit, you will lie, right?
Objection argumentative.
The state.
Ma'am, do you remember having a conversation with Detective Flores of the Mesa Police Department back on July 15th of 2008?
Yes.
And this was the day that you were arrested, right?
Yes.
And during that time, you told him something, and let's take a look at it right now. This is Exhibit 378.
It's at night, I need to go to sleep.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor.
Always.
We approach.
You may. Ladies and gentlemen, you should disregard what you just saw on the screen. You may continue.
Ma'am, this is Exhibit 348.
A lot of details on this case that haven't been released to the public and not even to Travis's family. And those details are known only by us and the person who did it. Okay, and that's one of the reasons I'm here, is because I believe that you know some of these details. And I think you can help us.
I would love to help you in any way that I can.
Okay.
Did you hear yourself telling the detective that you would help them in any way that you could?
Yes.
That's not true, is it?
I don't know. I guess it depends on what help means.
Yes or no? Were you there to help him?
I don't know.
Were you there to tell the truth?
No.
That wasn't the truth, was it? That you were there to help him, was it?
No, that was not the truth.
And in fact, you were there for a different purpose. You were there so that he wouldn't get the truth, right?
No, I was there against my will.
You were there against your will. You didn't have to talk to him, did you?
In hindsight, I
Ma'am,
realized
yes
I
or
didn't
no?
have to.
Did you have to talk to him? I'm not asking you about hindsight. Isn't it true that you could have chosen not to talk to him, right?
I could have, I think.
And well, you keep saying, I think.
At the time, I didn't know
Ma'am,
that.
I'm asking you. You keep saying, I think. Isn't it true that you had an opportunity to stop talking to him, but you chose to talk to him? Yes or no?
That's true.
And during that time, you told him certain things, right?
Yes.
And in fact, when you spoke to the detective, one of the things that you told him was that you were never there, right?
Yes.
And by there, I mean at the crime scene, right?
Yes.
And you told us previously, well, the reason that I lied to him was because I was ashamed. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
Just because you're ashamed, that gives you the right to lie?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Well, ma'am, the fact that you were ashamed, do you think that justifies what you did?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled. No.
And do you think, the other thing that you said, well, you know, I knew it was going to happen, but I was trying to postpone the inevitable. Is that what you were doing when you were lying?
No, because the inevitable had occurred.
Pardon?
The inevitable had already occurred.
The inevitable to you was being arrested then, right?
Yes.
So if being arrested had already occurred, then why didn't you tell the truth?
I was ashamed.
So, which is what you told us before, right?
Before when?
Today. Isn't that the word that we just talked about? You were ashamed?
Yes.
So are you having problems remembering what you said a couple minutes ago?
No.
So you were ashamed. What could you possibly be ashamed of other than that you killed Travis Alexander, right?
That was the biggest part of the shame.
Oh, so there were other things that you were ashamed of more than killing Mr. Alexander then?
Yes.
Objection, mischaracterizes the testimony.
Overruled. Yes?
Yes.
And one of the other things that you were, well, and the reason that you were ashamed of killing Mr. Alexander is because that was going to have some repercussions for you, wasn't there?
Part of the reason, yes.
Again, part of the reason. The other reason was that you were feeling scared, right?
That's part of the reason too.
So if you feel scared, you believe then it's okay to lie.
No, that's not true.
Well, that's what you did though, right?
Yes, it is.
So that's no excuse then, right?
No, it isn't.
And in fact, there's nothing that the detective ever did to get you to say whatever it was that you said at the first interview, right?
Not that I recall.
Well, again, we're with the memory issue. Ma'am, are you having problems remembering what happened back on July 15th of 2008?
No.
So he didn't do anything then, right?
I can't think of any examples.
Right, because he didn't do anything, right?
Anything what?
What are we talking about, ma'am? Are you again having problems understanding what's going on?
Your Honor, if she can't understand his questions, that's...
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't understand his question.
Ma'am, the detective didn't do anything during the interview to cause you to lie, right?
No.
And the detective admonished you or gave you your Miranda warnings, didn't he?
Yes.
And he sat and he talked to you, right?
Yes.
And one of the other things that you told him was that, well, you were told us here in court was that the reason that you lied was because you were thinking about your family, right?
That was one of the reasons.
That's one of the reasons that you told us, right?
Yes.
How is it that, so then what you're telling us, if there's a good reason for it, it's okay to lie?
That's not what I'm telling anyone.
Well, you were saying you were thinking about your family, right?
I did say that.
And that's a good reason or an excuse for you to lie then, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, that's the way you try to, didn't you tell us on direct examination that the reason that you lied was because you were thinking in part about your family? Yes or no?
Yes, I said that.
And so then the way you were conveying it to us was that it was okay. That's a good excuse to lie.
If I conveyed it that way, I didn't mean to.
Well, because you still have a family, right?
Yes.
So, but you did say that you were concerned about your family, right?
Yes, I did.
You were concerned about your reputation, right?
Yes, I was.
And so you were thinking more of yourself when you made this statement to this detective, right?
I'm not sure about that.
Well, other than you, who would be sure about your statement?
God.
Well, God's not here. We can't subpoena him, right?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Are you sure that we can't? Because it seems like you're leaving the door open for that.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
With regard to this issue of this interview, it was for, when you lied, it was to benefit you, right?
It was not for my benefit.
Well, it wasn't hurting you when you were lying, was it? If he would have believed your lie, it would have helped you, right?
It was hurting me to lie.
Pardon?
It was hurting me to lie.
It was very what?
It was hurting me to lie.
So, in other words, you're saying that when you're talking to this detective, it was hurting your case to lie?
Yes.
You didn't know that at that time, did you?
No.
You took a chance by lying, didn't you?
I wouldn't call it that.
Well, yes, you did take a chance because you were hoping.
Objection, argumentative.
I don't have a question, Abby.
Finish your question.
You were hoping, ma'am, that he would believe what you were saying so that you could then walk out of that jail, right?
No, that's not right.
What other reason would you have to lie other than that it would benefit you?
I assumed that though that video would become public one day and I didn't want my family to see me admitting to something like that.
So, but you admitted it now.
Yes.
Your family's here, right?
Yes.
There are cameras everywhere, right?
Yes.
What has changed other than geography?
Time.
Time has changed. Oh, so a lie back then can be morphed into the truth now because time has changed, right?
Nothing has been morphed.
Well, you're saying that time has made the change that allows you to say something here, right? That you didn't say before.
An internal change, yes.
So you were saying that back then you were geared to lie.
No.
Well, that's what you said. There's been an internal change, right?
Yes.
And so this internal change, before that internal change, back on July 15th of 2008, that was part of the reason why you lied. This internal issue or change or problem, whatever it was, right?
Yes, I had a problem.
And that problem allowed you to lie, right?
I don't know how to answer that.
Why don't you know how to answer it? You're the one that brought this up about your internal problem.
Objection, asked and answered, argumentative.
Restate your question.
This internal issue that you had, that made it, in your mind, okay for you to lie back on July 15th of 2008, right?
I didn't consider it okay.
Well, you didn't consider it bad, did you?
I did.
Well, you kept doing it over and over throughout the whole interview, didn't you?
Yes.
And at no time did you stop the interview and say to yourself, this is not the thing to do, right?
I did.
You did tell him something different during that interview?
No, you said say to yourself, not him.
So, but when you're talking to yourself, no one can hear you, right?
Yes.
And
Unless
it's really
I'm talking
hard
out
for
loud.
people to corroborate what you're thinking if we don't know what you say, right?
Yes.
So we have to take your word that that's what you were thinking internally, right?
Yes, but it
Yes
crossed
or
my
no?
mind.
Yes or no?
I said yes.
And so with this interview, you then started to talk about whether or not you had been in Arizona, right?
Yes,
You said no, you hadn't been in Arizona, right?
that's right.
That's an absolute lie, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you didn't want to admit to being in Arizona is because you knew that you had killed Travis Alexander, right?
Yes,
You didn't tell that to the detective, right?
that's right.
And additionally, during that whole interview, you gave excuse after excuse as to why you weren't the person that had done this, right?
Yes.
So, safe to say that the whole interview was a lie, right?
Not the whole interview, but anything regarding my presence there on June 4th, yes.
Anything having to do with responsibility in this crime was a lie, correct?
Yes.
And the reason you did that was because it was to your benefit, right?
Objection, asked and answered,
Overruled.
Mr. Testimony.
That's not the reason I did it.
Well, it didn't hurt you, did it, back then? In the moment, it didn't hurt you, did it?
It did.
How did it hurt you in the moment if you had already been charged? It didn't change anything.
What do you mean?
In the moment, at that time, how could it possibly have hurt you since you'd already been charged? It didn't change anything, did it?
It did change things to lie.
Well, it didn't change where you were staying, did it?
No,
It didn't change the fact that you were still charged, right?
that's right.
It didn't change anything, the fact that you lied at that point, right?
That's not right.
What did it change, ma'am? Tell me what it changed on that day.
It probably changed my whole future.
I'm not asking about your future. I'm asking what it changed on that day.
Objection, she's answering his question.
Sustained.
Ma'am, the other, you had time to think
Your
about.
Honor, she should be able to give the time to answer.
Answer what? There's no question before.
Yeah, there was.
I think she answered the question. Let me continue.
Ma'am, after that interview, you then had another chance to have a conversation with Detective Flores the next day, right?
Yes.
And again, it was a voluntary conversation, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was the same situation as the day before, right? He sat down, he asked you questions, right?
Yes.
On the previous day, he really hadn't given you too much information about the crime, right?
Not too much.
No. And it was actually during the second interview that he started to give you some information, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he showed you some photographs, right?
I think that was the 16th, yes.
Excuse me?
I think that was on the 16th.
Why don't you just pull the microphone a little bit closer? So you think that it was on the 16th when he provided you more information, right?
Yes, if I remember correctly.
And one of the things that you said was that somehow you weren't very sophisticated in dealing with law enforcement. You told us that during direct examination, right?
That's correct.
And just because you're not sophisticated or haven't dealt with law enforcement in the past, do you think that that gives you an excuse to lie?
No.
But you did it anyway, right?
Yes, I did.
And you told us that, yes, you were unsophisticated with law enforcement, right?
Yes.
So then what difference does it make if you're unsophisticated with law enforcement in terms of telling the truth or a lie?
I don't know.
But you brought it up on direct examination, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you did it because you wanted people to feel sorry for you, right?
No.
Overall.
No.
But it didn't have anything to do with the conversation that you had with Detective Flores, did it?
What?
That you were unsophisticated.
I don't understand.
He asked you questions, ma'am, and you gave him answers on July 16th of 2008, right?
That's right.
The fact that you may not have dealt with another police officer before didn't change the fact that he was asking you questions and you were answering, right?
Yes.
It didn't change the fact that he was speaking English to you, right?
That's right.
And you understood what he was asking, right?
Mostly, yes.
Are you saying that you didn't understand what Detective Flores was asking you during that interview?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, I'm asking you whether or not you understood what he was asking you if he was speaking English.
I understood the English words, sometimes not the meaning of the question.
Oh, so you're going behind the meaning of the question to say that maybe you didn't understand his motive for the question, right?
I'm not sure if I was considering his motive.
Well, you said that you're not sure about whether or not you understood the question because of what was behind the question, right?
His meaning, yes.
His meaning. Well, his meaning can be expressed through his words, right?
Yes.
He was asking you certain things, and then you were answering whatever it was that you wanted to answer, right?
Yes.
And you chose to change your story from the day before, right?
Yes.
And you chose to change the story was because it benefited you, right?
No.
Well, there's a reason that you changed your story, right?
Yes.
Because the story the day before didn't work, right?
I don't know.
Well, you were still in jail, right?
Yes.
And nothing had changed, right?
Not that I remember.
Well, again, I ask you, do you have problems with your memory about any events? It seems like you keep telling me that you have problems with your memory. Do you have problems with your memory?
Occasionally.
You didn't seem to have any problems on direct examination when you were talking to us about all the sexual exploits with Mr. Alexander, did you?
I did have problems.
You regaled us for days on end about his exploits, didn't you?
I wouldn't say regaled.
Okay, you told us about it for days on end, didn't you?
I just answered the questions I
Yes
was
or
asked.
no? You told us. When the question was posed, you told us, didn't you?
To the best of my recollection.
Is anybody saying that you didn't do it to the best of your recollection?
You're implying that?
Ma'am, isn't it true that what the prosecutor's implying is that you knew too much during the direct examination? If we're talking about implications.
Well, then that would be false.
Well, isn't it true that you had a great memory when you were on direct examination with regard to issues involving Mr. Alexander's sexual exploits?
Objection, argumentative, ask and answer.
Sustained, rephrase.
you told us a lot about you and Mr. Alexander's sexual dalliances, right?
Yes.
And you were able to give us dates, right?
Usually.
Well, a lot of the times you were able to give us dates, right?
Yes.
You were able to tell us what happened, right?
Usually.
Well, a lot of the time. For example, the first time that, according to you, you had oral sex, you were able to tell us when that was, right?
Yes.
You were able to tell us how it happened, right?
Yes.
You were able to tell us where it was, right?
Yes.
And that was before July 16th of 2008, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was in November of 2006, right?
No.
When was it then?
A week after we met, September
So when was that?
2006.
It was in 2006, and so a week after you met what, in June what?
Early September 2006.
So you do have a good memory, right? You just showed me that you'd have a good memory for events that occurred before July 16th of 2008, right?
I reviewed those things, so I memorized them.
Oh, so you actually sat down and you memorized it. How is it that you what did you memorize it from?
Date and time stamps.
I know, but what did you memorize it from, ma'am? Are you
Photographs.
talking that you sat down with a police report and then you memorized it?
No, they were photographs.
Pardon?
They were photos.
Family photos?
Photos.
Photographs. So you looked at some photographs then, right?
Yes.
Oh, so there were photographs of the first time that you had oral intercourse with Mr. Alexander?
No.
Well, then what is it that you reviewed that gives you this knowledge?
Photographs of the convention in Las Vegas 2006 that were date and time stamped.
So it was in July of 2006, is this when this happened, right?
September.
And it was in September of 2006 that were there photographs of it?
Convention, yes.
Were there photographs at or near the time of this oral sex that you regaled us with?
I don't think so.
So but you do have an independent recollection of it, don't you?
What do you mean by that?
Do you have an independent memory of having oral intercourse with Mr. Alexander the first time it happened?
You mean, I don't know what you mean. Independent of what?
Do you have a memory of the first time you had oral intercourse with Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
So you do remember it then, right?
Yes.
And you remember where it was, right?
Yes.
So that event was before this July 16th of 2008 interview, right?
Yes.
That was further in time, right?
Yes.
You didn't seem to have too much of a memory problem with that, right?
That's right.
Did you ever review anything else with regard to the July 16th, 2008 interview?
Very briefly, it makes me sick.
Is that a yes or no?
I guess that would be yes.
So you did review parts, at least according to you, the way you're saying it, of the interview that you had on July 16th of 2008, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that your memory of what happened on July 16th of 2008 is so clouded today that it's only based on that review?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You do have an independent recollection of it then, right?
What do you mean by independent?
Independent means coming from inside of your head.
It's based on what I've reviewed.
So everything that you have told us then in this case is based on what you reviewed?
I'm referring to July 16th.
So everything with regard to July 16th is based on what you reviewed. You don't have any other recollection.
Not everything, but most of it.
Do you remember that you lied?
Yes.
And do you remember what you lied about?
Yes.
Yes, sir. And do you remember that you lied about the killing of Travis Alexander, right?
Yes.
And that, you know, is a change from what you said the day before, right?
Yes.
And it was a drastic change, right?
Yes.
It was a total change because now you were there, right?
Yes.
You knew that that would be important, right?
Yes.
And in fact, what you were trying to do is because the detective had already told you about the fingerprints, didn't he?
I think he did, yes.
And he also told you about the hair that was there, correct?
Yes.
You guys talked about DNA analysis, didn't you?
Yes.
And you talked about, and he showed you the photograph with a foot in it, with your foot in it. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So after he showed, and you don't deny that that's your foot in the photograph, do you?
I don't deny it.
And after he told you that, that's when you changed your story, didn't you?
Yes.
And you changed your story to conform with the forensic evidence that he was telling you about, right?
That's right.
And that was because you wanted to make up a story that conformed with that, with what he was telling you, right?
Yes, as much as possible.
Because you did not want any consequences with regard to the killing of Travis Alexander, right?
I wasn't concerned about consequences at that point.
Ma'am, do you think it's a good excuse to lie just because this detective is giving you some forensic evidence?
No.
But it's a good reason to lie if you want to get out of whatever you are being talked about, right?
That wasn't my goal. So.
Well, was your goal to go to prison?
Not a physical prison on earth, no.
Well, ma'am, was your goal to, so your goal was not to go to prison then, right?
It wasn't a goal of mine, I can say.
And in fact, that was something that you were trying to avoid, right?
I don't know. I was trying to kill myself, I think.
Ma'am, you've said that many times, that you tried to kill yourself, right?
All right, she's saying that she paused for a second. She paused for a second and she had to see what she was going to say. And then she said she was going to try to kill herself, she thinks. Goof. Timu Sheen goof. And alien folks in chat getting pretty crazy today. LO scared. The mad chatters. Scared. Alright. And continuing the trial. Alright.
In court.
I don't know that many, but I've recounted a time that I did.
You've said it more than 3, 4, 5 times, right?
Perhaps.
And in fact, one of the things that you told us about was that, well, when you were in the Maricopa County Jail, that you tried to kill yourself, right?
No, Siskiyou County Jail.
Siskiyou County Jail. So you do remember that. And that when you tried to do that, you took some Advil. Do you remember telling us about that?
Yes.
And that what you did then is you took a razor, right?
Yes.
And that you cut yourself, right?
It was a nick.
It was a nick. And because it stung so much, that you said, nah, this is not the way for me to go, right?
I didn't say that.
You said it stung and that's why you stopped. Isn't that what your direct testimony was?
That night, yes.
Right. And that's the night that I'm talking to you about, right?
Yes.
I'm not talking to you about any other night, am I?
It sounded like you were.
No. Just to be clear, I'm not talking about any other night, am I? Do you understand that?
Okay, I understand that.
And you nicked yourself and it hurt, right?
Yes.
And I think the word that you used, stung, right?
Yes.
To use your standard, ma'am, of how you stopped because it stung. Can you imagine how much it must have hurt Mr. Alexander when you stuck that knife right into his chest? That really must have hurt, right?
Argumentative.
Sustained. Okay. You may continue.
You also told a story, right?
Yes.
To the detective, right?
Yes.
And your story was that it was 2 individuals that came in, right?
Yes.
And one individual was a male, right?
Yes.
And another one was a female, right?
Yes.
And you know that the police are going to follow up on that, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Do you think that police don't investigate crimes, that if somebody provides them a lead, do you think that they don't go out and try to find out if it's true or not?
Objection as to relevance.
Did you consider the consequences of your lie?
No.
No, because it was all about you, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Didn't consider the consequences, but yet you went even further than saying that it was two people, right? You said other things, right?
Yes.
And that was totally different than what you had said the day before, right?
Yes.
And what you said was that these people, you were taking a photograph, right?
Yes.
You never mentioned anything.
All right, so Denisha, we played, this is the Jodi trial, and earlier we played the Proctor Karen Reed part. It wasn't really that anything interesting going on, but there was a Karen Reed from the Karen Reed trial, Proctor. It was only 40 minutes, and we played it about 3 hours ago. We're watching something else now. But you can go back and look if you want. It wasn't really anything interesting. On the 20th at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, they'll have another hearing. So shout out to all of you. Appreciate everybody here. Thank you for hanging out with us. All right. Good to see you, Denisha, as always.
Anything about dropping a camera, did you?
No.
And you never mentioned anything about running down the hallway or anything like that, did you?
No.
And what you did say is that you were down, somebody hit you on the head, right?
Yes.
That you heard a pop, right?
Yes.
And that while this was going on, you heard Mr. Alexander moaning or uttering some words, right?
Screaming.
Screaming. And you heard him screaming to go, you said that he was screaming to go to the neighbors, right?
Yes.
And at some point you said that you saw Mr. Alexander on all fours, right?
Yes.
And he couldn't move his feet or feel his legs, right?
I said that he said that.
Pardon?
I said that he said that.
But he wasn't moving, was he? According to your story, he wasn't moving, was he?
I don't remember. He was lethargic is what I think I said. He said. I said that he said.
You weren't able to get him out of there according to your story, right?
That's correct.
But you were able, at some point, according to you, get out of there, right?
Yes.
And that's what you told the detective, right?
Yes.
And the reason you told the detective this lie was because you didn't want to be charged in this case, didn't you?
That's not the reason.
Was the reason that you told him that because you did want to be charged in this case?
What did you say?
I said, was the reason that you told him that because you did want to be charged in this case?
Because I did?
Yes. You said you didn't. Ma'am, didn't you just tell me that the reason you told him that was not because you didn't want to be charged? That's what you just said, right?
That wasn't the reason I told him that. That's correct.
Well, you didn't tell him the story just so you could be charged, right?
That's also correct.
So, you told him a story for a reason, right?
Yes.
Is it the embarrassment factor now?
That was part of it.
And so it's more important to you about your feelings of embarrassment than to tell the truth.
You say that as present tense. That's not correct.
I'm talking about back on July 16th of 2008. Your feelings of embarrassment were more important than telling the truth, right?
I didn't really weigh importance.
Well, you said that one of the reasons that you didn't tell the truth was because of embarrassment, right?
I think shame would be more correct.
All right, let's go with the word shame then. Because of you were thinking of shame back then, that's why you didn't tell him the truth, right?
That's just part of the reason. The
Part
bigger
of it.
part.
And that shame is what, on you?
Yes.
And you are ashamed because you killed him? Is that what it is?
I was definitely ashamed of that and other things.
But you were also ashamed that it would get out that you were the person that did it, right?
Certainly.
And so, to you, the fact that your feelings, in this case being ashamed, are so strong back then that that was an excuse, a good excuse for your lie, right?
It wasn't the sole deciding factor, but it was a big reason.
It was a big reason, but my question is much more direct than that. My question is, this feeling ashamed, was more important to you then than telling the truth?
I wouldn't say important, but it felt stronger.
All right, to use your phrase, your feeling of being ashamed was strong back then to the point that it overrode your telling the truth, right?
That's right.
But that's no excuse, is it?
No.
Nothing that you might have been feeling at that time was an excuse to lie, right?
That's right.
But you still chose to do it, right?
Yes.
Because it would have benefited you, whether it was because you felt ashamed or because you didn't want to tell about it, right?
I wasn't thinking of benefits.
What's that?
I was not thinking of benefits.
Well, you weren't thinking of telling the truth, were you?
I was thinking about it.
But you didn't do it.
No, I didn't.
And there were this factor of being ashamed. What other factors did you consider, ma'am?
I considered if I told the truth, then I would have to explain why. And if I had to explain why, then I would have to go back through our whole history, back to things that he was very ashamed of, that I was ashamed of, that I just didn't want to get out.
But didn't you just, in this trial, haven't you through 8 days tell us all of that stuff?
Yeah, I think it was 9 days.
Okay, 9 days. You have a good memory. For 9 days, you told us all of that stuff, didn't you?
Yeah, it wasn't based on my memory. Someone told me 9 days.
What? What do you mean? What did you just say? Somebody told you what?
You said I had a good memory because I corrected you, but it wasn't based on my memory. Someone had said I was on the stand for 9 days, so that's why I said 9.
So it isn't on. So what you're testifying to isn't necessarily what you know. Then is what you're telling us, right?
It's what I believe.
Well, you just said that it's what somebody told you, right?
Yes.
So, are you testifying based on what something somebody told you instead of what you know?
In that case, yeah.
Well, no, not in that case. I'm talking about what you're telling us here today. Are you telling us these things because you know them or because somebody told you?
The things I'm saying right now are because I know them.
Except for the number of days you were on the witness stand, right? That one, somebody told you that one.
Someone told me that one, and it sounded accurate.
And then, so you used that to correct the prosecutor, right? Even though you didn't remember.
Yes.
With regard to that day, you said that all of this stuff, information, whatever you want to call it, was out there and you didn't want it to come out, right?
It wasn't out there. I didn't want it to be out there.
So what you're saying is, I guess, is that you were being a good Samaritan, right? In lying.
I wouldn't say that.
Thanks.
Well, you were saying that you didn't want this stuff to come out about Mr. Alexander and your relationship with him, right?
That's right.
So you were being a good person, right?
Sustained.
Well, do you think that that's an excuse that to not tell the truth? That you wanted to hide information?
No.
So you did hide information in addition to lying, right?
Yes.
But the detective isn't the only person that you lied to, right?
That's right.
You lied to a lot of people, right?
Everyone.
And there's different reasons that you had for lying to everyone, right?
Yes.
And in fact, one of the people that you lied to was Ryan Burns, right?
Yes.
Ryan Burns is this individual that you had a romantic interest in, right?
Yes.
In fact, in order to see whether or not the spark was there, you went all the way to Utah, right?
That was my goal.
Well, it was your goal, but you made it there, right?
Yes, but not for the reason you stated.
So you weren't there to go see him to see if there was any romantic interest?
Not on June 5th.
Not on June 5th, when you started your trip, part of your trip. So you're saying then that he was an afterthought?
Yeah, he was.
So he was just an alibi then?
Yeah, well, no, not an alibi.
Well, if he's an afterthought, then if he's an afterthought, that means the primary thought that you had when you left Wairika back on June 2nd was to see Travis Alexander then. If Mr. Burns was an afterthought, as you say.
That's not correct.
Well, that's what you said, though, right?
No, that's what you said.
Mr. Burns was an afterthought, right?
No, He was an afterthought after June 4th.
Okay, so before that, he was a priority thought.
He was the reason for the trip.
So he was the reason for the trip, then, right?
Yes,
And the reason for the trip to go see him was to see whether or not there was a romantic interest, right?
that's why I planned the trip.
Right. That's my question. You wanted to see if there was going to be any sparks between you and Mr. Burns, right?
Yes,
And you had not seen him before that date in the sense that you hadn't been with him alone, correct?
that's correct.
You hadn't been out on a date with him before, right?
That's right.
You had only done the text messaging, right?
And phone calls and
Well,
emails.
is that a yes or a no, text messaging?
That would be yes.
And with regard to the telephone calls, you had done that, right?
Yes.
And you'd done that instant messaging thing, right?
I can't remember if that was before or after June 4th.
Well, but you did do that with him, though, right?
Yes,
Do you remember sending him an instant message saying something to the effect, this is a test, before you went out to see him? Remember seeing that?
I remember seeing this as a test, but I don't recall the date.
And because of this interaction, you decided to go see him, right?
Yes,
And when you got there, one of the things that you said was that, well, I needed to keep up the facade, right?
that's right.
So you lied about getting lost, right?
Yes,
You didn't get lost that day, right?
I did get lost.
Oh, so you did get lost. So it was true then. This trip to see Mr. Alexander, it was because you got lost.
That's not why.
Well, where did you get, if you could tell us, because you were lost, where did you get lost, ma'am?
My understanding is it was somewhere in
Not your
Arizona.
understanding. I want you to tell me where you got lost, not what somebody else may have told you.
Objection, Your Honor, she should be allowed to answer the question.
Answer the question.
My understanding is that I was
Ma'am,
lost somewhere in
saying
Arizona.
you're not being responsive. I'm asking you to tell me where you drove physically to the point where you got lost. Where did it start that you got, where does the beginning of your getting lost start?
Again, I'm going to object, Your Honor. She asked the question. She was in the middle of answering and he interrupted. She should be allowed to answer his
All right,
question.
overruled to change the question. Restate the question.
Ma'am, when was the first time you realized you were lost?
When I couldn't power on my phone, it was dark.
Was this before or after you killed Mr. Alexander?
After.
And this is where you pulled off the side of the road, right?
Yes,
And then you continued to drive from that point to see Mr. Burns, right?
I just drove at that
I
point.
understand that you say you just drove, but from that point on, you did get a chance to speak to Mr. Burns, right?
Yes,
And in fact, one of the people the first person that you actually called once you got your phone charged was Matt McCartney, right?
yes,
And he's somebody that you are very close to, right?
somewhat, yes.
He's a very good friend, right?
Yes.
He's an ally, right?
I don't know what you mean by ally.
Someone who will not betray you.
No, he's betrayed me.
So, and you're talking about the fact that he saw somebody else, right? When he was with you, right? Is that what you're talking about, the betrayal?
That's only one of the times he's betrayed me.
So you've never told somebody, for example, like 48 Hours, that he was somebody that will not betray you.
I did say that on 48 Hours.
So which is it? Is he going to betray you or is he not going to betray you? What is it?
Well, hopefully not.
Well, hopefully not means you're not answering the question. You just told us that he did betray you, yet now you're saying that in an interview with 48 Hours, you said he would not betray you. So which is it?
I'm going to object to the relevance of any of this.
Overruled.
Well, when I made that statement to 48 Hours, it was my belief that he would not.
It was your way of what?
My belief that he would not betray me.
With regard to any issues that were presented at the time that you made the telephone call to him after you killed Mr. Alexander, right?
With regard to that, when I said that in September versus
Right.
June.
With regard to the call, if you told him anything, he wouldn't betray you, right?
That's what I said in September 2008.
And that's what you believed in September of 2008, right?
In September 2008, yes.
So you're out there and you try to call Mr. McCartney, and so you say that you're lost, but one of the other things that you say that you do is that you get out of the car, right?
Yes.
And you clean up, right?
Yes.
That's because you knew what you had done, right?
I don't remember thinking that.
Well, I'm not asking you whether or not you remember thinking that. Isn't that the reason why you did it?
No. I don't think so.
Well, you knew that you had killed Mr. Alexander at that point, right?
It's hard to describe.
Yes or no? It's a yes or no sort of situation then.
It's not really. It's
It
something.
is.
It's not.
So in your mind, back then, when you're on the side of the road, you don't know if you killed him, right? That's what you're saying.
I can't really say it wasn't in my mind. Like, it was kind of not there. It's kind of
You weren't there, right? What you're saying is you weren't there, right? That's what you just said, right? That you weren't there. That's what you just said, right?
weren't there in my head.
And so if you weren't there, though, you were there enough to pick up the phone and call Matthew McCartney, right? You were
Yes.
there enough for that, right?
Yes.
You were there enough to call Ryan Burns, right?
After a while, yes.
You were there enough for that, and you were there enough to make a call to Travis Alexander, weren't you?
Yes.
So you were there for those purposes, but you weren't there to tell me about what you were thinking, though, right? Is that what you're saying?
It depends on the time period.
How about the time when you got out and you started to wash your hands?
By then I wasn't thinking that. I just knew something awful had happened because I had blood on my hands and my feet.
And so you knew that those were for Mr. Alexander, didn't you?
I think I did, yes.
You think you did, but again, you're telling us you're not sure, right?
I'm not telling you that.
Well, you had blood on your hands, right?
That's right.
And you had been driving, right?
Yes.
According to you, you had been at Mr. Alexander's house, right?
Yes.
There had been a fight, right?
Yes.
And you had done something, right?
Yes.
And this doing something had caused Mr. Alexander to bleed, right?
Yes.
And so if that's the case and you have blood on your hands, wouldn't you think that the blood came from Mr. Alexander?
I had cuts too, so
So you're thinking that the cuts could have come from you stabbing him?
I didn't have any recall of stabbing him at that
Well then,
time.
so you don't have any idea where your cuts come from then, at that point?
No, I had cut myself on June 4th, early in the morning before we went to bed.
So you cut yourself on the glass, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Is this the situation where you're saying that you cut yourself on your right hand, right?
Yes.
You're left-handed, right?
I'm both.
Do you know who Mark Jodi, you're ambidextrous, is that what you're saying?
Yes, depending on the activity.
Well, do you remember indicating to 48 Hours that you're a lefty?
Yes.
So what is it? Are you left or right?
Depends on the activity.
And what activity do you write left-handed?
I write with both, but I'm more proficient with my left.
And so with regard to this being out there, so you're out there and you've made these calls, you've got out, and you find your charger, right? Is that when you find the charger?
When I pulled over, yes.
And at some point you're able to make a telephone call to Mr. Burns, right?
Yes.
And then starts the lying to him, right?
Yes.
And so at some point then you drive all the way up to see him, and you get there around 11 o'clock in the morning, right?
I think so, yes.
Well, in between 11 and noon, would that be accurate?
I believe it was before noon.
And after 11, right?
I think so. I wasn't paying attention at the time, but it was late morning.
Right? And you go up there, you have this meeting, and when you go up there to see him, you're telling us that you still don't know if Mr. Alexander is dead, right? That's what you're telling us, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, so you do know that he's dead then?
I have a, it's like I wasn't accepting it or looking at it in my mind.
Acceptance and knowing are two different things. Wouldn't you agree, ma'am?
I was in a strong state of denial.
Ma'am, that's not my question to you. My question is accepting and knowing are two different things. Don't you agree?
Yes.
And so what you're saying is that you weren't accepting it. What that means is that you knew it. You just didn't want to deal with it. That's what you're saying, right?
I don't know how to answer that.
Well, you're the one that talked about acceptance, right? You just said that right now, correct?
That's correct.
And so by acceptance, it means you don't want to deal with it, right?
I don't know.
Well, you're the one that used that word. Why wouldn't you know?
Objection, asked and answered.
All right.
I don't know. My mind wasn't right during that whole period.
Well, you're throwing up your hands and you're saying that your mind wasn't right, but that's not the issue. The issue here is whether or not you knew he was dead, and it appears, correct me if I'm wrong, that you're saying you did know that he was dead.
I believe that I knew he was dead.
Okay, so you knew he was dead. And when you went to see Mr. Burns, you were the same person that you had been before. You were happy, smiling, right?
I was not, but I was trying to portray that.
Yeah. You were trying to portray that to lie to him, right? Put up a facade, right?
Yes, him and all my friends.
Pardon?
Him and all my friends.
I'm asking about Mr. Burns, all right? With regard to Mr. Burns, you were trying to put up a facade for him, right?
That's right.
You wanted to pretend that you were happy, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you wanted to pretend that you were happy is because you wanted to see if there was any spark with Mr. Burns, right?
That was the furthest thing from my mind at that point.
Okay, so if that's the furthest thing from your mind, then the closest thing in your mind is the fact that you killed Mr. Alexander, right?
I wasn't thinking of it in those terms.
Well, but isn't that sort of what you're telling us now?
It was something to that effect.
And so you go on through the day, and there's this meeting that takes place with Mr. Burns and one of his associates at a restaurant, right?
Yes.
And you follow along, and then after that, after the meeting, you go back to Mr. Burns's place, right?
Yes.
And now it's the afternoon, right?
Yes.
And during the afternoon, when you're with Mr. Burns, you begin to kiss him, right?
Yes.
And then
this Jodi's really not really. This Jodi is very nuts. I mean, she's too calm. She clearly did it, and you have to be really freaked out. You know, it's a concerning situation when you have somebody that's like this that is so calm, but they do some psychotic murder. Yeah, it is. And the way she's talking is just completely disconnected from what she's saying. Yeah, no remorse, no empathy, no just coldness, just nothingness. It's just a complete waste of a person. And it's unfortunate. Also, the murder is terrible, too. Yeah, she definitely needs help. Yeah, mental help, definitely. Yeah. May God protect us from people like this. Amen. It just... she... Yeah, you could just tell the way she looks. There's just something not right. You know, especially those bangs. Wow. Need to be diagnosed and medicated. Definitely. That's funny, Joyce. Okay, and now we'll be continuing watching this. She needed to be sent to teenager. Yeah, I certainly think that, you know, getting help at a young age as soon as possible would have been good for her. But that wasn't done, unfortunately, and she's in the situation, you know, she's in because, you know, people get help earlier, some sort of guidance or counseling and, you know, medication earlier, then this will certainly be a better circumstance. Yeah, parents should have gotten her help, especially there's red flags. The bangs... the bangs I'm digging up a good stylish, that's that way. Alright. She should have got help when she was younger. Yeah. I totally agree, chat. You know, it's like an avalanche and a domino effect that occurs. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Scared. Scared. Scared.
That's because you want to put up a facade, right?
I guess that's part of the reason.
Well, no, you said when you were on direct that was...
Anna, that is true. She does need it because... She does need that because of the meds, because of the bangs alone. I agree. Facts.
Reason you wanted to put up a facade, right?
Objection, Ms. characterizes her testimony.
Restate the question.
Ma'am, with regard to Mr. Burns and kissing him, was the reason that you kissed him because you
Yeah, because it possibly could run in her family, and her family definitely did neglect. Like with the Crumbleys, for instance, during that shooting, they held the parents accountable. You know, it's good. You know, the upbringing these people have certainly can be a factor that can play in these types of situations. It's jail bangs. Yes. Yes.
wanted to put up a facade.
That was one of the reasons.
All right, and the other reason was that you wanted to see if there was a spark between the two of you, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
That's not right.
But you did kiss him though, right?
Yes, I did.
Knowing that Mr. Alexander was dead, right?
I guess so.
Well, no, we don't want you to guess. We want you to know. And if you don't know, you can tell me that. Did you just tell me previously that you knew that Mr. Alexander was dead?
It's hard to explain.
Ma'am, what is hard to explain about a person breathing or not breathing? What is so difficult? Why is that a difficult concept for you?
Because I'd never killed anyone before.
Okay, so because you've never killed anyone before, then you're having a problem deciding whether or not the person is dead, right?
I'm having a hard time describing what my state of mind was during that time.
If you hadn't killed anybody before, and you didn't know if he was dead, then why did you just leave him to die?
Objection, Mr. Relevance.
Overruled.
I don't think I did that.
Well, sure, you just told us that you'd never killed anybody before and you didn't know. So what you're telling us is that you left them to die, didn't you?
I don't believe that.
Okay, so then you did know he was dead. Can't have it both ways. Which one is it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argument, if she's already explained her state of mind. She's not a psychologist.
Sustained as to the question. Rephrase.
At the time you were kissing Mr. Burns' lips, did you know he was dead, yes or no? And by he, I mean Mr. Alexander.
Objection, ask and answer, Judge.
Overruled.
I think I did.
Okay? And so, but yet you continue kissing Mr. Burns anyway, right?
I don't know.
You mean you don't remember him, that you guys were continually making out? Or not continually, but were making out before you went out for the evening?
I don't remember making out with him before we went out for the evening.
But you were kissing him, whatever that means, right?
We kissed.
Then you went to this training that was in the evening, correct?
It wasn't a training, it was a business briefing.
So it was a briefing in the evening, right?
Yes.
And it was at a college, I believe, correct?
I don't remember.
And is that when you drove with Leslie Jodi or not?
I don't remember. I think I might have followed Ryan to the place where the meeting was.
And when you went to this place, that's where you met up with Leslie Jodi, right?
Yes.
And then after that, there was a meeting where you guys went to Chili's, right?
I'm not sure what restaurant it was.
All right, so you went to a restaurant, correct?
That's correct.
And when you went to this restaurant, before you went in, you were talking to Leslie Udy, right? In the car.
It was either before we went in or after, but at one point we were in the parking lot discussing things.
And you talked to her for about an hour, right?
I don't remember how long.
It was not 5 minutes, it was longer than 5 minutes, right?
It was longer than 5 minutes.
And during that time, that's when you told her that you looked forward to the future when your kids, those that you were going to have, and Mr. Alexander's kids could play together at PPL meetings, right?
Yes.
That was a lie. Wasn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. This is what she was hoping. It's not a definitive fact.
Can you please restate the question?
You lied to Leslie Udy when you told her that it was your hope that your kids and Mr. Alexander's kids played together at PPL events.
No, that was a hope of mine.
Pardon?
That was a hope of mine.
Oh, so you're saying that you thought he was alive at that time then, for you to have that hope?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, if you're saying that, and you know he's dead, why are you lying to her?
I had that hope.
How can you say, as you sit here today, ma'am, that that was your hope when you knew he was dead? You can't have it both ways.
Objection, Your Honor. This characterizes her testimony.
It was a hope of mine, and the fact that he had died didn't change my hope. It just made that hope unrealistic.
Oh, so the way you're saying now is the way you phrased it to her was that you hoped that your kids could play with his kids, not that that's what you wanted. Is that what you're saying now?
Objection. This characterizes her testimony again.
That's not what was said, actually.
Well, if you don't know what was said, then why are you telling me that you said hope? That you hoped?
I didn't say I don't know what was said.
Pardon?
I didn't say I don't know what was said.
Well, did you use the word hope?
I might have used the word hope.
And if that's the case, if you used the word hope, then what you're telling us is that that was your hope even though he was dead, right?
That was a hope of mine.
Don't you think that that's a lie, knowing what you knew at the time?
No, because I'm just stating a wish that I had.
Oh, so that was your wish even though you had killed him?
Yes, it was my wish.
And the other thing that you told her was that you and he were great friends, right?
Yes.
And you never mentioned anything about what happened at his house, did you?
That's right.
That was omitting important information, wasn't it?
Yes.
Ma'am, do you know somebody by the name of Mark Udy?
Yes.
He was there that night at that restaurant, wasn't he?
I believe he was.
And in fact, he sat next to you, didn't he?
I think so, yes.
So it's your testimony that you did not, knowing that he was there that night, so is it your testimony that you did not have any cuts to your left hand?
I had cuts on my right hand for sure, and I don't remember about my left.
So it could be then that you did have cuts on your left hand, right? Correct?
It could be, but I didn't have Band-Aids on my left hand.
I'm not asking you about Band-Aids. Maybe that's the problem here. I'm asking whether or not you had cuts on your left hand.
I don't recall. I remember my right hand was cut.
So, but it could be that you did, right?
Possibly.
And Mr. Udy was sitting right next to you, right?
Yes.
And because you were eating, he was in a position to see your hands, right?
Objection. That was speculation.
Overruled. I would think so.
Pardon?
I would think so.
Right, because your hands were above the table, right?
Yes.
You know whether or not you had gauze on your cuts?
No, they were Band-Aids.
So you're saying you had Band-Aids on your cuts, right?
On my right hand.
Okay? But you don't remember whether or not you had any Band-Aids on your left hand, right?
I did not have Band-Aids on my left hand.
You just may have had cuts. Is that what you're saying?
If I did, I don't remember, but I guess it's possible.
Well, you keep saying that it's possible. Why would you say now that it's possible that you would have cuts on your left hand? What makes you think that you might have cuts on your left hand?
Nothing makes me think that.
Well, then why are you saying it's possible? Aren't you really telling me that you didn't have any cuts on your left hand?
Not that I remember.
Okay, not that you remember means there's the possibility that it could be, right?
That's what I'm saying.
So there is a possibility that it could be. You don't remember. So if somebody else says that there may be, you wouldn't have any reason to quibble with that.
Objection, argument, proper questioning.
Overall.
I don't know.
And you don't know because you don't remember? Is that it?
I don't know because I didn't have Band-Aids on my left. I had them on my right.
Ma'am, one of the other things that happened after that is that at some point you then returned back to Mr. Burns' home, right?
Yes.
And you returned back to Mr. Burns' house, and you guys go to sleep, right?
Yes.
You set your clock, or the clock is set so that you can get up, right?
Yes.
You need to get back to work, right?
Yes.
And you need to get back to work. Margaritaville?
No.
You never worked at Margaritaville at that time, right?
I don't know that there's any place called Margaritaville, so no.
So the answer is no, right?
That's right.
And so it's also true that if you broke a glass at work and you cut your hand, it wouldn't have been at a place called Margaritaville, right?
That's right.
Once you're there with Mr. Burns, you do wake up at some point, right?
Yes.
There's a movie that you guys were watching at some point also, correct?
Yes.
And when you wake up, you became passionate with him, right? You started to kiss him, didn't you?
Not passionate, yes, kissing.
You were what?
Not passionate, but yes, kissing.
And at some point, isn't it true that you quote-unquote adjusted him?
I helped him adjust himself.
Okay, but if you helped him adjust himself, there was some adjusting that was going on, right?
That's right.
And that means that you moved his buttocks, is what we're talking about, right?
No.
Didn't you move his body then so that his body would be more available to yours?
No.
You didn't get on top of him and grind on top of him with your clothing on?
No.
That's not anything that you did, right?
I did not grind that guy.
You didn't, perhaps the Mormons, without getting too much into it, you and Mr. Alexander did this grinding, didn't you?
Yes.
And that means something in your relationship, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Well, you just said that you and Mr. Alexander did this, right?
Yes, I did.
And that meant that your genitalia rubbed against each other, right?
Yes.
So what you're saying is that your genitalia did not rub against Mr. Burns' genitalia, correct?
That's correct.
But you did get on top of him, right? Around the waist area.
No, I got off of him. I fell asleep on top of him.
And that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking whether or not while you were kissing him, you got on top of his waist area. That's what I'm asking.
I think I was laying next to him.
You keep saying think. I want you to tell me whether or not you got on top of Mr. Burns and placed your genitalia, where it would be, I know you were clothed, on top of his. That's what I'm asking.
No, I got off from being on top of him.
So if you got off from being on top of him, at some point you had to be on top of him then, right?
Yes.
And so you were on top of his genitalia with your body. Part of your body was on top of his, right?
No, I was on top of his stomach.
Okay, and what you're saying is you were on top of his stomach with your legs spread or not?
I don't recall. We were in the love sack.
Pardon? I know you were in the love sack, but I'm asking whether or not you were straddling his stomach area.
I think I might have been.
Okay? You say you think you might have been, which means really nothing because you're not admitting to anything. Isn't it true that you were straddling his midsection?
Objection, ask and answer. It's been the third time.
Sustained.
Ma'am, and during that time that you were on top of him, there was some kissing that was going on, right?
No, we were sleeping.
But as soon as you woke up, you kissed him, right?
Not as soon as I woke up.
Some point thereafter, you kissed him, right?
Before I left, yes.
So you're saying that there was no romantic kissing that went on, is what you're telling me, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
So there was romantic kissing that went on.
Yes.
When did this romantic kissing take place?
I think it started first in the afternoon and then in the evening, or I guess it would be early morning on the 5th or the 6th.
And
Before
he
I
also
left.
placed his hands between your legs, right? Some point.
Not that I recall.
But that means that you were here when he testified, right?
Yes.
So it could be that he did place his hands between your legs, right?
No, could be that he was full of crap. He didn't go there.
So you are saying that Mr. Burns is full of crap,
When he said he got near my vaginal area, absolutely.
right? So, and you're the same person that's telling us that he's full of crap that has lied to him, right?
Yes.
That has lied to Leslie Jodi, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That has lied to Detective Flores on 2 occasions, right?
Yes.
And to continue this litany of lies, it isn't restricted to Utah. You also lied to people in Arizona, didn't you?
Yes, everyone.
Right. And yet you're telling us somebody else is full of crap, right?
When it comes to that, yes.
So the answer is yes.
I said yes.
And so, after this happened, you went back to Wairika, correct? Drove back.
Yes.
And you drove back to Wairika and you didn't tell anybody anything that had happened, right?
You mean at Travis's house?
Yes, at Travis's house.
That's correct.
One of the things that ended up happening, though, is that you then received a call on June 10th of 2008 in the early morning hours, right?
Yes.
And you received that call from an individual by the name of Daniel Freeman, didn't you?
Yes.
He's the same individual that testified here today, not today, but at some point during these proceedings, right?
Yes.
And he was telling you about Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
And you lied to him, right?
I don't know, I guess.
Well, no, we don't want you to guess, man. You did lie to him, didn't you?
I'm trying to recall our conversation.
Well, did you tell him I'm the person who killed him? You didn't do that, did you?
No, I didn't.
You pretended you didn't know anything about it, right?
I don't remember. He just told me.
I know what he just told you. I want to know whether or not you told him that you knew that something had happened to Mr. Alexander on June 4th of 2008. Did you tell him that?
No.
You omitted that, right?
Yes.
Even though he was calling you to talk to you about Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
The conversation allowed for that sort of response from you, right?
Yes.
But you didn't do it. Instead, you kept it to yourself, right?
Yes.
He was upset when he called you, right?
Objection, cause of speculation.
Sustained.
Heard his voice, right?
Yes.
And you could tell from his voice whether or not he was upset. You've been around him before, hadn't you?
Yes.
You'd been around him many times going to his house for Sunday dinner, right?
Yes.
And you've also been around him when he'd been around with his family, right?
Yes.
With his sister Desiree, right?
Yes.
Had gone up to Sedona with you, right?
Yes.
Had gone up to the Grand Canyon with you, right?
Yes.
Had gone up to the Havasupai Falls, right?
Yes.
You had significant contact with him, right?
Yes.
And in fact, at some point, you even thought that he liked you, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you wrote that in your journal, right?
Yes.
So you could tell from his tone of voice that he was upset.
I've never heard him upset in my life, actually.
Okay, so that tone of voice that he displayed to you was foreign to you.
It was gentle, the way he was talking.
All right, so it was a gentle tone of voice. And in this gentle tone of voice, you never told him that you were responsible for the killing of Mr. Alexander, were you?
No, I did not.
You could have, though, right?
Yes.
He was a pretty close friend, right?
Yes.
And instead, what you chose to do is you chose to perpetuate the lie, right?
Yes.
You then started to call a religious person, didn't you?
Yes.
You called somebody by the name of Bishop Layton, right?
Yes.
And you called him and you know, asked him whether or not Mr. Alexander was dead, right?
I didn't think I asked him that.
Well, isn't that the topic of the conversation, Mr. Alexander's death?
Yes.
And during this time, you're calling as the grieving ex-girlfriend, right? Somebody who cares.
I was calling as a friend.
Okay, if you're calling as a friend, why are you calling if you already know what happened to Mr. Alexander other than to lie about it?
There were many things I didn't know.
Oh, so you just wanted to get information about the death so you could use it later to lie about it? Is that what it is?
Objection, argumentative.
I just called because I wanted to know what he knew.
And the reason you wanted to know what he knew was so that you could see whether or not anybody was on to you, right?
Yes, partially.
And it wasn't like you cared about Mr. Alexander. It was you just wanted to see what it was that you needed to do to make sure that you weren't charged with a crime, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Ma'am, you wanted to see what he knew is what you told us, right?
Yes.
What purpose would there be for that information, knowing what he knows about it, other than to benefit you?
The fact that there was a big memory block was bothering me.
I'm not asking you if a memory block was bothering you.
You asked
Am
the
I?
reason. What other reason?
Am I asking you if a memory block was bothering you?
Objection, Your Honor, to ask and answer. She answered the question he asked.
Am I asking you if a memory block was bothering you?
No.
I was asking you about the information that you were trying to get and what you were going to do with it, right?
No, that's not what you were asking me.
Ma'am, isn't it true that I asked you the purpose for calling Bishop Layton, right?
No.
I asked you that. Why did you call Bishop Layton? Didn't I ask you that?
Prior, yes.
Well, this is part of the same conversation, isn't it?
Yes.
And you do agree that you called Bishop Layton, right?
Yes.
In the middle of the night, right?
Yes.
3 a.m., I think, right?
Yeah, it was late.
And you called Bishop Layton, and you spoke to him because you wanted to get information about what he knew about the investigation, right?
That was part of it.
Yes, that part. Let's talk about that part. The part that you wanted to know about the investigation, that was going to help you should something come of this, right?
Objection, again.
That wasn't my thought, really.
That wasn't your thought, then why do you even want to know about it?
I couldn't remember much or anything from that day.
Well, you remembered that you had been there, didn't you?
Yes.
You remembered that there had been this confrontation, right?
I do remember that.
Yes, and you remember that you didn't call 911, right?
Yes.
So why is it that you even need to know about the investigation since you have first-hand knowledge? Why are you asking for somebody who has second-hand knowledge?
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterized. She didn't have first-hand knowledge. She had no memory.
You were there. You're the person who killed her, right? You've admitted that in court, right?
Yes.
That means you were there, right?
Yes.
If you were there, and you knew you were there, you did know you were there, though, didn't you?
Yes.
If you knew that you were there and that he was dead, then why are you calling for information? Is it to rub it in?
Objection, argumentative.
Why are you calling for
Honor.
Pardon? May continue.
After Bishop Layton, who did you call?
I think I called Gus Searcy at one point.
Didn't you also call Leslie Jodi?
Yes.
And you called to tell her about this, right?
Yes.
And this was after you had received confirmation that he was dead, right?
I believe it was, yes.
You never told her again during this conversation about the fact that you had been there on June 4th of 2008, correct?
That's correct.
Ma'am, in addition to making statements to those people, you went out of your way to contact Mr. Alexander's family, didn't you?
Again, argumentative, out of his way.
I made contact, yes.
Well, do you know who Mumums is?
Yes.
What's Mumums' first?
That is totally correct, Abs. Very well done. She says, like the textbook psychopath, I remember the interview she was doing when she was more worried about her makeup looking good before what she actually did to end up there. And yeah, that is absolutely true, because she only was caring about her makeup and looking good. She doesn't actually care about what she did. She only cares about she got caught. She even doesn't seem unfazed about getting locked up either. She doesn't have any kind of nervousness or adrenaline rush. She does nothing. Abs says she's incapable of true love, only obsession and possession and lust, the worst concoction that can lead to murder. Yeah, it's like with a tornado when there's different elements that come together to when there's a hot and cold front and a couple other factors all together, just like or that with a hurricane, for something to be a very deadly situation. Very well said. Oh, Kimberly, good to see you. Welcome. Welcome back. Yeah, we are still rolling. I sometimes go to 8 hours. I've gone to 8 hours before. So, yeah. I have these streams up where we can hang out, and people that want to see a trial or, talk, hang out, I have it up for people that want to see it. Yeah. So, absolutely, she is, said, there's no emotion, there's no nothing. I mean, you think someone would be nervous, but she isn't. So, I mean, she should have gotten the help. I mean, she could have been a productive member of society, could have still been with Travis to this day. I mean, this is not necessary. It's unfortunate when you have people that are getting murdered like this, and then you have other people that are going to be locked up that could have been something too. So, yeah, that's a very good point, and we have to make sure that we get this out there and tell society what's going on so people can be encouraged to get help and not be creepy like this. Absolutely. Oh, you're welcome, Kimberly. You're welcome. All right, let's go. Yeah, her bangs are... I mean, those aren't even bangs. It's like Timu wiry. That's what it is. With a sheen bangs. Yeah, definitely.
What is Mumum's name?
Norma Sarby.
And Norma Sarby is Mr. Alexander's grandmother, right?
That's right.
And in fact, that's the person who raised Mr. Alexander, correct?
I believe so.
Well, when you say you believe so, it sounds like you don't know. You did have a relationship with Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
And on direct examination, you told us about a time that you went over to his grandmother's house, right?
Yes.
And you and Mr. Alexander talked about his upbringing in the Rubigo area of Southern California, right?
Briefly.
Pardon? Briefly means you did talk about it, right?
Yes.
And so one of the things that you did was that you actually sent Miss Sarvey irises, right?
Yes.
And you sent her 20 of them, right?
Yes.
And in addition to that, you attached a note, right?
Yes.
And in it, you indicated that she was in your prayers, right?
Yes.
You did this, ma'am. That's a lie, right? When you say that you felt sympathy for her, isn't it?
No, that wasn't a lie.
Oh, so you felt badly for her?
Yes.
You felt badly for her. Is this just sort of a way for you to assuage your guilt? Is that what it is?
That wasn't my thought.
Pardon?
That wasn't my thought.
Well, you say that wasn't your thought, but if you're the person that has done this, she actually received them on June 13th of 2008, didn't she?
I don't know.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Ma'am, didn't you write?
Oh, absolutely. Definitely. She used to be blonde, but when she snapped and went psycho, she dyed her hair brown. Yeah, a lot of people naturally will have hair like this. Although my hair technically is like reddish hues in it. If we were in like in the sunlight, it would look lighter, a little bit lighter. But yeah, most people have darker hair and they dye it. Like she may have dyed it blonde, but maybe Elvis was blonde naturally, and he dyed his hair my color. Well, the way it looks in right now. So yeah, but certainly that's probably her natural color, my opine, but it maybe not. But she certainly trying to disguise her looks or her personality, splitting up and coming up with different things. It could be a couple of different reasons. Yeah. And Ab says, and I would be honest that it literally legit because a lot of women will dye their hair when they feel they're a new person. It's like validating feeling, possibly through not negative. Yeah, because there's possible a good reason. Ab says, reddish alien, did you know that Kim has a skim for you too? Oh, I'm glad to know. I'm glad to know that I feel included. I now feel included by Kim that she has that. Scared. Yeah, and women will dye their hair, and when they feel that they... Yeah, because that's what I'm basically saying. It could be a good thing in some situations. It could feel like a new person and dye it for good reasons. In her case, I think she's doing it for the... like a split, messed up personality. Yeah, but the... dyeing the hair, yeah, I get what you're saying. It could be for good reasons or bad reasons. Yeah, in my opinion. Because my hair is natural, my hair color is very dark brown with some reddish highlights in it. Yes, all inclusive, yeah. When I was little, my hair was much more red and blonde. It was like blonde at one point, then it became red, and then it gradually got darker as I got older. I still have pictures of me with the very red hair when I was little.
In your journal that she received him on June 13th of 2008?
Yes.
So you weren't speculating about that, were you?
I was going off my email confirmation.
Right. So she received these, and you included this message telling her that you were sorry for what had happened, right?
Yes.
That was for your benefit, wasn't it?
No.
Well, it wasn't for your benefit?
She's acting like somebody that got in trouble in the principal's office. That's what she's not even taking it seriously. Kimberly says, children, they're here often change, like I've seen blonde little kids. They grow up and their hair turns brown. I've also seen vice versa. You never know. OMG, voice text, I said hair, I must say it in Southern. Oh, yeah, it's also possible it could be the other way around too. Yeah, and some people can retain blonde or red hair their entire lives and it never changes. It depends on genetics. So that's another factor. Rita says, okay, everybody, I'm going to get going. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Okay, Rita, have a good evening. Thank you for hanging out with us today. Take care. See you in the next one. Yeah. Yeah, definitely very true, Kim. Absolutely.
No.
Even though you had done it, you still were sending this out, right?
Sending what? The flowers.
The irises.
Yes.
The flowers. That's what we're talking about. And you knew she was an older woman, didn't you?
Yes.
And you knew that she was very tight with Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
And so you, as her killer, then, are sending these items to her.
Objection, Your Honors. Related to killing her?
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the noon recess at this time. Please be back in the jury room by 1:25. Remember the admonition. Have a nice lunch. You are excused.
All right, so we're watching more of the cross-examination, and if everybody's okay with it, we are doing the more of this cross-examination from Jodi. If if everybody is, if there's no one has a problem with it, we're going to continue observing this nonsense.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience while we resolved an issue. Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
Oh, absolutely, Kim. He did an excellent job because really pressing her with questions rapidly, and she is losing confidence in her ability to hide the truth, but she just kind of, as a coward, as I said, these people are cowards that do these kind of things, and she just kind of hides away and doesn't want to come out. Juan was the chosen one. Yeah, definitely, I do agree with you. And she did hate him, but she couldn't do nothing about it. She finally was in a position where she loses the power.
Ma'am, in addition to sending the flowers, you actually sent a letter to the brothers, sisters, or the family of Travis Alexander, correct?
I sent it to his grandparents' address.
But you sent it to the family, didn't you?
Yes.
And the letter was dated July 28th of 2008, correct?
Yes, that's when I wrote it.
Pardon?
Yes, that's when I wrote it.
And that's Travis Alexander's birthday, isn't it?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to play Exhibit 470, which talks about these particular issues, and then I'll ask you whether or not that is you on this particular excerpt, okay?
Okay.
You did grant interviews to people from 48 Hours, didn't you?
Yes.
There were 2 interviews, right?
Yes.
There was one in Wairika, correct?
Yes.
With Jonathan Leach was the person asking the questions, right?
Right.
And then there was another here at the jail, correct?
Yes.
And the person asking the questions was Maureen Marr, correct?
Yes.
The date of the interview out in Wairika was August 5th of 2008, correct?
I don't remember the date. That sounds right.
Okay. 470.
Travis's family deserves to know what happened, and because I may be the only person that will ever be able to say what happened that day, at least for now, I believe that one day all things will be made known, and so they'll know who did this, and they'll know what exactly went down, and they'll know what happened. But I just know that if it were my brother, I would want to know. And I feel that above all things, they deserve to know what happened. And they deserve to hear how things went down. If it were my brother, I'd want to know what his last minutes were like and what was being said and things like that.
Did you ever communicate to them or try to reach out and tell them?
Yes, but not until I got into here. I wrote them a letter. I don't know if it'll ever make it to them. I don't know if they'll even read it. But that's the only attempt that I've made. Other than I called his grandmother and you know, expressed my sympathies to her, and I sent flowers to her. I sent her 20 white irises. And the reason I chose irises was because when Travis and I were discussing baby names, he said of the girls' names, you know, he liked the name Iris. You know, he liked the name Hinckley and Megan and Reagan. And I thought Hinckley was an interesting name for a girl's name. It's actually a last name. But Iris was among those, and I thought, well, that's a flower, and I'll just do that. Sort of, it was my own symbology. A meaning meant something to me. I didn't tell them that. I don't think that they realized that, but
Do you
that's
remember
okay.
what you wrote them in the letter?
It was something very simple, short and sweet. I don't remember exactly. But I did leave my phone number, and I told them that if they ever need anything, to please call me. And I told them that they're in my prayers now and always.
Ma'am, that letter that you wrote as we said, was 18 pages long, correct?
That sounds about right.
And in that letter, you actually tell the family that the people that did it were this male and this female, right?
Yes.
So you lied to them, didn't you?
Yes.
You put it in writing, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you're talking here, and by here I mean to this person, you indicate things like, they deserve to know what happened. They did deserve to know what happened, but did they deserve that lie?
I guess not.
When you say you guess not, it means that you're not sure. Are you sure that they deserved it, or are you sure they did not deserve it?
I wasn't sure because the alternative was worse.
You trailed off at the end again. What did you say?
I felt the alternative was worse.
You felt the alternative to what was worse? To not sending them a letter? You didn't have to send them a letter, did you?
That's not what I'm referring to.
Right, but you didn't have to send them a letter, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't have to send them a letter where you indicated all these, or set out your fabrications, did you?
No.
And that actually was done to make you feel better, wasn't it?
No, I was encouraged to write it.
So it wasn't your fault that you wrote it, right? Somebody else encouraged you to write it, right?
It was my choice, ultimately.
Well, but you're saying you were encouraged to do it, right?
Yes, I was.
And so, again, you're not taking responsibility for doing it. You're saying somebody else told me to do it, right?
It was my choice.
Right. So then you were wrong about being encouraged to do it?
I was encouraged.
And just because somebody encourages you, does that excuse the lie?
No.
Ma'am, when we were here Thursday, one of the things that we talked about, and this is last Thursday, were these incidents involving physical violence that you claim that Mr. Alexander perpetrated on you. Things like him hitting you. Do you remember we talked about those?
Yes.
We talked about two of them specifically. We talked about one in August of 2007, and then we talked about one that you claim took place on January 22nd of 2008. Do you recall that we talked about that?
I didn't, well, not really, because I didn't consider the August 2007 one to be physical violence.
Well, but we did talk about that one. That's the one, so that we're clear, where you came over to his house uninvited, right?
No, I was
Well,
not uninvited.
Do you remember that you told us that the day before you came over to his house uninvited?
No, I called him first.
Okay, so you called him. You went over to his house, right?
Yes.
And you went to the back part of the house, right?
To the side, yes.
Right, and you looked in through the sliding glass door, right?
No, I went around to the back after the side and then looked in through the window, not the sliding glass door.
All right, so you looked inside the house, right?
Yes.
And by the light of the television, you were able to see that he was making out, right?
Yes.
And this is the one that you told us it was Mr. Alexander and an unknown female, right?
Yes.
That was buttoning up her bra, right?
Rehooking it.
What is that?
Rehooking it.
Rehooking the bra. And the next day, which would have still been August of 2007, you went to talk to him about it, right?
Yes.
Because you felt that he owed it to you, even though you weren't dating, right?
I don't know that I thought that far ahead. I just wanted to know.
Well, you did go over there, didn't you?
Yes.
And you went over there even though you weren't dating, right?
We weren't exclusively dating, right?
Well, do you remember that we talked about this last Thursday and you said, no, we weren't dating, but he was courting me. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay, so you do remember that you weren't dating, right?
Well, it's about terminology. We went on dates, but we weren't boyfriend, girlfriend.
Okay, you weren't in a situation where you were boyfriend and girlfriend, right?
That's right.
You had just broken up in June of 2007, right?
Yes.
And so he's with another woman, and you feel you have the right to go confront him the next day, right?
Yes.
And this is the situation that you told us that he started chasing you down the hallway, right?
Yes.
And he grabbed your wrist.
Yes.
So that was one incident that we talked about last Thursday. Then we talked about another incident. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was the one on January 22nd of 2008 where you claim that he kicked you in the little finger and broke it, right?
That's right.
Well, ma'am, there was also another time that you claimed there was physical violence, and that was in early March of 2008, right?
Yes.
And this is the time that you told him that you were going to be moving to California, right?
Yes, when we argued about it.
Ma'am, I'm asking you whether or not that was the time that you told him that you were going to California. Yes or no?
That's correct.
It was a day when the both of you were going over to some sort of tax seminar, something like that, right? Do you remember telling me that?
Yes.
And according to you, you were in the car, and he reached over after you told him that, and he hit you on the side of the face, right?
Not immediately after I told him that, and it wasn't the face. We argued first.
Okay, the side of the head, right?
Kind of, more the neck area.
Okay, the neck area. He hit you, right?
Yes.
And this was in the car, right?
Yes.
While you guys were arguing or talking about it, right?
Yes.
That's a lie, isn't it?
No.
Overruled.
No,
Isn't
it
it?
isn't.
Isn't it?
No.
Well, do you remember that you kept a journal for that day, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember, I'm going to have it marked, as to that entry.
Yes.
I'm going to show you the full entry, which is Exhibit 471. If you need to compare it to the original, let me know and I will give it to you. Would you like to compare it to the original?
No, thank you.
That is a true and accurate copy of the entry of March 2nd, 2008 in your journal, correct?
Yes.
It was a Sunday, right?
Yes.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 470.
Oh, I mean, it is absolutely abs. Because changing her story completely. You see, when people change their story like that, it's a sign that they're lying. You know, if someone changes their story just ever so slightly, it is a sign of a lie. So that is certainly what she is doing in the situation. Yeah, complete manipulation. And she has no, I will say, she's not angry like Darrell Brooks was. You know, this person has no emotion. You can tell she's lying because if she was telling the truth, she would keep her story straight. When you lie, you can't keep the story straight. I give his family so much credit. Yeah. That is very true. Very well said, Kim. And I think that, you know, his family is very well with how they're handling the situation. Of course, it's you know, condolences for their family. This is, you know, a terrible thing I wish no one could ever go through. Yes, stoic and cold. Yes. And she doesn't keep her story straight, and she just has no brain to her. Yeah. Thank you, chat, for the insight on this. Madness.
We'd like to see the original, and see what was removed from this exhibit.
Yes.
And for the record, I'm handing counsel Exhibit 242.002. And take a look at Exhibit 242.002. Exhibit 471 is a complete entry for that particular submission, correct?
Yes.
And that is your signature at the end of that submission, right?
Just my initials.
And that signifies that's the end of that particular entry, correct?
Yes.
There is another entry that deals with March 2nd of 2008, right?
Yes.
And it's something that you do sometimes in your journal. You enter more than one entry per day sometimes, right?
Yes.
Okay, I may have that back. I move for the admission of exhibit number 471.
471 is admitted.
And ma'am, this is an entry for Sunday, March 2nd of 2008, correct?
Correct.
And if the day before would have been March 1st of 2008, correct?
That's right.
And that would have been a Saturday, right?
Yes.
And the day before would have been the last of the Friday would have been the last day of February, right?
Yes.
And do you remember whether or not that was leap year?
No, I don't remember.
It could have been February 29th, though, right? If
Could
it was
have.
leap year.
Yes.
So it starts out that you're writing on Sunday, and you say, well, I didn't get back to writing last night, which would have been Saturday night, right?
Yes.
And so then you sort of recap what's going on. You say, let's see, Friday, which is the last day of February, right?
Right.
I went over to T-Dogs. T-Dog is a name for Travis Alexander, right?
Yes, his nickname.
For a while to clean, right? And then it says, shortly thereafter, he went out to go rock climbing with Mimi Hall. Their third date, or second and a half date, really no third, right?
Yes.
He said it went really well. And then you say, I accidentally fell asleep, so I was there when he returned, right?
Yes.
So you were asleep in his house when he came back from a date, correct?
That's right.
And so if he is out on a date and you know about it, why is it that you feel that back in August of 2007, you can confront him about it, if it's the same situation?
It wasn't the same situation at this time.
Oh, at this time, you really knew that it was over then, right?
I knew we weren't getting married.
Which is different than knowing that it's getting over, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you said you knew you weren't getting married. I'm asking you whether or not the relationship was over, not whether or not you were going to get married.
It wasn't over on March 2nd.
It wasn't over at all. In fact, even after that, you continued to have intercourse with him, right?
Yes.
Where did you fall asleep?
I think it was on the love sack upstairs.
It was where?
On the love sack upstairs.
And the love sack is right outside his room, right?
Yeah, outside all 4 bedrooms.
Then you talk about what you were supposed to do, but
I'm also going to give you all some wisdom here. So, in trials like this, it's similar to the ballerina trial with Ashley Banfield, because at that moment in time, in my opinion, there was no, at that moment, her life was not being threatened. There's no reason to go into a shower and murder him right there, especially if she's not being threatened. Being in a shower is not a sign of being being threatened at all, especially if someone's just taking a shower. It reminds you of the Psycho movie, but with a female version of it. So yeah, no, she was not being threatened. It cannot be self-defense because she was in. She was not in danger at that moment. Oh, hello, Moki. Welcome back from your slumber. And yeah, but that the booming alien voice of woke up the chat. Right, she dragged him back into the bathroom and put him in the shower where she started the attack. Okay, understood. Yeah, definitely, I agree. And I feel, in my opinion, she was not in any kind of danger. So, no reason to do the murder. Yeah, and the last picture, he's looking at the camera. He doesn't look like he's going to charge her. He just looks annoyed with her taking photos and wants to shower. Right. And to explain what was happening before that, let's see. All right, okay, we're going to play this as we get this information.
But anyway, you say, anyway, and that happened on Friday that you fell asleep, right?
If that's the day I'm referencing, yes.
Okay. Then you talk about the next morning, which is Saturday, March 1st, right?
Right.
You said that he picked you up so that you could go to the tax seminar. And that's the day that you previously told us involved this physical violence, right?
That's right.
You said, but we ended up not going. He bought me some says something fast. Would you agree that that's breakfast?
Yes.
And Feelies would be Filibertos, correct?
Yes.
And you were grateful for it. And then you say, anyway, on the way back home, I told him my plans to move back to Wairika and that I probably wouldn't be plugging into the PPL events anymore, right?
Yes,
That's what you said precipitated the argument and the fighting, right?
that's right.
Well, then you say this will keep us both, this will help us both move on and close the gap. What gap are you talking about?
It's a figure of speech.
Oh, so what gap are you talking about?
It's not about a gap, it's a figure of speech.
Meaning what?
Meaning close the relationship between us as far as physical and that kind of thing.
So this is saying that you are now going to be separate and apart and no more sex.
Here's a timeline. Here's a timeline for chat. So Kim says stabbing's very personal, and then she's stabbed in 30 times. That's someone that is full of rage and anger. That's a frenzy. Exactly, Mookie. Okay. Final trip, May 28, 2008. 25 caliber handgun is reported stolen from the home of Eris's grandparents in California, where she had been staying. June 2 to 4, 2008. Eris rents a car and makes nearly a 3,000-mile road trip from California to Utah. She makes a detour to Alexander's home in Mesa. Prosecutors later connected that this trip was premeditated. June 4, 08, the day of the murder, Eris Alexander spent time together and at his home. During the afternoon, they had sex and take sexually suggestive photos. Later, photos are taken of Alexander in the shower. Final photos recovered from digital camera. Placed washing machine shows Alexander in the shower. Minutes later, recovered images files show Alexander bleeding on the bathroom floor moments before he was brutally killed. Let's see. All right, while photos was taken of Travis Alexander in the shower just moments before his murder, evidence indicates that the attack began in the bathroom. Yeah, she's Freddy Cougar. Yeah, that's true, D-Sauce. Murder evidence indicates that the attack began in the bathroom but continued outside the shower stall. He was not killed while taking the shower, but his body was found 3 days later. A digital camera recovered washing machine at the crime scene contained Alexander in the shower at 5:29 p.m. June 4, 08. Subsequent photos recovered that from the camera captured images of Alexander on the bathroom floor profusely bleeding. The attack involved 27, what Abs says. I did see 30. I saw 30, but this does say involved 27 stab wounds, a gunshot to the head and slit throat, a bloody palm print. Both Alexander and Eris was found in the hallway, suggesting that the struggle continued outside the bathroom and his body was moved. All right, so it was 27, what Abs said. Medical examiner testimony noted defense wounds on Alexander's hands, further indicating a struggle. She was relentless and insane, and I do think this was a revenge attack, and it was not out of self-defense. If someone's in a bathroom, when someone is in a bathroom or, trying to take a shower, at that moment her life was not being threatened. So completely, the self-defense is out the window. She does not admit any kind of, like Donna Adelson, does not admit, okay, I was upset, I was angry, or whatever. I was wrong. She just says, no, I'm innocent. When you do complete innocence, ruling out an absolutes, you're not going to get anywhere. To reduce a sentence, even if she would serve a lot of jail time, it would have been better for her to show some empathy, remorse. But just like Donna Adelson, these attorneys these people have are terrible, okay? I base this off what I've learned from YouTube and people that I have talked to in chats, but not about any personal experience, because I've never been a lawyer. But I could just say from my observation of what this is, yeah, these people are just really stupid, and she's a complete idiot herself on the stand. he was a pretty stalky dude, right? I don't know anything about this case. It seems like she was the one stalking him in this matter. And let's see where that originates from. Now, these are the claims. Jodi claimed that Travis was obsessed and abusive and stalking her. Okay, Ab says that it was. I don't know enough about the case to comment on it. All right, Jodi claimed that Travis Alexander was abusive and stalked her, but prosecutors, Alexander's friends, have maintained that it was Eris who was the stalker. Yeah, I would say she was the stalker from what I read, yeah. She claimed he was stalking her, but Eris was the one that was stalking. No evidence beyond Eris's changing testimony has ever supported her claims of being stalked by Alexander. Now look, she changes her story, and maybe there was something going on. That's possible, but you can't deny that she does change her story about the stalking. So her account cannot be reliable, in my opinion. Right. And Ab says, and Moki said that she slashed his tires. And if she's slashing the tires, you know, if she wanted him to leave, she could have just left. Or gotten away from him. Slashing his tires, he can't go anywhere. And remember, at that particular moment in time, in my opinion, her life was not in danger at that moment. When you go out of your way to go to someone's house and hang out with them, yeah, there's no possible way at that moment in time, not even denying if there was stalking on his end. Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. But to completely see that she was being not threatened at that moment in time, self-defense cannot be used in this case. And Kim says he had sympathy 6 with her. That was it. That was all it was. And Moki says he used her, that's for sure. Yeah. And I'm sure he did. I don't know, as I said, enough about the case to really comment on it. But yeah, I hear what y'all are saying. But in that moment in time, her life was likely not threatened. And she certainly was in a psychotic frenzy, how she handled it. Ab says, no, I guarantee that she got him fast and in a few vital areas too, because he was completely exposed to her. Plus, I'm sure shock set in. Yeah, good point, Abs. All right, so the claims made by Jodi, Eris, and her defense. She snuck into his doggy door. Scared. Abuse as self-defense. During her trial, Eris claimed that she stalked and deleted Alexander in self-defense. She testified that Alexander was abusive and she feared for her life on the day of his death. Abuse expert testimony. Her defense presented domestic violence expert who claimed that Eris was a victim of abuse. The expert acknowledged that Alexander had expressed fear of Eris' stalking behavior, but questioned why he would continue to invite her to his home for sex. Mental health issues. Eris' defense also suggested that she suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder and allegedly caused the abuse from Alexander. Oh my god, I forgot about the doggy door. That's funny. She was easy 6 and he knew it. She was a woman scorned. Right. Evidence contradicting Eris' claims. This is the evidence contradicting the claims. Friends' accounts of Alexander being stalked. Alexander's friends told police testified that he accused Eris of stalking him after they broke up. Tire slashing. Alexander's tires were slashed twice, and he suspected Eris' house break-in. He believed Eris had once entered his home through a doggy door. Accessing accounts. He claimed that Eris illegally accessed his social media accounts. Lack of corroborating. Evidence that the claim that Alexander was physically violent and was based solely on Eris' testimony. Her account changed multiple times, and no other witness or evidence supported her allegations. Yeah, definitely. Alexander's continued contact. The defense pointed out that Alexander continuing to engage in sexual relations with Eris after their breakup was evident that he did not fear her. However, prosecutors argued that this did not negate his fear, but demonstrated that Eris made manipulation of him. Eris proven obsessive behavior. Evidence showed that Eris' behavior became increasingly obsessive and aggressive after their breakup, which is consistent with Alexander's reports of being stalked. I watched it all, and she was crazy stalker. She wouldn't take no for an answer. Yeah. She is callous, lacks emotion or empathy, has no emotion either way. Like, even Amber Turd pretended to cry and get emotional on the stand. She pretended to have emotions. But this one has like a complete blank. Like a static TV. Oki said she's not that cute. That is true, Moki. She isn't. And I agree that she is not that cute. Alright, continuing.
Right?
That was my goal.
Is that yes? Is that what that means, yes or no?
That's what that means.
You say one thing that I really miss about Arizona is that there are so many awesome Mormons my age, and I've met tons of incredible people that I've come to love and really cherish their friendship, right?
Right.
And then it says, well, Travis and I talked some more in his car. That's the place that you told us that he backhanded you, right?
That's right.
And we were able to say some things, at least I was. When you're talking about I was, you're the person who was able to tell him how you felt, right?
Yes.
And you did it in the car, right?
Yes.
And it doesn't say anything there that he backhanded you, does it?
No, of course not.
Well, why not of course? You were free to write it down, right?
Yeah, but I would never do that.
I'm not asking if you would have done it, ma'am. Isn't it true that there's nothing there that says about that?
No, of course not.
You keep saying of course not. You were free to do it, weren't you?
Yeah, but I wouldn't have.
But you didn't do it, right?
No, of course not.
Is this the same like with the interview with the detective, where you could have told him the truth, but you chose not to?
No, this is different, but that's
It's
what
the
I
same
did.
sort of circumstance with the detective, right? You could have told Detective Flores everything, right?
That much is true, yes.
But you had a reason why you didn't tell the detective that, right?
Yes.
And so now you're telling me, well, I could have written more here, but you have a different reason, right?
A similar reason, but different.
You had a different reason, right?
Yes.
So if it isn't in there and you're telling me that it happened, then there's an issue as to whether or not it did happen, isn't there?
Not to me, it happened to me.
Of course not to you. I'm asking you whether or not there's the appearance, at least, since you didn't write anything about it in there, that it never happened, right? Didn't happen, did it, ma'am?
Objection argumentative. May we approach?
You may approach.
Ma'am, you lied about the fact that Mr. Alexander backhanded you while you were in the car, didn't you?
Again, objection argumentative, Judge.
Overruled. You may answer.
No, I didn't lie.
So then you write, And it was the beginning of a bittersweet closure, right?
That's right.
And closure meaning you were done, you both were going to move on, right?
Yes.
He is my best friend in the whole, is that wide world? Is that what it says?
Whole world.
So he is your best friend in the whole world. And you're saying that about an individual who just hit you, right?
Yes.
That speaks against that, doesn't it?
Objection, argumentative.
That was the goal.
Sustained.
It is so unimaginable to live without him, but it has to be this way. It will be better for both, I think. Right?
Right.
And you're talking about moving away so that you won't have any contact with him, right?
Physical contact, yes.
Oh, so you don't mind the telephone, it's the physical contact that's the problem, right?
It had been a problem in our relationship.
That's not what I'm
So-
asking you. I'm asking you whether or not the physical problem was the physical contact was the problem.
It was part of the problem.
And it's okay, though, if you're up there in Wairika, to have phone sex, though, right?
Not technically, it's not okay.
When you say technically, what does that mean? I'm talking about you're the one that is telling us it will be better for both of you, this distance. So is phone sex okay or not?
It's not okay for our religion.
I'm not asking about your religion. I'm asking, well, let me do it this way. You keep talking about the Mormon religion, but you can't even tell me about going to family home evening, can you?
I had to work on Monday nights.
Ma'am, can you tell me about family home evening?
Yes.
I thought you couldn't yesterday. All right, then let's talk about family home, or Thursday. Let's talk about family home evening. It starts at about 7 o'clock, doesn't it?
Depends on the ward,
Yes or no? Doesn't it start about 7 o'clock?
I guess.
Sustained.
And it can go until about 8 o'clock, right? It's a 1-hour meeting, right?
It depends.
It depends on what?
The ward, the activity.
Okay, how about your ward? When would it go to?
I think it was about an hour. I don't remember the start time.
So if it started at 7, it would go to 8. If it started at 7:30, it would go to 8:30, right?
Typically, yes.
And afterwards, there would be activities, right?
FHE was the activity.
So there were no activities afterwards where the young people got together then, according to you, the ones that you went to.
There might have been.
When you say there might have been, weren't you there to know? I thought you said you were very Mormon.
I usually worked on Monday night.
So you don't know then, is what you're telling me. Why don't you just tell me you either do or you don't? Just tell me either way.
I told you what I know.
So you know that you don't really know what happens, is what you're telling me, right?
Objection, compound question.
Restate your question.
You don't know what happens at family home evenings, right?
I only know what's happened at the ones
Yes
that
or
I've
no, ma'am?
attended.
I'm not asking you. Yes or no? You don't really know what happened at family home
I'm
evenings,
trying to
right?
answer your question, but you keep over-talking me.
I'm going to object to that comment by the defendant. She should be instructed to answer.
Sustained. Can you answer that?
I can't.
The question.
Then it talks about what happened in terms of the physical contact between you and Mr. Alexander, doesn't it?
Part of the physical contact.
Pardon?
Part of it.
It doesn't say part there, does it?
No.
It says what happened, doesn't it?
It says part of what happened.
Does it say, this is part of what happened? Is that, it doesn't say that there, ma'am, does it?
Objection, ask and answer, argumentative.
Overall, to me, answer.
Will you repeat that?
It doesn't say, this is part of what happened. It just lays out what happened, doesn't it?
It lays out what I wrote.
And which is what happened, right?
Yes, that did happen.
Okay? And it says, I leaned in to give him a hug and a kiss on the cheek, right?
That's right.
Doesn't talk anything about getting hit on the side of the head with his hand, does it?
No, he'd already apologized.
Yes or no? Does it say that there?
I said no.
And then you leaned in and you did it to say goodbye, and he turned his head so that our lips met, right?
Yes.
The meeting there was not a hand to the side of your head, it was two lips meeting, right?
Yes.
And then, according to you, it was a series of 3 very tender, very slow, very soft kisses, right?
That's right.
Doesn't talk about anything with the backhand, does it?
Of course not.
Well, you keep saying, of course not. Please take a look at it. Don't say, of course not, when it doesn't say that there.
Objection, she answered his question.
Sustained. Next question.
You love his lips, right? That's what it says.
That's what it says.
And it doesn't say, I love the backhand. It says, I love his lips, correct?
Of course.
When you keep saying, of course, man, we keep going back to this thing that you keep indicating that there's something there when there isn't. These are your written words, right?
That's right.
Pardon?
That's right.
And you were the person who set down your version of the events that occurred in that car, right?
Only the parts I wanted to remember.
Ma'am, does this say this is only parts of what I wanted to remember? It doesn't say that there, does it?
No, I was just answering your question.
My question is, does it include what you wrote, your version of the events inside the car? Yes or no?
Part of them, yes.
You keep saying part. We keep going back and forth, ma'am. This is what you wrote, correct?
That's correct.
It doesn't say that it's just a part of a larger entry, does it?
No.
All right. Good night, Abs. Good night to you. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight, today, and this evening. Take care. And yeah, right when the lips are mentioned. Right. All right. I appreciate your insight on this case, Abs. All right. Shout the bubbles. Okay.
Then you say that you went inside, you fixed your makeup, and you went to Starbucks, got Travis a Frappuccino. You are now out of the car, right?
Yes.
And you're going to get Mr. Alexander a Frappuccino, right?
That's correct.
And then you took it to his house, right?
Yes.
You drove, right?
Yes.
He dropped you off at your house, right?
Yes.
And the purpose of going back was so that you could pick up some items that he had been storing, right? And so
Yes.
that you could load them in your car, right?
Yes.
But instead of that, you ended up being naughty again, right?
That's right.
So much for closing that gap, right?
Yeah.
And this was as part of this same event, if you will, where your lips met and you had 3 kisses, right?
Yes, part of the makeup.
Right. And then you talk about that being another advantage to you moving away since you guys can't stay away from each other, right?
That's right.
Seems like you were into the sex as much as he was, right?
Yes.
Says that you helped him clean up a little bit more for his UFC party, right?
That's right.
That UFC party would have been that Saturday night, right?
Yes.
And you say that you've never really been into that kind of activity, but you appreciate it, right?
That's right.
And then we have an...
Hello, Lori. Good evening to you. Glad that you'll be listening to us as we continue watching the Jodi heiress on the stand. Yeah, this is she's very similar to Amber Turd, except that she doesn't even try to act like she has emotion. She's completely stone cold. All right, continuing.
Issue or an individual by the name of Lonnie that's mentioned in the next paragraph, right?
Yes.
And Lonnie is the same individual that we discussed Thursday involving his baptism and the fact that you missed it because you went to have sex with Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes, the same Lonnie.
You actually saw the UFC party at Lonnie's house, right?
The UFC event, yes.
Right. Then, that evening you get home, and Travis called, correct?
That's correct.
What time did he call?
I don't remember.
And you spoke, according to that, for an hour and a half, until both of you were sleepy, right?
That's right.
Well, it does say that, right?
That's right.
And you made some jokes about Facebook. You talked about how it was if you guys would have children and how their lips would be such that Angelina Jolie would cry, right?
Right.
And it was just funny, fun talk, right?
Yes.
No indication that you talked about moving there, right?
No.
No indication at all that you talked about any physical violence whatsoever, right?
That's right.
And then you write, I love him, right?
That's right.
And that, at the very bottom, is your signature, right?
Yes.
So, this entry does not corroborate what you told us happened in the car, right?
Right, that's the goal.
That's the what?
The goal.
Did I ask you if it was the goal?
No.
I asked you whether or not it corroborated it. It doesn't, does it?
No.
With regard to that supposed injury that you claim that you received, you didn't call the police, did you?
No.
You didn't tell anybody about it, right?
No.
There is no corroboration anywhere, including your journal, that it even happened, right?
That's right.
All we have is your word, right?
That's right. And my injuries.
Pardon?
My injuries.
And your injuries?
Right.
Let me see a photograph of him, ma'am, so that we can put this to bed.
What are you talking about?
Well, you said that your injuries. Did you take a photograph of the injuries when he hit you?
No, I was referring to other injuries.
I'm talking about that day. Do you have any problem acknowledging that we're talking about this particular day when you're in the car?
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Are there photographs of them that we don't know about?
No.
There is no photographic evidence, there's no documentary evidence, and there's no anecdotal evidence, i.e. talking to anybody about it, is there?
I would hope not. Not to my
Well,
knowledge.
I'm not asking you what you hope. I'm asking you whether or not there is. There isn't, is there? Pardon?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, your knowledge is what's important to us. Is there any such items out there that we could look at?
Items, no, but as far as telling
So the
other
answer is
people,
no, right?
as far as items go, that's
I'm
the
talking about,
answer.
are there any photographs?
No photos.
Aside from this writing, are there any other writings?
No.
Is there a police report?
No.
Is there a medical report?
No.
But we do have some text messages, don't we? Let's take a look at them about what happened that night. Take a look at Exhibit 473 and 472. They're basically the same thing, right?
Right.
Except one of them does not include Mr. Alexander's.
Moki says, did you watch the Lifetime movie? Yeah, Lifetime. I've not heard that movie before. I don't know what is it about. I'm just curious, so I can find it later. Thank you. If you wanted to say, Moki. She should never get out. She's a predator. Oh, I think she's certainly a predator. I think she's certainly a predator, and she probably would do this again. Definitely. Yeah, it's about this case. Okay, thank you, Moki. I will certainly look into it. All right. Yeah, it's always good to see movies. The other day, Kervin was talking to me about some Netflix series that had to do with one of the trials that we watched, and I'm glad that he told me about it. And I like it when they make movies or documentaries about these trials. I think it's very good for people to know more about these. Definitely. Oh, okay. Thank you, Moki. I will.
Response, right?
That's right.
So this is the give and take between you and Mr. Alexander the evening of March 1st of 2008, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you previously acknowledged that the time that's written there, that's actually is part of the message, is 7 hours too fast, right?
Yes.
472.
Can we approach?
You may. 72 is admitted.
Let's take a look at the conversation that you had with Mr. Alexander on March 1st of 2008 at 9:28 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes,
And that's you sending him a text, right?
that's right.
And you say, "Hi, sweetie," correct?
Yes,
And this is supposedly after he popped you in the side of the head, right?
it was. We'd already made up.
Ma'am, this is after you claim that he popped you in the side of the head, right?
Yes,
And then you say, "I hope you're enjoying your party." You're talking about the UFC party that you previously referenced in exhibit number.
Yeah, Kim, that's exactly what these people will do. They will completely gaslight and will try to cause a diversion of people doing these things where accusing others what they're guilty of, and her trying to say he was into boys like that. Yeah, she's trying to discredit his name, and it's completely irrelevant, and she should have reported him. And if he was doing stuff like that, but that's not even like what was going on. She's just trying to slander him, make him look bad, because she's just completely heartless, a heartless dirtbag. She would definitely do it again if she got out. So she's in. It's good she's locked up. Yeah, all premeditated. As I said, if someone's life is threatened, in that moment, it's self-defense. But if someone in that moment, their life was not threatened, and they're going to seek out somebody to go murder them because they did something to them, that's not how reality works. Just like with Ashley Bannifield. It's like, it's not, it's the same type of thing. Or say with Amber Turd, how she doesn't get away from Johnny, she just keeps going by him. And she makes a big scene out of it when she's the one instigating it. Because a lot of the times they accuse others of what they're guilty of. It's a complete narcissistic manipulation.
.471, which is your journal entry, right?
yes,
At least we know that those correspond and are corroborated, right?
yes,
And when you say "sweetie," that also corresponds to the tone of exhibit number 471, where you talk about his lips and how much you love him, right?
that's right.
And then you're asking to borrow the BMW for church tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Why are you asking to borrow his car?
I can't remember that particular reason, but we were swapping cars back and forth during that time.
Same thing with regard to January 21st of 2008, when you were driving his car, right?
I think I was driving my car that day.
Pardon?
I believe I was driving my car that day.
Do you remember that the text messages talked about the family home evening and how you needed to go pick up the car? Do you remember that?
Yes.
So it's sort of the same issue, right?
Sort of.
And if you drove his BMW to church, that would mean that he would be without a car, right?
No, he would drive mine.
Okay, so why is it that you want to drive his BMW to church? Is it just to show off or what?
No, my car was better than his, so no, that wasn't why.
Well, then what's the reason why you want to drive the BMW?
It's possible that while I used to
Well, I'm
drive...
not asking you to, well, it's possible. I want you to tell me what.
He asked her why, and she's answered.
Objection, speculation, non-responsive.
All right, restate your question.
Ma'am, why did you want to borrow his BMW, if you know?
The only time I borrowed his BMW for church or Monday nights or evenings was so that I could drive the sister missionaries around because my car didn't fit everyone.
So is that what you're saying then, that you wanted to drive the missionaries around?
That would have been why.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. I only need it for that day, and I'll bring it back before the day is over, right?
Yes.
What time did the services start the next day?
I think my ward started at, well, it was always changing. It changed twice that year, so it was either 12 or 1 o'clock p.m.
And how long did it go?
3 hours.
Then, his response.
Oh, exactly, Kim. To do damage she did to Travis, she must have been full of nothing but rage and overpowered him because she was angry. Yeah, yeah. And she was in rage and anger because she lacked control. Remember they said he was bleeding over the bathroom sink? Yes. The second one is a documentary about her relationship with two cellmates she manipulated into doing her bidding. Wow, okay, thank you, Moki. That's very interesting. Yeah, she's Predator in prison and Predator outside of prison. Yeah. As Todd said, she probably should have gotten the death penalty.
9:32, which is what?
Of course.
And then, at 9:58, what do you say to him?
I say, thanks, baby, you're the best.
And he was the best, wasn't he?
Best at what?
I don't know. You were the one that wrote it. Why don't you tell me?
I wrote that because it made him feel good.
Oh, so you're lying to him then. He's not the best. You just want to make him feel good.
I wasn't lying to him.
Well, didn't you just tell me that you wrote that because you wanted him to feel good, right?
That's right.
The implication with that is that he wasn't the best, that you did not believe that he was the best.
The best at what?
I don't know. You wrote it, right?
Yes.
So why don't you tell me what you meant?
I wanted him to feel good.
Okay, I know you wanted him to feel good. So the only thing that we can take from that, given what you've answered, is that you were lying to him. He was not the best.
Sustained.
And if you do tell him that he's the best, isn't this the same individual that you claim has just hit you in the side of the head, right?
More the neck, but that's right.
Okay, he's the same individual that hit you on the side of the neck, right?
Yes.
And now you're telling him that he's the best, right?
Yes.
Do you see how that's inconsistent or no?
Overruled.
It wasn't inconsistent with our pattern.
I'm not asking you if it was inconsistent with your pattern. I'm asking whether or not you can see that you.
Oh, absolutely. Kim says Travis was getting ready to go on a trip with another girl that made Jodi mad, so she came for vengeance. Oh, absolutely, Kim. That is extremely true because she wanted vengeance. She was angry. Her life was not threatened in that moment. So it's not self-defense. It's completely nonsense. It's completely stupidity. It's disgraceful. Very well said, Kim. All right.
You're telling him he's the best after you claim he's hit you on the side of the neck.
Objection, ask and answer. She just answered the same question.
Overruled. You may answer.
It wasn't inconsistent with the apology that followed.
I'm not asking about the apology that followed after this, or that may have followed. I'm asking, isn't it true that it doesn't make sense that you're telling him the best after he hit you at the side of the neck? It doesn't make sense, does it?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask and answer.
Overruled. You may answer.
It makes sense because he apologized.
So, is there an apology that came afterwards? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And are you saying that it's part of these text messages that the apology came afterwards?
No, but it was part of the 3 tender kisses.
It's what?
Part of the 3 tender kisses that I wrote about.
Oh, I see. So when you write that there were 3 tender kisses, which is exhibit number 471, you're telling us that, yeah, well, that's right there, but I just didn't include the fact that he hit me on the side of the neck, right?
Of course not.
Of course not. What? You did not include it in there, did you?
No.
Ma'am, with the same thing with regard to, now we're just talking about the injuries that you claim that you've received. With regard to the injury to the finger, you claim that that happened on January 22nd of 2008, right?
That's right.
There's no, the photograph shows that you don't have an injury to the finger as of May 15th of 2008, doesn't it?
That's not what the photograph shows.
So you're claiming that that photograph shows, and let me just show it to you so that we know what we're talking about. Exhibit 453. You're claiming that that shows the injury to your finger, right?
They're bent, yes. It's
So
hard
you're
to
saying
see.
that, yes, it does show the injury to your left ring finger like you showed us here in court, right? Yeah, yes or no, ma'am? You put up the finger in court, remember you did that? And you're saying that this is the same finger with the same injury, right?
That is the same.
Do you remember, again, talking about whether or not there's anything that's corroborated? You didn't call the police on this, right? The
That's
finger
right.
issue, right?
Of course.
Of course, yes, or of course not?
Of course not.
So you didn't, that's a no, right?
No, I did not.
And you didn't go to the hospital to get any medical care, so there's no paperwork to show us on it, right?
That's right.
But there is some other evidence that points to the fact that it happened after January 21 of 2008, right?
Objection, argumentative.
I don't think so.
Well, you had a conversation with Detective Flores. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember that he looked at your hand?
Yes.
And remember what you told him?
Yes.
And you told him that it happened during the time that these two people came in, right?
Yes.
And that then you showed him your finger that was bent, right?
Yes.
It was bent just like you showed us here in court, right?
Yes.
So your prior statements indicate that this injury to your finger didn't happen on January 21 of 2008. It happened on June 4th of 2008, right?
Yes.
And in terms of the injury that you claimed, or the physical violence that occurred in August of 2007, you claim that all he did was grab your hand, right? After he chased you, right?
Yeah, he caught my wrist.
He grabbed you in the wrist, right?
Yes.
And other than minor pain, there's nothing else associated with it, right?
It wasn't painful at all.
And in fact, but you were scared though, right?
Yes.
And in fact, that's one of the things that you related to June 4th when you killed him. You sort of flashed back to that, right?
It was a split-second decision.
Is that yes or no?
I can't say I had a flashback.
Well, can you say that when you testified here in court that you referenced that specific incident as a triggering point involving the murder?
That's correct.
And so that means that you thought about it, right?
I must have.
Pardon?
Yeah, it went through my mind, but it wasn't a flashback.
Okay, so you have a problem with the word flashback, right?
Yes.
So it went through your mind, right?
Yes.
You thought about it, right?
Yes.
And however, the incident in August of 2007, you said didn't hurt, right?
That's right.
And he stopped once he grabbed your wrist, right?
Stopped what?
Whatever he was doing.
Can you be more specific?
No, can you be more specific? What happened after he grabbed your wrist?
After he grabbed my wrist, he pulled me close to him, and he apologized, and he took me in his arms and squeezed me.
Okay, so this event where you're going down the hallway, he grabs you by the wrist, he then apologizes to you, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that just because there's this event where he goes down the hall and he grabs you and he apologizes to you, is the event that you're thinking about at the time that he's coming after you on June 4th of 2008, as you claim?
It's the event I thought about when I decided to go right instead of left.
But isn't this the event where he is screaming, according to you, very loudly, right?
Which event?
The June 4th, 2008 event, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
On June 4th of 2008, you claim he was very angry with you, right?
Very.
And he was nude, right?
Yes.
He was coming after you, right?
Yes.
And he's going after you down the hallway, right, as you're running, right?
Yes.
And this event, on June 4th of 2008, you say, as he's doing that, you remember the event of August of 2007, right?
Yes.
And in August of 2007, the consequence of that was that he hugged you and he apologized, right?
After he grabbed my wrist. Yes.
Okay, ma'am, fine. He grabs your wrist, he hugs you, and he apologizes, right?
Grabs my wrist and pulls me toward him.
Okay, grabs your wrist, pulls you, apologizes, right?
Yes.
You didn't have any fear when he was Apologizing, did you?
Yes, I was stiff with fear.
When he was apologizing?
Yes.
But nothing happened after that, right?
You mean
All right, her emotions are not matching what she's saying. You know, like she's saying something, but the emotion is not matching anything. Like she said, she was scared to death. I mean, her emotions aren't matching. It was kind of like with Ted Bundy's interviews. His emotions aren't matching what he's saying. That's a way you could tell they're not really feeling what they're talking about. Yeah, if someone's scared, they're not just going to talk like they're just casually having a conversation. This is another way of debunking what she's saying, that everything she's saying is not true.
nothing dangerous?
I mean, did he hit you after that?
No.
Did he throw you on the floor?
No.
Did he injure you in any way, shape, or form?
No.
He was just angry according to you, and he was apologizing at the same time, apparently.
I don't know about if his contemporaneous. He was angry and then he apologized.
Okay, so he's angry. And he's angry when he grabs your wrist, right?
I don't know.
Well, you were there. You just told us he was angry, right?
Yes.
So he was angry. Was he or wasn't he angry when he grabbed your wrist?
I don't know what his state of mind was when he chose to grab my wrist.
Okay, when you say that he was angry, when do you tell us, or when do you form the opinion that he's angry involving the incident in August of 2007? When do you form that opinion that he's angry?
One, when he let out a scream and palmed the wall down in the laundry room. And then two, when he ran upstairs and started banging his head on the linen closet and repeating something over and over about himself.
Okay, with regard to that, he actually, in that incident in August of 2007, it started downstairs, right?
Yes.
And that's something that you're thinking about back on June 4th of 2008, about an incident that happened downstairs, right?
No.
Well, it's part of the same incident, isn't it?
Yes.
Where he ran away from you, right?
No.
Well, wait a minute. You said it started downstairs on the washer, right?
Yes.
And then he went upstairs. He ran upstairs, is your term, right?
Yes.
You stayed downstairs, right?
Yes, for a few moments.
Yes, you did stay downstairs, didn't you?
Yes.
You let him go, your turn, right?
Yes.
You stayed downstairs, right?
Yes, for a few moments.
Yes, you did stay downstairs.
You mean nothing dangerous?
I mean, did he hit you after that?
No.
Did he throw you on the floor?
No.
Did he injure you in any way, shape, or form?
No.
He was just angry according to you, and he was apologizing at the same time, apparently.
I don't know about if his contemporaneous. He was angry and then he apologized.
Okay, so he's angry. And he's angry when he grabs your wrist, right?
I don't know.
Well, you were there. You just told us he was angry, right?
Yes.
So he was angry. Was he or wasn't he angry when he grabbed your wrist?
I don't know what his state of mind was when he chose to grab my wrist.
Okay, when you say that he was angry, when do you tell us, or when do you form the opinion that he's angry involving the incident in August of 2007? When do you form that opinion that he's angry?
One, when he let out a scream and palmed the wall down in the laundry room. And then two, when he ran upstairs and started banging his head on the linen closet and repeating something over and over about himself.
Okay, with regard to that, he actually, in that incident in August of 2007, it started downstairs, right?
Yes.
And that's something that you're thinking about back on June 4th of 2008, about an incident that happened downstairs, right?
No.
Well, it's part of the same incident, isn't it?
Yes.
Where he ran away from you, right?
No.
Well, wait a minute. You said it started downstairs on the washer, right?
Yes.
And then he went upstairs. He ran upstairs, is your term, right?
Yes.
You stayed downstairs, right?
Yes, for a few moments.
Yes, you did stay downstairs, didn't you?
Yes.
You let him go to do whatever he was going to do upstairs, right?
Yes.
You didn't know what he was going to do, right?
No.
You weren't afraid at that point, were you?
A little bit.
Well, if you're afraid, then why go after him?
I wanted to know what that sound was.
Well, again, just because you hear a sound and you're afraid, you still think that You want to go investigate?
Yeah, he'd never hit me at that point.
Well, I'm not asking you if he had hit you at that point. Did I?
No.
I'm asking you your state of mind, which is what we want to know, right? This is what you've been talking about, right?
Yes.
And you're downstairs, your state of mind is that he's angry, right?
My state of mind was that I was concerned. My conclusion was that he was angry.
Okay. Your state of mind is now different than your conclusion, right?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay, so your conclusion that he was angry was formed downstairs, right?
Yes.
And this conclusion that he was angry was with you when you went upstairs, right?
Yes.
This conclusion that he was angry did not instill any fear in you, did it?
When he palmed the wall, it scared me.
Pardon?
When he hit the door frame, with his palm, it scared me.
Was this downstairs?
Yes, in the laundry room.
All right, and when you were downstairs and he strikes his palm against something inanimate, you get scared, right?
Yeah, the impact.
So now your state of mind is that you are scared and that he's angry, right?
Yes, I'm concerned for him also.
You're also concerned, right? You didn't pick up the phone to call 911, did you?
No.
So there's no corroboration of that incident from that, right?
No.
What damage did he cause to the door?
Which door?
The one that he hit. That's the only door that we're talking about, right? Do you know of a different door that he hit?
Yes.
Didn't you just tell me that he hit one door?
I said he palmed the door frame.
Okay, so he hit the door frame. Was there any damage to the door frame downstairs when you guys were having this fight back in August of 2007 when you had the state of mind that you were afraid? What? Tell me. Was there a photograph of it?
No.
So we don't have any corroboration of that, right?
That's right.
You didn't tell anybody about this incident, did you?
No.
So nobody knows about it, right?
I don't think so.
Well, how would they know about it if you didn't tell them?
I don't know who he told.
So you think he was walking around telling people these things? Did you ever hear anybody say that he was saying these things?
I think I did.
Okay, who? Give me a name.
They were in his text messages.
Who's that?
They were in his text messages.
In his text messages to you, he said, I hit the door?
No.
In his text messages to who then?
Oh, I didn't say hit the door. I meant referencing that event.
I'm talking about hitting the door. We having problems communicating here? I'm talking about hitting the door. He did tell that to somebody?
No, yes, we're having problems communicating.
Did he tell somebody about it? Yes or no?
About hitting the door.
The door, yes,
frame?
that's what we're talking about.
Because he didn't hit the door downstairs. He hit the door frame. The door was open. And
All
I don't
right.
know if he told anyone or not.
Hitting the door frame. Do you have a name of somebody that Mr. Alexander told that he hit the door frame?
No.
So there's no corroboration there, right?
That's right.
And you never told anybody that you were scared or anything like that, right?
No.
So we don't have any corroboration there, though, right?
That's right.
But you were not scared enough to stay downstairs, right?
That's right.
You decided to go upstairs, right?
Yes.
And you go upstairs, and you're hearing a thump, thump, thump noise, right?
Yes.
And the curiosity gets the better of you, right?
Concern.
Okay, the concern gets the better of you, even though you are what? Are you mildly scared or no?
I'm alarmed. I'm stunned.
Okay, you're alarmed and stunned. As you go upstairs, you're alarmed and you're stunned. Why are you alarmed and stunned if you don't know what's going on upstairs?
Because the only other thing he'd ever hit before was my car.
Okay. So you're alarmed and you're stunned, and you're in this house where you're hearing this thump, 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 right?
That's right.
It never occurred to you to call 911, did it?
No.
And so then you go upstairs, and he's not any danger to you up there, is he?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you perceive any danger to you?
Not immediately.
I'm asking, when you got there, did you perceive any danger to you?
After I got there, yes.
When you got there is my question, ma'am. Did you perceive any danger to you?
Objection has been answered.
Sustained.
Not immediately. Oh,
So
I'm
you
sorry.
get there, right? And he's thumping his head against what?
The linen closet door.
And this is the door that is next to this is the closet that's next to the sink, right?
That's right.
And if we're using the directional, that's north of the sink, right?
Yes.
And it's down the hallway where he ended up finally with his throat slashed, right? That's the same hallway we're talking about, right?
I don't know. It's the same hallway, but I don't know about the other part of your question.
So you don't know about where you've seen the photographs, haven't you?
Yes, part of them.
You were here in court when we showed them, right?
Yes.
Do you have any doubt, or do you have reason to doubt that those photographs are not true and accurate depictions of Mr. Alexander? One handle on it.
What do you mean by accordion?
Well, when it opens up on both sides. To each
Oh,
side.
it's just a door with a handle.
It's just a door, right?
Yes.
And the door was closed, right?
Yes.
And he's banging his head up against the door, right?
Yes.
He's not doing anything to you. He's not talking to you. He's actually went away from the confrontation, right?
Yes.
You're the one that's chasing him down, aren't you?
I didn't chase him.
Okay, you're the one that's going after him, right?
Okay.
Well, no, not okay. You're the one that's going up there to... He's already left, hasn't he?
No. He's still in the house.
No, he hasn't left and gone upstairs? Are you having problems? You just told us that he went upstairs.
Objection, argumentative,
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the afternoon recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 3:20. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
And how long was Mr. Alexander banging his head up against that door before something happened, before the next thing happened?
I guess if I had to guess, maybe...
All right, we are watching part 3 of this madness as Juan roasts her. All right, so Juan did an excellent job, and she completely was her own worst. Fooled herself. So will we continue to watch more of the Jodi madness? All right.
A minute and a half?
So for a minute and a half, he's doing this, and you're just standing there, right?
No, I was sitting on the washing machine downstairs when it began.
I see. So for a minute and a half, you hear it, and then you go upstairs? Is that
No,
right?
I'd say from the time he stopped. I heard the sound, then I jumped off the washing machine and went upstairs to find out what was going on. Found him in the
Let me do it
bedroom.
this way. As you're walking up the stairs, do you still hear him banging his head up against the door?
Yeah, I'm following the sound.
You go into his room, do you still hear
Yes.
him banging his head up against the door? And then as you take a right and go down the hallway, is he still banging his head up against the door?
Yes.
Do you get close to him when he's doing this?
Yes.
How far away do you get?
I'd say pretty close, maybe from here to this thermos right here.
And while you're standing there, he continues to bang his head. From the time you stood there, how long did he continue to bang his head?
Till I said his name.
I know. How long in terms of time?
I couldn't say exact seconds, but I tentatively walked up to him. I'd never seen him act
When
like
you
that.
said tentatively,
Yes.
you walk up to him, and from the time that you get near him to where that pitcher of water is, how much time elapses from the time that you get to where the pitcher is to the time that he stops banging his head? I'm talking in terms of time.
I didn't let it go on long before I said his name, and he stopped.
Pardon?
I didn't let it go on for a prolonged period of time before I said his name. I wanted him to stop.
Okay, so how long before you said his name?
I don't know, as far as seconds. It wasn't long.
It was what?
It wasn't long.
I know, but you said seconds, and I didn't hear the first part of it.
I said I don't know as far as seconds.
Oh, okay. And so you said his name, and at that point, what does he do?
He spun and faced me. He had the eyes of a madman, and he screamed, "What?" really loud.
Right. And so this is, what you're telling us is the same thing that you saw back on June 4th of 2008. You sort of almost described it the same way, that he had the eyes of a madman, right?
Objection, mischaracterizes their testimony.
Rephrase.
Ma'am, you told us that he was in the shower, right? On June 4th of 2008,
Yes.
right? That you dropped the camera, right?
Yes.
And that he got very, very upset, right?
Yes.
And he said some things to you, right?
Yes.
And you were able to see his face, right?
Yes.
And his face was like that of a madman, right?
Yes.
So let's get back to August of 2008. At that point, you said he had this same kind of look, right?
Yes, it's 2007.
Right, but it was the same kind of look, right?
The same, very similar, yes.
Right. And so then what happens? He has this look in his eye. What do?
I turned and bolted down the hallway.
You ran, right?
Yes.
But he's able to catch you, right?
Yes.
He catches you where?
Right around the threshold of the carpet.
Right, where he ended up with his head, with the slitting of the throat, right?
I don't know.
You saw the photographs, right?
I saw.
And you saw the big blotch of blood that was there on the breachway there between the tile and the carpet, right?
Yes.
Is that about the area where he caught you?
Yes.
And is that where he grabs you by the wrist?
Yes.
And he grabs you there by the wrist, and does he still have this look of a madman or not?
I didn't look.
Were you looking down, or what were you doing?
I don't know if I might have had my eyes closed. I was still not looking at him.
Pardon?
I was not looking at him.
Okay. And then he hugs you, or what does he do?
He yanked me toward him and put his arms around me and squeezed.
Was it a very hard squeeze?
Absolutely, chat. And to be clear, all this she's saying is completely fake. Didn't happen. And as what Mogi's saying, and Hamilton also said this, his expressions with her is BS, so probable. Yeah, definitely. So this is a complete nonsense from her making up more lies. And we can all see right through it.
It was a firm squeeze, but it wasn't too hard.
And then he apologizes, right?
Yes.
And then this confrontation is over, right?
No.
In terms of the physical aspect, the confrontation is over, right?
Yes.
So there may be some arguing afterwards, or there may be some words exchanged, but in terms of him being physical, according to you, that's where it ends, right?
That's right.
And this is the event that you tell us goes through your head as you're running down the hallway in 2008, right?
Well, when I went
Yes
to
or
make
no?
the no.
Yes or no?
No.
Okay, didn't you testify on direct examination that that's what you were thinking about when he was after you on June 4th of 2008? Isn't that what you said?
Mischaracterizes her testimony.
Overruled, you may answer.
At one point, yes.
Okay. So if this is the, and I know you don't like the word flashback or the thought, but if this is the flashback or the thought that you have on June 4th of 2008, then you know nothing's going to happen because nothing happened before, right?
That's not right.
There was a different ending back in August of 2007. Did he hurt you more?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So he didn't hurt you more, though, right?
He didn't hurt me at all in August.
And if he didn't hurt you at all, to use your term, in August, and this is something that goes through your head, then the expectation would be that he wouldn't hurt you in 2008, and there's no reason to be afraid of him, right?
Not after he broke my finger, hit me, and almost killed me by choking me unconscious.
Pardon?
It was not that.
What did you say?
I said not after he broke my finger, hit me, and choked me unconscious by
And
2008.
this is the same finger that you told Detective Flores happened on June 4th, right? 2008.
That's right.
That's the same finger that you're saying is the reason that you believe something else was going to happen, right?
Part of the reason, yes.
Right. And the other reason was what?
He had choked me till I lost consciousness.
And when was this event?
The week that I moved.
And that would be the week of April of 2008, right?
Yes,
Was this while you were living with him or staying with him for the week or some other time?
it was during that time.
And was this before or after your mother came out there?
After.
And during this event where he choked you, there are no medical reports, are there?
No.
There's no police report that backs up what you're saying, is there?
No.
There is no one that you told back then that backs up this supposed event, right?
I did not tell them that's why the bruises were.
Pardon?
I didn't tell them about that.
Right. So there, all we have to go on is your word, correct?
That's correct.
And
We're having some technical difficulties with FTR. We're going to need to take just a momentary
you were
break.
telling us, ma'am, about the incident where you claimed that he choked you before you left to move back to Wairika, correct?
Yes.
And when did that happen?
It would have been the first week of April 2008.
And you were at his house?
Yes.
And what were you doing?
We were having a discussion that led to an argument, and then it led to that.
What were you having a discussion about?
Several things. We were first discussing his dating life, and then we were discussing my dating life. And then prior to that, he was a little bit upset because I had re-emphasized the pamphlet that I gave him. Because
I'm not asking you about his demeanor.
Judge, she's asking what the discussion was about. She's explaining it.
Objection non-responsive. I just want the topics.
Ask another question.
And during this discussion, where was it that it took place?
In his bedroom.
And it escalated, according to you, into a point where he threw you down, right?
Yes.
And when you were down, that's when he choked you, right?
Yes.
And how long did this confrontation last?
I don't know.
Were you able to get up afterwards, or did he let you up?
I woke up and he was not on top of me anymore.
And he was what?
Not on top of me anymore.
Didn't call the police, did you?
No.
You didn't get any medical care, did you?
No.
You didn't tell anybody, correct?
I did tell someone.
Who did you tell, ma'am?
I told Matt.
You told Matt McCartney, right? That day you told Matt McCartney?
No.
You told Matt McCartney when? June 2nd of 2008?
No.
When did you tell Matt McCartney?
I saw him a few days later, and he called me out on all the bruises that were on me.
And with regard to his statements, do you know why it is that when asked about that particular incident, he claimed no knowledge of it? Do you know anything about that?
Hearsay, improper.
Overruled, you may answer.
Do you know why he would claim no knowledge of that?
Objection calls for speculation why he would claim.
Sustained.
So, you don't know whether or not he, when interviewed, whether or not he admitted to knowing about that.
Objection is called for hearsay, Judge, and it's the same question. May we approach?
You may. You may proceed.
Mohi asked Joyce, "Did you watch the Shahs of Sunset?" That is something else I've not heard of before. Interesting. And yeah, in my take about how Juan is doing in this continued rebuttal that he is doing, I think he's doing an excellent job at exposing Jodi for her complete evil action. Right.
Ma'am, you've had business, you've spoken with Mr. McCartney, haven't you?
Yes.
And in fact, he's visited you at the jail, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he's even tape recorded you, hasn't he?
Yes.
And you've also had telephone conversations with him, haven't you?
Yes.
And in fact, you and he have discussed this issue about whether or not you had bruising around the neck, right?
Not during the jail visits, but yes.
But you have discussed it, haven't you?
Yes.
And have you discussed whether or not he has spoken to any law enforcement individuals regarding the bruises on the neck? Have you and he had that conversation?
What was the question?
Whether you and Mr. McCartney have discussed whether or not he has told anyone about this supposed bruising around the neck.
I believe we had a discussion somewhat like that.
And when was that discussion?
I don't remember. After the incident.
Pardon?
After the incident.
Where was this conversation? Was it over the phone or was it in person?
It was over the phone.
And how much time after the incident was this conversation?
Just days, I think.
And so, if it was over the telephone then, you would agree that he would not be able to see whether or not there would be any makeup that was applied to these supposed injuries, right?
No, not for that conversation.
No, I'm not talking about any other conversation. We're talking about one conversation on the telephone, right?
Yes.
And you said that was 2 to 3 days after this alleged incident happened, right?
No, it was after he called me out on the bruises.
Pardon?
It was after he confronted me about them.
Well, you had a telephone conversation, and you said that this happened during the time that you were at Mr. Alexander's home before you left, right?
Yes.
And you then left, correct?
That week, yes.
Right. And during 2 to 3 days later, while you were still at Mr. Alexander's, you had a telephone conversation, right? With Mr. McCartney.
That's not the one I was referring to.
But you did have some conversations with Mr. McCartney, right?
Yes.
Is that when you told Mr. McCartney about your injuries around the neck?
Are you talking about 2 or 3 days after the incident?
You told me that you had a telephone call with him 2 to 3 days after the incident. Do you remember telling me that?
I thought you were talking about the incident where he confronted me.
I'm asking you about a telephone conversation, ma'am. That's all I'm asking you about. Are we clear now?
Yes.
This telephone conversation that you told me about, you indicated that you told Mr. McCartney about this bruising, right?
Yes.
And my question to you is, if you have this telephone conversation with him 2 to 3 days after this supposed choking, he would not have been able to see any marks on your neck, right?
No, I was in Wairika by then.
Ma'am, if it's a telephone conversation and you call Mr. McCartney, isn't it true that he wouldn't be able to see your injuries because it's over the telephone?
Yes.
So then you leave to go to Wairika, right?
When?
When you left. When was that?
Left from where?
From Arizona. When was that?
No, I went to see Matt after Arizona.
You went to see Mr. McCartney when?
I stopped in to see Matt after I left Arizona with the U-Haul truck.
I understand that, but when did you leave Arizona?
Let's see. I believe it was 2 or 3 days after he did that.
Okay, so about the time of the telephone call is the time that you leave Arizona, right?
No. You're still fixated on the phone call. I misinterpreted what you had said earlier. There was no phone call 2 or 3 days later with the discussion of bruises.
There was no telephone call now, right?
No.
Okay, so why did you tell me there was a telephone call before?
I was referring to a few days after he confronted me about the bruises, which would put it many days after the fact.
So you're saying that there was no telephone call to Mr. McCartney while you were here in Arizona, correct?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's no discussion.
There was a telephone call, but there was no discussion, right?
I'm not saying there was a telephone call either. I'm just saying there was no discussion.
Well, you did reference a telephone call for me previously, right?
Yes.
And this telephone call you told me was 2 or 3 days later, right? Do you remember telling me that earlier in this conversation?
Yes, but I'm confused about what
Yes.
later you mean.
Okay, so you did tell me about it then, right?
Yes.
But now you're telling me that no, there was no telephone call 2 or 3 days later to Mr. McCartney after this supposed choking incident, right?
That's correct.
But you did leave Arizona some days after the choking incident, right?
Yes.
And that would have been what, April 7th, April 8th? Is that when you left?
I remember it by days of the week, but not dates.
Okay, what day of the week was it?
It occurred on a Tuesday, the choking, and I think I left town on Thursday or Friday.
All right, so you left 2 or 3 days later, right?
I believe so, yes.
Well, when you keep saying you believe so, it sort of leads me to believe that when you said Wednesday or Thursday, that you really don't know. So, did you leave Wednesday or Thursday?
Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, it was after the event, but I didn't stay like a whole week beyond that or anything.
So then you drive, and is this the time that you turn around and come back, or this is the time that you actually leave?
That part, I don't remember. I'd have to look at dates, text messages, things like that.
So you don't remember if that's when you came back then, right?
I just know that...
So the answer is no, right?
No, that's not... I'm thinking probably not.
But you don't know?
Not for sure.
Okay. So if you did come back, then you would have stayed more time there at Mr. Alexander's house, right?
Yes.
And then you do take off, and then you go up towards California, right?
Yes.
And you take the 10?
First the 60, then the 10.
Right. And you proceed to Southern California, correct?
That's correct.
What time of the day did you leave?
I don't remember.
What time of the day did you get to Southern California?
I remember meeting up with Gus.
Right.
In the late afternoon.
So what time would that be then?
I guess if I had to guess, it would be like 5 or 6. The sun was still up. It's June, or I mean April. I don't know. The sun was still up, but it was like low, like at an angle. So it'd be late afternoon.
So 6 o'clock then, right? That be fair?
Something like that.
And then you're there. How long are you there with Mr. Searcy?
I don't know. An hour maybe. A couple hours.
And then do you go to sleep in the truck? You said that you slept in the truck, right?
Right. After that, I drove for a while.
And then you slept in the truck, right?
I think I drove all the way to Hollister that night.
Okay, but at some point you slept in the truck at night, right?
Yes.
So it wasn't that night then?
I don't remember.
Could have been the next night?
Could have been the next night or the previous night.
Well, the previous night, there's only one night when you drive from Arizona to California. It's during the day, right?
I might have slept in the truck before arriving in Arizona. I mean, Southern California.
During the day you slept in the truck?
At night, I believe.
Well, no, it couldn't be at night because you told us that you got into Southern California at 6 o'clock in the evening or when the sun was going down.
Objection argumentative. She's also left Mesa twice.
Rephrase your question.
Right. This is the time that you actually left to go to California. You told us that you don't remember what time you left, but you got to California sometime in the evening or the afternoon when the sun was going down, right? Do you remember telling us that just now?
The sun was not going down. It was late afternoon.
Pardon?
The sun was not going down. It was late afternoon.
All right. Late afternoon then makes it earlier in the day, right? Around 4.
Perhaps. I don't remember times.
So it was in the afternoon then, right?
Yes.
Is that fair?
That's fair.
And if you take off from Arizona to get to California in the afternoon, by necessity, you would have to have left in the morning, right? Not the afternoon.
If I didn't stop to sleep, yes.
Right. And so you're saying to me now that when you left on that leg of the trip, you actually went to sleep somewhere, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's possible. I don't remember when I slept in the truck. I just know that I slept in the truck.
Okay. Do you normally, as you're driving, do you remember sleeping during the day on the first leg? Do you remember that?
I slept during the day and at night during parts of the trip. It was broken up over several days before I arrived in Wairika.
So and then you get to California, you talk to Mr. Searcy, and then you drive, right?
Yes.
And you're sure you get to Hollister that night, right? You're sure?
I know that I was in Hollister the night that long text message came through.
I understand that, but you're...
Shout out to Bubbles. Joyce says to Moki, "What is that?" And she said, no, maybe she's referring to the show she was mentioning. So that is Joyce's question to Moki.
Saying that you left in the morning, you get there about in the afternoon. I'm asking you whether or not you got to Hollister that night. That's what I'm asking you.
I believe I did.
Okay, so now you're in Hollister. You spend the night there, right?
Yes.
Right? And then what time do you get up?
I don't know.
Where is Hollister in relationship to Monterey?
Oh, I think about an hour.
And so then you get up the next day. Is that the day that you meet up with Mr. McCartney?
No, I saw Matt before going to my sister's.
So he was down around Hollister, is that correct?
Where was he? No, he wasn't by Hollister.
So then where do you meet up with him?
We met up at his house.
Well, he lives in Seaside, doesn't he?
No, he lived in either Monterey or Pacific Grove. It was right on the border.
And Seaside is near there, right?
Seaside. Yes, it is near there.
And so back then, he lived in the same general area. And where's Hollister in relationship to Monterey?
I would say, well, Hollister is kind of northeast, more inland.
So it's above Monterey, is that correct?
Yes.
So before you even got to Hollister, to your sister's house, that's when you met up with Mr. McCartney then, is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Where? Where did you meet up with him?
I stayed, I can't remember where I slept, but I remember going to Matt's and Daryl's that morning with my U-Haul truck.
What's that? No, I didn't hear you.
I can't remember where I slept, but I remember going to Matt's house and Daryl's house, his apartment, with my U-Haul truck.
And what time of the day was it that you ended up at their houses?
That was in the morning.
And so, would that have been... But I thought your sister lives in Hollister, which is north of the Monterey area.
That's correct.
So would you have seen them before you went to your sister's house?
I know I stopped there before I went to my sister's house.
So what time did you get to your sister's house?
I don't remember.
Well, was it light outside?
I think it was because we had dinner.
And so that would have been around 6, right?
Somewhere in that ballpark.
And where did you, before that, where did you meet these, what time did you meet these individuals in terms of time before that dinner time? How many hours before that?
It would have been the same day, but in the morning. I don't know the hours exactly.
So you met him in the morning. Who did you meet first, Mr. Brewer or Mr. McCartney?
Matt.
And where did you meet him?
At his house, the house he was living in.
And is this the house that he was living in with these other individuals, or is this a different?
Yes, same one.
And that's when, according to you, he saw the bruises, right?
Yes.
And did Mr. Brewer see the bruises too?
No, I put makeup on.
Well, didn't you also have makeup on with Mr. McCartney? Isn't that what you had on too?
I thought I did.
Well, the makeup hadn't changed from Mr. Brewer to Mr. McCartney, had it?
Yes, it did.
And why is that? I thought you saw him at the same time, or at
No.
or about the same time.
After I woke up, I went and saw Matt. Some of the makeup had worn off. He confronted me on it. Before going to see Daryl, I put more foundation on my arms and my neck.
So you had it on your arms. Where else?
My neck.
And, okay. Now, this individual, Mr. McCartney, he's somebody that you will believe will never betray you, right?
I've had that belief in the past, yes.
Well, you had that belief after the killing, didn't you?
In September, I did.
Well, let's
Not
take
so
a
much
look.
in June.
Let's take a look at, I'm going to have something marked as an exhibit. This is exhibit 475, which is our clip number 8.
I was trying to call my friend that's in Monterey. He is a person that I usually tell everything to. He's somebody that would never betray me. And he's somebody that he's somebody I could tell anything to. And I thought maybe he could. I was never able to make the phone call and get a hold of him. So it would try to dial it, and then the bar would go away and call lost and things like that. So at that point, I remember pulling over again at the Hoover Dam, and I thought, I'm going to call Travis. And I was able to reach I was able to have cell phone reception there, and I tried calling him, and it just went to voicemail, and I called him again, and it went to voicemail.
You heard yourself in there talking about Mr. McCartney, right?
Yes.
And he's the first individual that you called when you were able to get, according to you, or find the charger so that you could use your telephone back on June 4th, or at that point, June 5th of 2008, right?
I don't know if he was the first, but I did try to call him.
And he's somebody that, according to what you said, would never betray you, right?
Yes.
And that's what you said when you conducted that interview, right?
That's right.
And that was after your arrest on July 15th of 2008, right?
Yes.
And he's the same individual that, according to you, had this affair or relationship with Bianca, right?
That's right.
But you had been friends throughout, correct?
Yes.
And he's somebody that, when push comes to shove, is not going to betray you, right?
I mean, that's my hope.
Well, that's not what you said on this exhibit number 475, and I moved that into evidence.
No, I'm done now.
75 is admitted.
And when you say that he won't betray you, it means he'll stand by you no matter what, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
It's somebody that if you need a favor, he's somebody that will help you out, right?
That would depend on the favor.
Pardon?
That would depend on the favor.
Mr. McCartney knows somebody, well, you also indicated with regard to him that it's just basically a friendship, right?
Yes.
But he's one of your allies, though, right? This will be
Yes.
Exhibit 476. I want you to view this.
Just before me again, before.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 476 based on a previous conversation.
476 is
Which note page does this refer to, Mr. Martinez?
Pardon?
Which note page is correlated with this?
6. It's been previously provided.
No objection.
476 is admitted.
Absolutely. Friendships for sure. And, you know, you had mentioned Matt, and he and I dated 8 years ago. And at this point, he's like a brother to me. And almost to the point where imagine being intimate with him or kissing him it grosses me out, I think. And it doesn't mean that he's a bad person. He's amazing, but he's more like my brother now. And I'm grateful for the experiences we've had. And he taught me so much. And I think that's why he was meant to come into my life. Because at this point, he's one of my best allies and one of the best friends that I could ever ask for.
And this is the individual that you are telling us can corroborate the issue involving the injuries to the neck, right?
Objection, burden shifting, Judge.
Overruled.
Yes.
Ma'am, the way you've been telling your story on direct examination, and I'll just pick an example, for example, the sex. The way you sort of narrated is that, yeah, he went along with it, but, you know, it really wasn't sort of your cup of tea. It made you uncomfortable. Remember telling us that?
Yes, some things did.
And a lot of the things that you've told us in this case, including the murder, for example, you keep saying, well, yeah, happened, but what you're saying to us now, it's not my fault, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, you did say, for example, that Mr. Alexander was the person who was very upset, right? And he was coming after you and left you no choice. Isn't that what you were saying?
That's how I felt in that moment.
But that's what you're telling us, that that's how you felt, right?
Yes.
Let me show you an exhibit that's already been introduced into evidence. This is exhibit number 245. That's you in position number 5, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's you smiling in position number 5, right?
Yes.
But you have a reason as to why you were smiling there, don't you?
Yes.
Let me have an exhibit marked so we can see what the reason is. I move for the admission of exhibit 477.
No objection.
477 is admitted.
Judge, my screen is ready to go. I don't know. Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
There is one thing I wanted to address, and that is my mugshot. And I think I did a little tilt on my head and gave a little smile. There's been a lot of attention given to that, especially on the internet. People speculating, why did I do that? How could she smile? I just want to address that because I think that people don't really understand. And there are a few reasons I did that. And one is one of my first thoughts when I was actually being booked. I was a little like, wow, I see this stuff on TV all the time. This is so interesting. It's almost just like it is on TV. And I thought to myself, what would Travis do if he were in this situation? This is why I'm here. And barring the fact that he would likely not get himself into such circumstances, he would be smiling. He would be like, hey, he would just flash this grin that he always does. And so there was part of that, and then also part of the fact that I knew it would be all over the internet, so why not? And then there was also the fact that I know that I'm innocent, and even though this is a very serious thing to be charged with, there's no reason for me to be sad. Because I know that I'd never hurt Travis, and there's no reason to be upset over this in my mind. I have faith that in the end everything will be made known, everything will come out, and in the meantime, smile, say cheese.
Ma'am, with regard to this particular issue here, it's really not your fault, the way you explain it there, that you were smiling there.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Well, you actually indicate that the reason you do it is Mr. Alexander, right?
That's one of the reasons.
Well, no, you didn't say that that's one of the reasons, but Mr. Alexander's dead at this time. He's not going to know about it, is it? Is he?
Well, I believe he would.
You think he's in this life now and knowing about this,
I
right?
didn't say that.
You made that decision yourself, didn't you?
Yes.
You didn't do it with the consultation of Mr. Alexander, right?
No.
Even though you say that's what he would have done, you have no way of knowing that that's what he would have done, that he would have smiled, do you?
I have a way of knowing, but it's more like speculation.
Right. You wouldn't know if that's what he would do or not, right?
Not for sure.
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled.
So you just made that part up, didn't you?
I said that based on how I knew him.
And you did that to make yourself look better. In other words, you're saying, don't look this way, look over there.
Objection, argumentative. Compound question.
Sustained. Rephrase.
You said it because you didn't want the light to be focused on you for smiling.
That's correct.
And part of that conversation also that we had is that you said that you were innocent. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And previously on direct examination, when you were being asked about whether or not a jury would convict you, you said, well, the reason I said that was because I planned to be dead at the time, right?
That's right.
Not because you were innocent, right?
Not in that interview.
Well, actually, in that interview, you also said, I'm innocent. No jury will convict me. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah, I did say that.
So it's the same thing that you're saying here, right?
Yes.
So it's not that you were going to commit suicide. It's because you truly believe that you didn't do anything wrong here, right?
I believed.
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I believed, I knew that I was innocent of first-degree murder, and I did plan to be dead.
Did you say that you were innocent of first-degree murder?
No.
That changes, though, that you're saying you truly believe that you were innocent of first-degree murder. That changes from what you told us on direct examination, though, doesn't it?
Objection,
Nothing changes.
Overruled.
Doesn't it?
Nothing changes.
Well, in direct examination, you told us that the reason that you said on that Inside Edition clip, do you want to look at it?
No.
On that Inside Edition clip, that no jury would convict you was because you felt that you were going to commit suicide, right?
The reason I said those things?
No. In court, you told us that the reason you uttered those words was because you were going to commit suicide before the matter went to trial, right?
Yes, I was certain of it.
But that's not really what you said. You said you were innocent, right?
Yes.
And so when you went up there and you told us that, that's just not the truth, is it?
Objection, argument.
Overall. It is the truth. I'm innocent of that charge.
Or is it because the jury won't convict you because you will have committed suicide?
That was also the hope.
Now, the other thing, ma'am, is that in terms of the breakup with Mr. Alexander, that occurred at the end of June of 2007, correct?
Correct.
And what you indicated was that after the breakup, one of the things that happened is that rather than staying in Palm Desert, you moved to Arizona, right?
I lived in Big Sur and I did move to Mesa.
Pardon?
I lived in Big Sur, not Palm Desert. I moved to Mesa.
How long did you stay in Big Sur?
Approximately 2 months.
And after being in Big Sur for approximately 2 months and being broken up with Mr. Alexander, you decided to move down to Mesa, right?
Yes.
It isn't a situation where Mr. Alexander is helping you financially, is it?
That month it was.
Which month is that? I thought you were up there 2 months.
The month that I moved.
So he helped you the month that you moved, but you were really not dependent on him for support, were you?
I couldn't have moved without his financial
Well,
assistance.
is that my question to you, whether or not you could have moved here?
Objection, yes, it was.
Restate your question.
Ma'am, were you dependent on Mr. Alexander for your financial well-being?
In Big Sur, no.
And in Palm Desert, you weren't dependent on Mr. Alexander for your financial well-being there either, were you?
No.
You were working, I think you even said in Palm Desert, 2 or 3 jobs, right?
Yes.
And back up in Big Sur, you were working where? Ventana Lakes, is that where you were?
Ventana Inn and Spa and the Big Sur
Right.
Bakery.
You were getting paid, right?
Yes.
You didn't need Mr. Alexander to provide for you in any way, right?
No.
And you made the choice to come down to Mesa, Arizona, right?
Yes.
And you made the choice as to where you were going to move, right?
Yes.
And in fact, ma'am, you indicated that there was a reason why you chose to come out to Mesa, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you indicated that it was Mr. Alexander. And that he was the reason that you came here to Arizona, right?
Yes.
Let's see how you put it. Move for the admission of Exhibit 478.
A moment, Your Honor.
Yes. 478 is admitted.
Tell me about choosing Mesa as a place to live. Why did you choose Mesa?
Well, the main reason was because of Travis. He was a very persuasive person, and we had discussed my moving there. It was a topic of conversation for a while. There came a point where we decided to break things off, and I sort of hesitated on my plans to move there. But again, he's very persuasive, so he convinced me that it might be a good idea if I did move there. So I went ahead with the move, and it was actually a pretty good decision, I think. I made a lot of friends. It's a great place where the church is strong, and there are a lot of really great wards there. I really enjoyed my time there. So.
Ma'am, in it you are telling us there that it was Mr. Alexander, and he's the reason why you moved here, right?
Yes.
And it also appears to say that, well, it was his fault that you came here. In other words,
Objection, and Ms. Kirkland, her statement.
Rephrase.
in other words, you said, he is so persuasive, he convinced me that it might be a good idea if I did move here. That's what you said, right?
That's what I said.
He convinced you. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Which means you didn't want to come, right?
Not after I found out how promiscuous he was.
Ma'am, am I asking you that? Isn't it true that you said that he convinced me that it might be a good idea? You're saying that he convinced you, right?
Yes.
Objection, asked and answered about 3 times now.
Sustained.
And that he was very persuasive, right?
He was.
And so what you're saying is it wasn't your fault.
Objection, argumentative, asked and answered again.
Overruled. You may answer that question.
What do you mean by fault?
What does fault mean to you?
Culpability.
Pardon?
Culpability.
Right. He was culpable. He's the reason why you're in Arizona.
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
Well, one of the things that seems to be a trend here is that you seem to be saying, well, I had no control over that decision. That's not true, right?
It was my decision.
That's right. And you were the one that decided that to come out here, right?
Yes.
Even though you had broken up, right?
Yes.
Even though, at that point, there was no relationship between the two of you. At that point, right?
There was still some kind of relationship.
Telephone relationship, right?
Telephone and mail.
Right. So there was this sort of relationship, but you knew that you were broken up, right?
Yes.
I mean, you were the one that announced that on June 29th of 2007, you broke up with him, right?
That's correct.
And if you broke up with him, that means you had the, if you will, the wherewithal, the psychological wherewithal to say, no, I've had enough, right?
I could have.
Well, no, you did say that. You broke up with him on June 29th, didn't you?
Objection, mischaracterizes the testimony.
Regarding the breakup, yes, I had the wherewithal.
Right. And then, after that, you didn't move here to Arizona, right?
Not immediately.
No. The answer is no, right?
After the breakup, yes, I did move to Arizona.
Really? Immediately on June 30th of 2007, you moved to Arizona?
I said not immediately.
So you did move to Arizona on June 30th of 2007, right?
No.
You actually moved somewhere else to Big Sur.
No,
right?
I was already in Big Sur for almost 2 months at that point.
Okay. So when did you come out here to Arizona if you were already up there for 2 months?
It would have been right before his birthday.
So when is his birthday?
July 28th.
So you came out here less or approximately 1 month after you broke up, right?
I came out here before that, but that's when I moved out here.
Okay, so you came out before, but you actually moved down here approximately 1 month after you broke up, right?
Yes.
And even though you guys are broken up, you moved to an area that's pretty close to him, right?
Yes.
And in fact, as this thing progresses, you even moved to another home that's even closer to him, right?
That's right.
Even though that you're broken up, right?
Yes.
Even though you say that there were these trust issues, right?
Yes.
Ma'am, one of the other individuals in your life was an individual by the name of Bobby Juarez. Do you remember him?
Yes.
And you indicated that you met him and then at a carnival, right?
The county fair.
County fair?
Yes.
Right. There were rides, that sort of thing there, right?
Yes.
And that after some time, you guys sort of just met, but you didn't see him after that until you saw him at a football game, right?
That's right.
And you said, well, I'm not very aggressive, but I really went up to him and I introduced myself, right?
I didn't introduce myself. I just asked if he remembered me.
Well, you went up to talk to him. How about that?
Yes, him and some mutual friends.
Yeah, is that yes?
Yes.
So even though you say you're not real aggressive, you approached him. He did not approach you, right?
That's right.
And with Mr. Alexander, even though you're in Big Sur less than a month or approximately a month after you break up, you make the decision to come here, right?
Yes.
So you have the ability to be, if you will, a person who can make whatever decisions are necessary for yourself, right?
Yes.
Even from the time that you were younger, it appears that you were, for example, assertive enough to go up to Mr. Juarez and say, do you remember me, right?
Yes.
And he said he did remember you, right?
Yes.
And you introduced yourself, right?
Yes.
And he introduced himself, right?
I already knew him.
So you knew his name, he didn't, you introduced yourself, right? Said, do you remember me? My name is so-and-so. Something like that is the way you told him,
Something to
right?
that effect.
Right. And so after that, you and he start to have a relationship, right?
A friendship.
But at some point you become boyfriend and girlfriend, right?
Yes.
And that boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, how long did it last before you broke up?
We broke up several times.
No, the first time. The first time that you broke up. That's what I'm asking about.
I would say 5 months.
And after you broke up with him, you broke up with him, right?
Yes.
And after you broke up with him, on September 23rd of 1997, you were working somewhere, weren't you?
97, yes.
Where were you working?
97. I think I was working at, I was in Wairika, but I don't remember which restaurant. I had several restaurant jobs during that time in high school.
Well, you remember that you talked to us about September 23rd of 1997 and the restaurant that you were working at when you were on direct examination. Do you remember telling us that?
I think I said the Purple Plum.
But you're having trouble remembering that today, right?
September 23rd, 97, yes.
No, the restaurant that you were working at.
On that date, yes.
Yes, even though you told us what restaurant it was before, when you...
Objection, mischaracterizes testimony.
Well, to me, it's...
I don't know.
You don't remember telling us what restaurant you worked at?
Not on that particular date.
How about, all right, how about a week before that date? Do you remember where you were working?
I was working at my dad's restaurant if it wasn't closed yet. If it was closed, I was at the Purple Plum or Grandma's house.
Do you remember that you told us that during this period of time, shortly before this September 23rd of 1997, that you were a server and an old individual, an old man came into the restaurant? Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
Are you having trouble remembering that, or the way you said
I remember that incident.
Yes, you do remember that?
Yes.
And he used to come in, and according to you, he had a dog-eared Bible. Do you remember telling us that?
Yeah, it was a pocket size.
Pocket size, right. And you remember that he talked to you about some of the scriptures and some of the verses inside that Bible, right?
I remember that.
And according to him, as you told it to us, the end of the world, pursuant to his calculations after reading the Bible, was September 23rd, 1997, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that immediately popped in your mind was that, well, Bobby. You thought about Bobby at that time, right?
Not immediately, but very soon after that.
Right. And one of the things that you told us was that he was not very religious, right?
Yes.
So why would he care to hear from you if some old guy is talking to you about the end of the world? Why do you think he would even care?
It felt like it was a moral responsibility.
Yes, you say that you feel it was a moral responsibility, but given what your relationship was, and he wasn't religious, why would you think that he would care?
My fear was that he wouldn't care.
Well, and so what? How is that relevant to you? How is that important to you since you're not even dating the guy? Why would you even care?
I cared about his eternal salvation.
Did you also go to your parents and say, Mom, Dad, I care about your salvation? Did you also go to talk to them too?
Ken had already talked to them.
Pardon?
Ken had already talked to them about
The
that.
bottom line is, did you go to them to talk to them to make sure they got the message?
It would have been redundant, so no.
Ma'am, the answer is yes or no. Did you go to them or not?
Objection, asked and answered, sir. He said no.
Sustained.
So you didn't go to them, right?
No.
And did you go to anybody? You were still in high school at the time, right?
Yes.
You didn't go to anybody else in high school with this message, did you?
I talked about it.
You didn't go to them with the message the way that you approached Bobby, though, did you?
Asked and answered.
Well, since Bobby and I weren't talking, I guess that would be correct.
Right, because, and let's say, for example, if the people that you went to talk to at your school, high school, said, hey, I don't want to talk about it, you'd leave them alone, right?
Objection calls for speculation. What she did 15, 20 years ago. What she would have done.
Overruled.
I guess so.
Pardon?
I guess so.
Well, no, you were the person back then, and you knew how you were, right?
Yes.
And you wouldn't have. If they'd have told you, leave me alone, you'd have left them alone, right?
Yes.
Well, but you treated Bobby differently, didn't you?
No.
Well, isn't it true that you picked up the phone to let him know about this impending doomsday and called him, didn't you?
That's the reason I called him.
Right, you did call him, correct?
Yes.
And you called him, and he answered the telephone, right?
Yes.
And you identified yourself, didn't you?
No.
Well, you spoke, didn't you?
Oh, I did identify myself. I'm sorry. Yes.
And he knew who you were because you identified yourself, right?
Yes. The first night.
Ma'am, is that yes? You did identify yourself, right?
I said yes.
And he hung up on you, didn't he?
Yes.
But, and according to you, the reason you were calling was because, well, it was the end of the world, right?
No, not
Well,
yet.
didn't you tell us that the reason you were calling him was because September 23rd of 1997 was impending and you wanted to let him know?
Yes.
So, after that first call, he didn't call you back, did he?
No.
But you persisted, didn't you?
I called the next night.
The answer is you continued to call, right?
One more time. Yes.
Right. And you called the next night again, right?
Yes.
Didn't you get the message when he hung up on you the first night that he didn't want to talk to you?
Objection, argumentative.
I got that impression.
If somebody hangs up on you, isn't that a clear message to you that they don't want to talk to you? More
Not
than an
necessarily.
impression? Pardon?
Not necessarily.
So if somebody hangs up to you, that doesn't necessarily mean that they don't want to talk to you?
No.
Well, what other reason would they be hanging up on you if they don't, other than they don't want to talk to you?
It could be accidental. It could be a malfunction of the phone. It could be anything without explanation. I wouldn't know.
Okay, so that's, all right. But then you call them, why didn't you, if you thought that that was the problem that first night, why didn't you just call them right away? Why didn't you just pick up the phone and call them right away? To make sure that it wasn't a mechanical malfunction. Why didn't you do that?
I think I was kind of shy.
You think you were kind of shy, but that didn't stop you from calling the next day, right?
It took that long to work up the courage
Ma'am,
again.
it didn't. The shyness that you professed did not stop you from calling the next day, right?
Objection, ask and answer. She just explained that.
Sustained.
And this shyness that you professed didn't stop you from going up to him in a football game and introducing yourself to him, right?
Objection, ask and answer.
Sustained.
Now, you then do call him the next day, right?
Yes.
What time of the day was it?
I don't recall. It would have been after school, I think.
Would it be after work too or not?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled.
I usually wasn't scheduled on school days.
Okay? And so you call him and you dial his number and you get him again, right?
Yes.
He answers the phone, right?
Yes.
And after he answers the phone, you identify yourself again, right?
This time I didn't.
Did you say something?
Yes.
So you didn't identify yourself, but your voice came through the wire line, right?
Yes.
And immediately, upon hearing your voice, he hung up on you again, didn't he?
That's right.
Didn't say a word to you, did he?
No.
Well, ma'am, with regard to that, you didn't really, then he calls you back though, right?
A few days later, yes.
Yeah, and he calls you back and you begin to talk, right?
Yes.
And it really isn't your fault, you can't take no responsibility for it, that he actually called you back, can you? Or that the friendship was rekindled, right? Because he called you back, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I don't know what you mean by fault.
Well, responsibility, how about that? Weren't you the one that was actually responsible for him calling you back?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation. I don't know why he called back.
Sustained.
Ma'am, he hadn't called you back, or he hadn't called you before those 2 telephone calls, had he?
No.
He only called you back after those 2 telephone calls, right?
Yes.
And according to you, the reason for that was because you thought it was the end of the world, right?
Yes.
And so then you again start this relationship with Mr. Juarez, right?
What was that question?
You start this relationship with Bobby again, right?
Yes.
And at first you're friends again, right?
Yes.
And you stay friends until it becomes more than that, right?
Yes.
Sure. At some point, you even moved in with him, didn't you?
Yes.
And this is during the time that you are what, a senior in high school?
Junior.
Is this shortly before you dropped out or not?
Shortly before I dropped out.
Right. And according to you, you were in school and you had a history test, right?
Yes.
And the way you told it is that you were very studious. You were studying for this history test, weren't you?
I
In the
wasn't
car.
very studious, but I was studying.
Right. You were studying at a time where you had to be somewhere else, right?
Yes.
And your father caught you, right?
Yes.
Well, the reason you were studying at a time that you should have been in school was because you hadn't prepared for whatever reason to be ready to take this test, right?
That's right.
But that's your fault that you weren't prepared, right?
Yes.
But the way you made it sound when your father grounded you was that he was being mean to you, the way you presented it as part of your childhood.
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you happy the fact that he grounded you for 3 months?
Happy? No.
You're pretty unhappy about it, weren't you?
I was stunned.
Pardon?
I was stunned.
Stunned. So just because you were stunned, you decided to move out, right?
That was not the main reason. That was just the last straw.
Well, do you remember telling us that once he grounded you for 3 months, you said it on direct, that was the reason why you decided to move out, right?
Yes, that was the last straw.
That's the reason then, right?
Objection, mischaracterizes her testimony.
Overruled, you may answer.
Right?
What was the question?
The reason that you moved out was because your father grounded you for 3 months, right?
That was one of the reasons.
And then you moved in with Mr. Juarez, right?
That's right.
And the way you present this, it's like you never seem to take responsibility, man.
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the evening recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 10:25.
Right. Yeah, Hamilton. Yes, that was funny. Laughing at what Hamilton said. The legend is actually that her bangs are Victorian fringe. Piece found at Loch Ness, but close enough. Hilarious, Hamilton. Hamilton said, "I take 2 minutes to deposit checks using my phone, and y'all are bringing the emotion. I started watching with Depp, heard, but it took me some time for me to understand and join in." And I might have to call it a night, y'all. 6 hours is a doozy for a stream. Yes, it is. That is true. It is true. And good night to you, Moki. It was nice having you here all day and that you would spend all that time with us and me. And recess, will there be a slide monkey bars? Yes, there will be a slide monkey bars. Yes. Scared. All right. And to you too, Moki. Yeah, I appreciate you hanging out with us, Moki. Have a good evening, a good night. All right. So I understand. Yeah. So, yeah, I went there during the Depp trial, and Hamilton, I'm glad to have known you there too for that long, because that's when I arrived at LC when there's an incident where Independent went out, and Ladybug was telling me, and the other ones, a couple people are saying that LC was open. And yeah, good night to you, Kimberly. That's a good one, Lori. I draw a comparison between Flabby Fish Market and her bangs. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. You can, yes, indeed. And, Lori, that is absolutely what it is with her 6 Hours You Rock. Yeah, oh, thank you, Lori. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, earlier today, there was a hearing happening, and we played the Timu hearing, and it wasn't a lot of interesting stuff in it, but we saw it. And see y'all in LC tomorrow, yes. And that's basically what the situation that occurred was with that. And now that part that was part of, of the Jodi trial, that was, or with, and Night Tomoki. All right, now you mentioned the Flabby Fish Market. Oh, hello, Zoe. Good to see you. Well, Zoe, thank you for being with us today. Also, I'm glad that you're hanging out with us, too. Now, Lori, LC is Law and Crime just got that. That's good, Lori. Yeah, Lori, I'll show you a funny scene, Lori, since you mentioned it. Oh, we can watch that funny part again for you. I'll play it for you, Lori. All right. So I'm gonna play a funny scene for Lori that I was playing yesterday for Anthony. She probably saw it yesterday if she was here, but I'll play it again. This is something we've seen many times, but since Lori mentioned it, I'm gonna play it. So yeah, that would complete the Jodi Eris part of the thing today. All right. And also, Lori, I hope and everybody else in chat, I hope everybody's been having a good day today with whatever y'all do. Oh, Lori, the fall weather has finally arrived down here. It's finally getting cooler here now. So that was something good to see. Okay. Lori said, so rude, my work getting in the way of me being in chat earlier. Yeah, that work definitely needs the manner. That work needs its manners. Yes, definitely. And going to put this right here. All right, here we go. This is for some laughs. We're hanging out right now for some laughs. All right.
In this text that you sent to Christian, Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
Do you want to put in evidence?
Yeah.
Oh, Lori, I'm okay. I'm okay. We can go a little bit more. Yes. Yes, to follow and joy. Yeah, no, we could go a little bit more, and we're going to play some funny clips right here. Here we go.
Move for admission of 857A.
Any objection? No objection. All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime a dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard. And I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
57A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your text about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off.
Put in evidence
Yeah,
first.
move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection? No objection. All right, 57A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your text about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, not long after this, you can take that down, Michelle, thank you. Not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer, fall 2016, correct?
Yeah, September, October, somewhere in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in this text. Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
You want to put it in evidence first?
Move for admission of 857A.
Any objection? No objection. All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's gonna get it. I'm gonna need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard. And I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which...
Rumor has it Rottenborn is still telling Johnny you did.
made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, not long after this, You can take that down, Michelle. Thank you. Not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
I believe, yeah, September, October, somewhere in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Are you asking me a question about my attorney and I?
Yeah, that you two met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020.
Was that during the London trial?
No.
No?
No, in February.
I don't recall it, though.
Okay.
I don't.
To the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't recall it.
Okay. You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you and he met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, correct?
If that's Mr. Waldman's testimony, then...
Okay.
But I just didn't necessarily know who these people were.
Right. The same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection
Correct.
calls for speculation, lack of personal knowledge.
Alleged.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said, when Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp? That's not true.
No, for me it is true.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article.
Lori says, I know he isn't perfect, but damn, he is creative and convicted. And let's see. Yeah, I said it right. Convicted in his beliefs. A real man, in my opinion. Yeah, and Depp was not perfect, obviously. But he was not guilty of these allegations that Heard was talking about. And that is very true, Lori. I totally agree. He was in a sort of movies and TV shows coming up. I mean, he really was famous and well known, and he was not known for being abusive to people in the context that Amber is speaking of. So yeah, definitely very true. Very well said, Lori.
Article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater. Mm-hmm. You brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018, correct?
Yes, I brought
and that was 6 months before Miss Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against The Sun, correct?
Miss Heard was not a party to that trial.
Not my question, Mr. Depp. In the article that The Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered. Sustained. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought...
Well, good night to you, Hamilton. Thank you for staying with us all day. I always enjoy seeing you in chat. I'm glad you were able to spend time with us. Take care. Have a good evening. All right.
You called a lot of witnesses, right?
I don't know what a lot is. I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
Yes, many people.
And many exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several days in that trial, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that trial involved the same factual issues that you are litigating here, which is whether you committed domestic abuse against Amber Heard.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
You brought that case against The Sun.
Oh, okay. Good night, Zoe. To you too. Thank you for staying with us all day as well. Stay safe. Take care. Good evening.
Because you were angry at the son for calling you a wife beater, correct?
Yeah, that's probably a pretty good reason.
And you went through that trial in London, correct?
I did indeed, yes.
Mr. Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there were great limitations in the UK trial.
Okay.
No further questions.
All right, redirect. Thank you.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about the UK trial. Why do you feel that this is the first time that you've actually had an opportunity to tell your story and, as you said, get the load off your back?
As the UK trial was me suing Dan.
God bless you too, Zoe, and yours as well.
Wooten and the Sun for defamation for calling me a wife beater. The UK have there are different laws, there are different ways they handle things. There are also limitations in evidence. Some things can be brought up, some things cannot be
Your Honor,
brought up.
as I said, it calls
Mr.
for a legal
Rottenborn.
conclusion. He's talking about limitations in evidence in the English.
Your Honor, he's talking about his experience testifying.
Overruled.
You'll be okay.
Y'all hearing this, dude? Rottenborn got up and started roasting him, and he said he'll be okay. He'll be okay.
As you said, get the load off your back.
As the UK trial was me suing Dan Wooten and the Sun for defamation for calling me a wife beater. The UK have there are different laws, there are different ways they handle things. There are also limitations in evidence. Some things can be brought up, some things cannot be
Your Honor,
brought
as I
up.
said, it calls
Mr.
for a legal
Rottenborn.
conclusion. He's talking about limitations in evidence in the English.
Your Honor, he's talking about his experience testifying.
Overruled.
You'll be okay. Yes, there is a very everything is quite boxed in with regard to what can be said, what can be spoken about. So, Ms. Heard provided information to the Sun as their star witness, but the case was not brought against Ms. Heard. It was brought against the Sun newspaper, journal, whatever it is.
Mr. Rottenborn referenced that you were on the stand for multiple days.
4.5, I believe, yes.
Yeah. What was the nature of that examination? Or, excuse me, who was conducting that examination of you?
QC Sasha Was,
And whose attorney was that?
the Sun's.
Can we please pull up DX 857A?
All right, it's already in evidence, so you can publish it.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was questioning you?
Oh, yes, I do.
Can you explain what you're conveying to Mr. Carino in this text message?
I'm in I'm in total shock that this is happening to me, that my entire life on the planet has been brought to the head of a pin with all this completely, utterly false information. So I am, when you're accused of horrific acts and things that you have not done, when it's actually some very ugly things that are going out there into the world about you on a non-stop basis by Ms. Heard and her team, you have a tendency as humans to get very, very irate and angry, not to the point where you go out and hurt someone, not to the point even where you assault a cabinet. But you do get irate, you do wonder why this person is doing this to me. So many things go through your head. And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parents. My mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this, because that would have killed her. But my father, my family, everyone that I've met, the people that have supported me, suddenly I'm scum. And why? Never had to happen. One little lie. So yes, very angry.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 821? Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Ottenborn was asking you questions?
Yes, he loves this one, yes.
Yes. Would you care to explain what you're trying to convey in this text message?
Well, Warner Brothers was about to find themselves in quite a dilemma as the person that they had just cast.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation as to what Warner Brothers knew or thought.
Didn't I meet with them?
All right. If you could just wait for the question. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, without explaining what Warner Brothers felt, why did you send this text message to your sister? And what were, strike that. What were you trying to convey to your sister when you sent this text message?
Honestly, I felt responsibility for having gone to those people and painted such a beautiful picture.
Objection. Hearsay, Your Honor. Now he's talking about what he said to Warner Brothers.
Overruled.
Please continue.
You change seats.
So, sorry, you can continue.
I felt it was my responsibility to get the truth to Warner Brothers about what they were going to end up facing down the line, which is 2 franchises that would be causing problems for one another, especially as any news, any press, any media that came out about me at that time had been turned into, I was Charles Manson, I was the worst thing on earth, and they just kept coming. It was like a non-stop fire. So my responsibility, after having painted a beautiful picture of her for them, was to tell them, I think you better.
Objection, Your Honor. He's getting into what he claims he told Warner Brothers or wanted to.
He He's saying what he wanted to tell them. He's not saying what he actually told them.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned 2 franchise films with Warner Brothers. What 2 franchise films are you referring to?
There was Aquaman and Fantastic Beasts, the one that I was in.
And why did you feel a responsibility with respect to those 2 franchise films?
Warner Brothers was starting to get quite upset about some of the things that were being said about me in the press that were constant hit pieces. On one level, yes, it's just acting, it's just movies, but it's business, and it's your word. And I had given my word to them, and I felt responsible that I had to tell them exactly what was going on, and that it was going to end up ugly.
And which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I'm sorry?
Which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I was in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and I was in the Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald.
Could we please pull up DX 883? Now, Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing these text messages during Mr. Ronborn's examination?
Oh, God, yeah. Yes, I remember.
And you didn't seem to recall these text messages. Is that
It truly is fair. It's not, I'm not.
Do you have any?
I don't know who Molly is. I don't know nothing about this.
Do you have any understanding of what you're referring to in this text message? Or these 2 text messages?
No.
Freudian slip. Aquanet, because he had been looking at Amber's hairdo that finally plastered down with hairspray. Yeah, that's a very good eye right there. Aquanet, because it looks like her hairdo's been plastered with hairspray. Yeah, definitely. Her hair certainly is causing that to happen. And out of all these years of looking at that trial, I didn't think of that. So very, very bright to notice that. And yeah, see, Amber's causing so much of not only issues in the courtroom, but also her hairdo has its own personality in itself. It's like her sidekick. It's like a separate entity. Scared. A good one, Lori. All right. And I could see where he'd be infuriated about why he was treated this way after what he did for her, and his entire career was ruined with reputation over this stuff. And Lori said, I suppose she got tired of eating her wisps of loose hair. Oh yeah, that's what she did. She completely got tired of it, and she didn't want to... Oh, she didn't want to go and do that, and then that was it. But yeah, she certainly likes to... All she can eat is her own hair, but then again, she want to go and... She want to eat the bangs of Jodi instead. Scared.
Honestly, if somebody else had borrowed my phone or something and made this text to Stephen, possibly.
And yeah, because that's what a shocking thing that someone has to go through when they're going through a situation like that. So yeah, I could definitely understand the frustration and the mental resilience he had to overcome it.
But I don't understand I don't have that kind of, I don't write like, I don't have that kind of hubris or expectation. That's quite grotesque text.
Can we take that down, please? Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1821? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
That is behind the bar, yes.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Ronborn asked you some questions about whether there was a telephone
Yes,
in
now
Australia.
I see a telephone there now.
Yes. And did you recall that telephone being there?
I don't recall the telephone being there, but I can see it now.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Do you recall me showing you this text message earlier on? Or excuse me, do you recall me showing you this picture?
I like when he says he assaulted a cabinet. You know, he says it in such a humorous way. He was saying that to just kind of show that, yeah, he hurt a cabinet. It's not really like the end of the world if he were to like hurt a person. So, yeah, she was invoking him, definitely. And yeah, he's not perfect, but still, yeah, she certainly was trying to invoke him.
Picture
Yes.
During your examination?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And I think I asked you whether you recall a phone being mounted on the wall in the left of this picture. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what was your answer to that?
No.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I believe you had testified that you and Miss Heard were on the Orient Express together.
That's correct, yes.
Where had you been prior to being on the Orient Express?
We had been in Australia. And then made it over to Thailand to catch the Orient Express.
If we could bring up the Plaintiff's Exhibit 162 again. Mr. Depp, do you know who took this picture?
Malcolm Connolly.
And despite what Mr. Rottenborn showed you about the picture of you prior to this, do you see a bruise on your face in this picture?
I see like what looks like a pretty decent shiner and a kind of a scratched up nose, yes.
And do you recall how you got the scratches and the shiner?
There was a very brief freak out that Miss Heard had in our cabin just before this dinner. I can't remember why, but there were many. I remember taking the photograph, though. I mean, I remember being there. I remember meeting the chef and all that. But I mean, the quality of the photo is not great. The quality of the other photo that he showed is just prettied up.
Mr. Depp, did you ever physically abuse Miss Heard during your relationship?
Never. Never.
No further.
Yeah, you see, that she struck him in the face. That is extremely messed up for her to do that, and him, this known actor, being abused like that is completely unacceptable. She needs to keep her hands to herself. And yet he has a lot of self-discipline in reality because he never attacked her for what she did. So although he did have issues, he still didn't go after, like, physically attacking her. So, yeah, he definitely went with the wrong person. It's messed up that, you know, he had to go through this situation. He should have been given a better type of person. But yeah, we definitely can learn as time goes on that there's certain people to stay away from and to try to see behaviors and tell them what they are before we, you know, get involved with different people.
Further questions?
All right, sir, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your next witness.
This is another part of the trial that I remember watching this back when it first happened and it was raining. It's around the time period I found the death trial, and this dude worked for LC for a little while, and Elaine tries to get one over him, but, you know, this is what happens after she tries something.
What does that mean?
It means the TMZ owns the copyright to it, so it can't be distributed by any other.
How did you know that too?
Okay, so you watched some of this trial?
Correct.
Okay. When did you first reach out to counsel for Mr. Depp?
I believe that was 6 days ago, whatever that date would be. I'd have to do that.
All right. And then...
Yes, Lori, he did. Yes, he did. He did testify that his mother was abusive to him, that's true. And he had a really messed up upbringing. And his father wasn't nice either. So it was something that happened to him throughout his life, you know, growing up.
Was shown at this trial?
I was alerted by a friend that that TMZ was being kind of talked about in this trial, and so I had seen a clip of that.
Okay, so you watched some of this trial?
Correct.
Okay. When did you first reach out to counsel for Mr. Depp?
I believe that was 6 days ago, whatever that date would be. I'd have to do that.
All right. And then you received a subpoena, I think yesterday, in care of your attorney, Cindy Hickox, right?
Lori says his team was brilliant, including that because many abused kids grow up to have an inmate relationship that mirrors the same abuse. Interesting. I didn't know that. That makes perfect sense. But yeah, and it's a cycle, and they're drawn to certain type of behaviors, right? Yeah, she said intimate relationship, not inmate relationship. That was a Freudian slip on my end. But because the abused kids grow up to have an intimate relationship that mirrors the same abuse. Yeah, that probably explains why he went with that. You know, it was mirroring what he originally went through. Very well said, Lori. Thank you. And his team was brilliant. He had, I'd say, one of the greatest legal teams in the world. And Amber Turd had a clown show team.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. And Cindy Hickox represents Christy Dombrowski, Kate James, Robin Baum.
Objection, Your Honor.
Were you aware
Calls
of
for
that?
speculation.
Overruled. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Now, if you don't have information that's helpful to this case, then you wouldn't be a witness, correct?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustained. Next question.
I'm not aware.
Okay. You know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Overruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in a target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, are you aware that...
And certainly he nailed her. Yeah, that's how he got hired for that. And now, as I said, there's more of a landscape version of this courtroom from Independent. You could see entire audience's reaction was wild. Lori said, core beliefs are formed in childhood, and we often find people that give us the same experience. Some people go the complete opposite way and seek a healthier partner, but sadly many do not. Okay, thank you for explaining. So it's like they're programmed like a computer, and it mirrors what they experienced their entire life, right? Core beliefs are formed, okay, I read that, like, here's what I know, here's what I deserve, at some level sad. Yeah, and it also, I think, has to do with a self-esteem issue. That is what happens when, you know, people are put through these things growing up, and then they just think it's like normal protocol. Like, say if you have people that were imprisoned in these different poverty countries, and that's all they know, and they just become used to it, and they become complacent. So definitely, like, in a way, stunts growth and broadens in a broad view of how relations are supposed to work. And Lori said exactly, Alien, it's great he stood up for himself. Yeah. Yeah. Because, you know, bullies, it's good to stand up against bullies and people like that, no matter what the consequences are. You got to, it's good to fight back. And you know, there's just so many, especially with, you know, Depp used what he went through to get famous, and then when someone was trying to take advantage of him, he did his thing and went back to the same pattern that he had. Now, seeing that one that you're speaking of, let's see, because there is that one you're talking about. Let's see, go this way. Alright, so this is about when Johnny's explaining his childhood struggles. Alright, so Lori, this is like the whole thing being replayed. Okay, here we go.
I can't say that I'm embarrassed because I know that I'm doing the right thing.
Now, Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn a bit to your upbringing. We heard a bit from your sister Christy last week, but can you please tell the jury in your own words about your childhood upbringing?
I had a very interesting childhood, one that I thought was normal until a certain age. My mother, I was born in Kentucky, and then we moved, in which we moved around quite a lot when I was a kid. So you were always just, my mom had this, her feet were on fire and she had to move, you know, so we moved constantly. So you were always the new kid, and that wasn't ever particularly pleasant. Then we moved to Florida, South Florida, when I was about 7 or 8. And again, moved several times. But my mother was quite unpredictable. She was very unpredictable. She was a she had the ability to be as cruel as anyone can be with all of us. That is to say, my sister Christy and my brother Danny and my sister Debbie, and also my father. So, essentially, she could become quite violent, and she was quite violent, and she was quite cruel, and though there was physical abuse, certainly, which could be in the form of an ashtray being flung at you, you know, it hits you in the head, or you'd get beat with a high-heel shoe or a telephone or whatever's handy. So in our house, we were never exposed to any type of safety or security. The only thing that one could do, really, was to try to stay out of the line of fire. I started to be able to observe, and I could start to see when she was about to head into a situation where she was going to get riled up, and somebody was going to get it. Generally, it was me.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned that your mother could be cruel. How could she be cruel?
The various categories, I suppose, there's physical violence, of course, there's physical abuse, to which she was, that was a constant. That was just a constant, you know. We were all somewhat shell-shocked, you know. Even if she just walked past us, you'd sort of shield yourself because you didn't know what was going to happen. Excuse me. And so there was the physical abuse, which was a constant. There was quite a lot of verbal abuse. There was quite a lot of name calling and bullying. You know, making fun of whatever defect, you know, one might have. You know, if my brother wore glasses, so of course he was four eyes, and his teeth were messed up in the front, so he was buck-toothed as well. My sister Christy, which this is such a hideous psychological play. My father's parents were quite refined. My mother comes from Eastern Kentucky, which is where you grow up in shacks and hollers, you know. And my mother despised my father's parents, and my grandmother's name was Violet, and every now and again you would hear my mother just scream across the house, "Come here, Violet, get in here, Violet." And Christy, my sister, knew very well that that was a deep cut, psychologically, emotionally, but we had to take it. I mean, you just had to take the pain. I was born with a very strange, it was a very rare thing in my eye as the back of the lens is spherical, normally is spherical, so in this eye it isn't normal. This eye, I was born with a more conical lens, so my brain never learned to see out of my left eye, and they noticed when I was about 3, 4, that I had a lazy eye, a wandering eye, and she would call me cockeye, one eye, anything she could get to demean, humiliate. I even had to wear an eye patch on my good eye to strengthen my bad eye, so that it would cease to wander. It was exercising the muscles of the eye, though the brain had never learned to see. So I still, my vision in my left eye is, I'm legally blind in my left eye. But so yeah, the verbal abuse, the psychological abuse was almost worse than the beatings, because the beatings were just physical pain, and the physical pain you learn to deal with, you learn to accept it, you learn to deal with it. But the psychological and emotional abuse, that's what kind of tore us up, I think.
What about your father? What was he like?
My father was a very kind man. In fact, my father's still alive. He's a very kind man. He's a very quiet man. In fact, he's very shy. Not a confrontational person in any way. And when Betty Sue, my mother, would go off on a tangent,
I had it on mute. Okay. On mute. All right, I had it on mute, but I'm back. All right. So, Lori says, I can't fathom treating my kid like that. I'm self-critical of my parenting in the early years of my first son, but hearing this, I realized that I did all right. Yeah. Yeah, and being self-critical is very important. That's how success, that's how victory can happen. Where you know, like, yourself. People like his mother didn't know herself, and they didn't really care. She didn't really care. So yeah, you know, he really had a horrid upbringing, you know, abusive upbringing with ignorance. So, yeah, that's why he has the issues he had, and it parallels with what Amber Heard does to him. So it mirrors that. So, yeah, very good, very well said, Lori. You know, and you as a mother, you know, with empathy you have, you can't, and I, as a human being, I can't fathom why somebody would want to treat their kid like that, you know, but there are just a bunch of lost people out there, you know, and then it has a cycle of abuse, so the cycle continues in different forms, so it's good to do what can be done to break the cycle. All right.
toward my father, And of course, in front of the kids, it was no matter to her. He amazingly remained very, very stoic, and never, as she was rationing him with horrible things.
You're welcome, Lori. And I know people from Kentucky, and I'm familiar with Eastern Kentucky and Western Kentucky. Yeah, the eastern side is not good. It's kind of has gone, it's a place that goes downhill. And I think it's absolutely, terrible, like how far back this goes. How many centuries does this abuse go? Who started it? Was it, someone that had an alcohol problem? Was it someone that was angry? Like, there is a story of people that cooked their food a certain way in a certain type of pan, and it suddenly goes back to their great-grandparent. And then they asked the great-grandparent why they did it, and that was all they had back then. But it continued on for generations of viewing it a certain way. So the different cycle continues for generations and generations to come. Yeah, so I will say, though, that he did acting and he made amazing movies. And I think a lot of times people have gone through hardships can actually make something very great of themselves. So I do think that he did exceptionally well, that he used the pain to make great art through his movies, in spite of any shortcomings he may have had. Yeah, so, absolutely. Oh, yes. It is fascinating to think about. A lot of these words we use, there's terms and words that we use that go back to the Great Depression, and before that to the 1800s. Like, they'll be using the word scared and Timu long after we're not here anymore, and it originated from us here on YouTube. So there could be done as a good thing. And just good and bad, it goes through different lines of, it's like ancestry. The words and things and stuff like this has ancestry, and so does these actions. Like, for instance, lots of diseases and stuff have origins from different places. Like the different types of cells and bacteria that are out there and originate from different places, and they just kind of spread everywhere. So, yeah, skirt, ski-aired, skirt, 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 scared. So, yeah, that, and I think that it's a mental disease what his mother had, that she had to pass it down. So but I will say he did great in Pirates of the Caribbean. That's what I first saw him in. I was not around just yet when other movies and things he did came out, but I would have seen those things first if I was around, but I wasn't around yet. So, yeah, the pirate stuff's what I first saw, and he completely transformed the pirate landscape, because it used to be different types of costumes and outfits, pirate costumes and themes were, but he changed the whole thing with Disney. So, yeah, he really did a great job in spite of his circumstances that he had. And he was in a kid's movie, the Disney movies. For him to be able to do that, I hold nothing against him for if the latter Pirates of the Caribbean movies could have had problems, some people say, but I have nothing against it. He did great with all his movies. Lori said, yeah, I wonder if maybe she was bipolar or schizophrenic. Yeah. That makes sense, that she probably could have had one of those disorders undiagnosed. And I will say this, that in these regions in eastern Kentucky, let's just say people might marry each other that might be very close, and that might have certain diseases of mental disorders, too. And as I said, from wars and things that have happened also in genetics, where you have, people might have certain mental disorders, stuff of that nature, and it might, it runs in families, But I do think that an abusive environment predominantly caused her behavior, and with a mental disorder as well, at the same time. So, because, you could have people that marry each other, they could have, people could both have, and they're running in their families, maybe in Eastern Kentucky or in that region, maybe they had some genetic predisposition to something and some abuse happened. That's possible too. Laura said, if I recall correctly, Robin Williams and Jim Carrey both said they were lonely children, and their jokes and characters they made up helped them cope. Oh yeah, definitely the humor and things like that is a coping mechanism for hardships that happen. And, people that are good with these type of things a lot of times will have hard upbringings and things of that nature to cope with it, yeah. And they get these different skills, they get these certain abilities, and they can make something funny out of it. It's a distraction, from the world around them that's crumbling. Because people it can make you or break you, as the term says, so that no matter. Because remember, when pain is a good motivator, when you go through pain and suffering, it could be a good motivator to keep on going live and do live streams all day, or to do whatever, or do comedy or do movies and stuff. Not always, but a lot of times it can be fueled by other things that happen. So, and they make something great out of it. It's like after it rains and storms, you can have a rainbow. So, that's very well said, Lori. And those two were, and rest in peace to Robin Williams, and Jim Carrey's still around. And yeah, those two brilliant actors used the pain for something good. And Jim Carrey's father was funny. Jim Carrey's father was a good, a comedian type guy, but he never did it. He wanted to play it safe and work as an accountant. Oh, okay, Joyce. Thank you for hanging out with us. I'm glad that you are with us. So, and updating us what's going on. All right, so basically, they helped them cope. Yeah, and that is just what I think about the whole thing, that they use that, what Jim Carrey's father, but his father never did anything with comedy or acting, because he, didn't want to take a risk, but he still lost at the thing that he wanted to do. So that's why Jim Carrey's advice is to do what you like to do, because either way, you could fail at doing something you hate. Like, you could work a job or have something you absolutely hate, and you could still fail at it, or something could go wrong with it, or you could lose it. So if you're gonna lose out, you might as well do the thing you like to do, and you never know, So that's why it's a good mindset for those people to have. But a lot of people these days just do drugs or do all kinds of things where they will go down the drain, or they become abuser themselves. Like if you look in the void too much, you become the void. So yeah, it's all about your, not what happens to you, but the view you take of it. And you can't always control what happens, but how you react to it. So that is really the big thing with that type of situation regarding of upbringing. And I'll also say about failures is that failure is actually a learning experience, and the resilience to overcome it and keep moving forward is the greatest victory, because it's really the victory is over yourself, not over outside circumstances. If you have perseverance to keep on doing what you're doing after a failure, you won the battle with yourself. Or if you do win something, it win the battle within yourself. That's the biggest struggle. of all. Michael Jordan missed a bunch of winning shots, like thousands of basketball shots he could have done. And like he could have won the game, but he lost. He get thousands of ones he missed, but he's still a champion because they didn't give up and kept going. So that is the thing with Johnny. It was a learning experience for him, and the whole world was on his side in these circumstances because he used his skills and his gifts for good when he could have, used it for bad. And I think any mistakes he made or did or didn't do, I mean, look at the guy's upbringing and what happened to him. It's like and Laura, you're a teacher. And, like if someone is like on a test, if somebody could still pass a test, even if they don't get 100. And I think that he still passed the test of life, really well. Even if he didn't make it 100%, he did very well. Like if he had some shortcomings about him or whatever. Yeah, it's just we're all learning still. And thank you, Lori, for the compliment. I appreciate that. Now, yes, Joyce can fix him and make him 100%. I agree. Yeah, that is true. She's the cure. Yeah. So, and I'm glad he took the stand and talked about, the things that he went through. Definitely. Yeah, amen. Indeed. Yes, Lori.
He stood there and just looked at her while she delivered the pain, and he swallowed it. He took it. There was never one moment, never a moment when my father lost control and attacked my mother or hit my mother or even said a bad thing to my mother. The things that I witnessed there were a couple of times when it got too far that I could see his eyes welling up as he was staring at her, saying nothing. And then the most that he would do is he would punch a wall. I once saw him punch a wall and shatter his hand because it wasn't drywall. It was proper concrete and steel wire and rebar and things of that nature. And but still, never touched her, never argued with her. He remained a gentleman. And to me, as a 5-year-old boy, I kept thinking to myself, I kept wondering why does he take it? How does he take this? And why doesn't he leave her? But he didn't, he was able to.
Lori says, "Oh wow, light bulb. I just realized that Johnny learned from his dad that restraint in face of spousal abuse and taking out his pain on intimate objects, not her." Ah, yes. That good parental figure in his life was a good force to really restrain him from going off on her. That is true, yes. So that learned behavior from his father was the thing. At the same time, he had strong restraint, and that was good. Very good. But then again, his father stayed around, and it may have normalized the abuse because that's what he grew up with. So yes, it's a double-edged sword, but it's good that he did have that restraint from his father.
Maintain his calm and his composure. He was able to maintain his relationship with his children. He was a good man. He is a good man.
You mentioned that you saw your father punch a wall. How many times did you witness that?
I mean, out of, I couldn't count the amount of fights that they had, but I know that I've seen my father strike a wall 2 or 3 times tops. Once when he broke his hand. But yeah, 3 times at tops, you know.
Was your father ever abusive to you or any of your siblings?
No, my father was not an abusive man. At the same time, my father was also, to some degree, at the mercy of Betty Sue. Because if he argued with what she wanted done, that would just turn into another barrage of hatred towards him. So I can remember my father coming home from work, and maybe I'd gotten a bad report card, or maybe I'd gotten in trouble at.
Kimberly said, the reason I was just listening is because I tried to avoid anything that has to do with abuse. I've been through it, and it's definitely learned behavior, usually from a parent. Okay, thank you, Kimberly, for saying your thoughts about this situation. Yeah, and I was very sad that you had to go through that. You know, I really feel for you. And I'm glad to know your take on it. And Lori says, very smart, his attorney. This testimony was key. Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
School or something like that. And my father would arrive home from work, and the first thing she would say was, John, take him out there. He gets the belt. Give him the belt. And he wanted to know what it was about, so he'd take me out to the garage, and I'll never forget this white, thick leather 1970s era, thick leather white belt that he would take off, and then he would commence to inflict the punishment on me. But interestingly, there was one time when my father, I kept telling him I didn't do this. It was another incident. I kept swearing to him that I did not do what Betty Sue, what my mom had said that I'd done. But he went through with the punishment anyway. And then, not long after, he found out that I had been telling the truth and that I hadn't done what my mom had said that I'd done. And he came to me and apologized to me.
Kimberly says, please remember that abusers are very, very, very good manipulators. They'll sell you a story that sounds the best ever. Meanwhile, they are going home and abusing. I lived through it. Yeah, that's definitely true, Kimberly. They will sell a good story, but they really are snakes in disguise. I'm a survivor, and Lori says, I'm a survivor of child sexual abuse. Uncle, not blood related, and oh my gosh. And I've had a lot of time therapy. My parents were both abused, mom worst. It's too common. And, well, Lori, I am so sorry that you had to go through that. And I'm glad that you got the help that you needed to get, and that you're with us now. And Kimberly said, I was married to a police officer for 15 years. No one would have ever believed that he did what he did behind closed doors. I had pew-pews guns pointed between my ears. I was choked, punched, kicked. Yeah, that's very evil, Kimberly, that he did that to you. And it just shows that he has, low self-esteem, and he was, a real man doesn't do something like that. Because, the people like this, they lack emotional control, like, to go off like that. They lack the consciousness to have self-control and self-restraint, and it's a learned behavior. Yeah. And as I said, I'm very it's a blessing that you are still here and alive and well with us. That's very scary to go through that, a life or death situation, or being SA'd. That's very messed up to go through those things. And it is too common. It is too common. And it certainly needs to be stopped. And I'm back for a second. The stalker situation is worse. Oh no. Okay, Mermaid. Yeah, that is not good. Thank you for updating us. I'm glad you're here. Okay. Nobody would have ever believed that he was capable of doing that. He did to me, and told stories. He was very believable and manipulative. It's like a lot of serial killers are like that. They're good at making up a lie, and people will go along with. Their friend sent me a message. I took pics like Kim was saying, hello, Lori, and said they're going to find me, and they're sickos. Oh, Mermaid, yeah, take snapshots of it and save it. That is very sick of them to do that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right, Mermaid said, men who hold pew-pews guns to women and choke them, I'm also been 3 there. That also once each of those men are weak. Yeah. Like, if you have to point a pew-pew gun at a woman and choke her, I mean, women are already built physically not as strong as men. So that's really low to have to do something like that. Crazy people will be there. I'm praying for your safety. Yeah, prayers for Miranda's safety. Amen. Lori, thank you so much. I'm sure it's a bunch of talk. I hope I am documenting everything. I don't want anybody to ever happen to go through that. Amen. Facts. I want to call the cops. They're attacking my kids too. Yeah, I mean, I suggest doing everything that must be done to stop these people and expose them, and report to the proper authorities. Yeah. Kimberly, it's awful. I call myself most days, and have flashbacks. As I said, they want to pick on something they feel is physically weaker than them and feel tough. And also, it's, everybody has a different story to tell about what happened to them, and so it's always good for people to get the help that they need, because there's people right now that are being abused as we speak. There's evil things going on in the world, and we are making a difference by exposing it and talking about this. And it's always good to talk about these experiences. Blame sorry, huge prayers, world stalker speakers like Charlie Kirk, Trump, even others, of course, who are being stalked and threatened. Yes, definitely call the police. Alright, Lori says, although I've always been stronger than many men I've encountered. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes. And yeah, Lori, you are certainly stronger than a lot of men. I agree. And you could definitely kick their arses, for sure. Like the Marvel characters. Absolutely. Kimberly said, always say what doesn't kill us makes us stronger, and that's so true. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Or he says, I aced self-defense class in high school, flipped my 6'2" PE teacher, well, He told me to try so. Oh, yeah, and you're not normal. Well, yes, Lori, you have superhuman strength. You are a superhero, Lori. And I feel protected that you are here. You're the spaceship bodyguard. Facts. So, very well said, chat. Very good points. And yes, Miranda, I would suggest alerting the proper authorities about your situation, and at the very least, continue to document what's going on. Right. Yeah, you're being very smart indeed, Miranda. Yes, yes, she is. Yeah, and I'll continue with this.
For having gone through with the whipping, you know, the belt. And I have to say, my mom never did that. She couldn't. She knew what she knew. She was raised how she was raised. And I had no power to change what was inside of her, you know.
How did your parents' relationship ultimately come to an end, to your understanding?
When my father left, I didn't realize that he had left. He left for, I was 15. I had already left school, and I was a musician. I was playing in clubs and such. And he left for work one morning, just like every day, and was packing his car, and then he left. And then hours later, my mom, Betty Sue, came home from work. It was about 3:30 in the afternoon. And she walked in the door and stopped and just looked around like she felt something. And she just, I said, "What's wrong?" She said, "Your daddy's gone." I said, "Well, yeah, I seen him leave for work this morning." She said, No, he's gone, he's gone. And she ran into their bedroom and into their closet, and I followed her, and she opened the door, and there was his rack of clothing and all his belongings were gone. And she was quite upset. And I took her car and drove to my father's work, and I sat down in front of him at 15, and I said, "Listen, seems as though somebody stole all your clothes out of the closet." And he said, yeah. He said, "I'm done. I can't."
Murray said, "Well, I'm glad to have the best people ever here to support me in Alien 2. This is like, of course, it's my turn everyone got abused," right? Yeah, and Mermaid, Miranda, I also want you to know this. This is easier said than done, and I've told you, and this is for all of you, things that you could do. Now, controlling your breathing or counting your breaths is a way to help with the racing thoughts. Another thing you can do, which it could take practice, is to see your thoughts as like clouds passing by, and you're the sky. So you're watching the thoughts as they go by, but you're not trying to grab onto them and trying to like think of it just as they pass through, without judgment, and and then you can view it in that way. That way, it could be less of an anxiety, because the situation is anxiety driven. So that would, I think, help calm down. Hypothetically, at least it helps me. It says easier said than done, of course. And if you feel that a thought is getting too intense, you could just focus on counting the breaths and controlling that, and it would help make the different decisions. So yes, that's a suggestion that I have used, and it's used in warfare, and like soldiers and stuff use that when they're like in the battle zone, because you are in a battle zone. You're in the war zone. You know, and yeah, it's a very scary situation. And online, there's a lot of creeps. You know, I've encountered creeps on the internet. All right, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's very disturbing. All right. And I'm glad that you like our chat, Miranda, and that you're here with us. Appreciate it. And all of you here as well. Dang, well, that would have been my first instinct to fight back, but you're taking good measures now. All right. And very wise. May God bless all of us with safety. Amen. But thank you, as I said, for exposing it and telling us here what's going on. That way, people know what's happening. And that's a start. That's a victory in itself. And not being quiet, but telling us what's happening is very important. That's why I want you all to always tell me what's going on and tell the chat. We have built a very prosperous community of safe space here. Okay, Kimberly. Good night to you, Kim. It was very nice hanging out with you today. And take care. Peace. Oh, Lori, I'm glad that you liked the advice. Yes. Thanks.
I can't do it anymore. I can't live it anymore. You're the man. You're the man now. And those words didn't quite sit well with me. I didn't feel like I was ready to hear those words. But that's what I got. Then my mom went into a very, very dark place, a very deep, dark depression, as you can imagine. And one afternoon I woke up, I'd fallen asleep, and I woke up and walked out into the living room, and I saw my mother, very feebly, and like almost, it was like a slow motion crawl. If I could stand up, I could show you just what I saw. Do you mind?
No, you can stand up.
Thank you. I saw my mother, in that mode. So instantly, I knew that something was dreadfully wrong, and there was drool coming out of her mouth. And as I was about to run and call, the front door busted open, and my uncle and 2 paramedics came in and threw her on the gurney and whisked her out of the house to get her to the hospital to pump her stomach. She had swallowed a multitude of pills to try to take herself out, to try to commit suicide. And when she got out of the hospital, she was a small firecracker of a woman. She was about 5'2". But when she got out of the hospital, the depression was so deep, she was down to she lived on the couch, and she weighed about 70 pounds. And all that imagery spun into my head at that time, that I thought that was in my head at the time, I thought that was a cowardly way for my father to have left. And I was deeply upset by that. Until my father and I had a conversation years later, where I asked him what really happened, how did it happen when I was older, and he told me the story.
Your Honor, may we approach? Sure.
Hello there, Pussycat. It is a delight to see you here. Welcome to the stream.
Mr. Depp, how did you feel about your father when he left?
I was very disappointed in him because I started to believe that his exit was sneaky, cowardly. He didn't, when he said goodbye to me, when he left for work that morning, he just said goodbye, goodbye, Bob. And I went, see you later, Pop. That was it. Until I learned the truth from him.
And without getting into what your father told you, how has your impression of your father changed now?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, this is just an understanding of his perception of his family.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, what have you learned from your experience in your childhood and observing your father in your childhood?
I learned that I was wrong about my first impressions of his exit from the family. Very wrong. And I'll tell you one thing that I learned that was one of the best lessons I believe I've ever learned in my life, ever could learn in my life, was based on my experiences as a child and what I'd seen and experienced. I knew exactly how to raise children when my girl Vanessa got pregnant. I knew exactly how to raise children, which was to do the opposite of what they did, of what Betty Sue did.
You see, he learned that it's best to do the opposite of what Betty Sue did. You know, and to not fall into the same pattern of abuse. So that was wise of him.
Right, sir. And with Captain Jack, again, the cartoons. Started to believe that his exit was sneaky, cowardly. He didn't. When he said goodbye to me, when he left for work that morning, he just said goodbye. Goodbye, Bob. And I went, job. That's what I do. You don't do that. I do that. Okay. All right then. And then she said, let me get you a glass of wine. And she brought me the glass of wine. But I did take pause, of course, at the fact that she was visibly shaken or upset that I had broken her rules of routine. I thought that strange. And then...
Exactly, Lori. And she says, he did that for his children, but it seems it was harder for him when it came to himself. I understand that deeply. Yeah, and he was hard on himself and easy on the world around him. And I think he really did this thing where against him is where the wrath came upon himself, because all that energy had to go somewhere and he didn't know how to direct it, but he didn't direct that at his kids. So yeah, it just went inward inside of himself. Right. And Lori says understand deeply. Yeah, he's certainly very relatable in what he's saying here. And it's good he didn't go to the cycle of revenge and do it to his kids, but that was something he did well in that instance.
Once you notice something like that, then you start to notice other little tidbits and things that come out, and then within a year and a half, she had become this another person almost.
Mr. Depp, we're going to talk about Ms. Heard in a couple minutes, but I'd like to first talk about your career in Hollywood. And so could you please tell the jury how you ended up acting in the first place?
I ended up acting by accident. I was a musician, and I'd moved out to Los Angeles with my band when I was 20 years old. And then there were a couple of things that happened in the band where the band split up, and I remember I was filling out job applications, and then Nick, with a friend of mine who happens to be, he was an actor, less known then than he is now, Nicolas Cage. And I was filling out job applications at any, video stores, clothing stores, anything, just to be able to pay the rent. And Nick Cage said, why don't you meet my agent, because I think you're an actor. I think you could be an actor. And I said, look, I'll meet anybody, I'll do anything at this point. And so he sent me to his agent, Eileen Feldman, and I met with her. She sent me to read for a casting director named Annette Benson, who was casting a film called The Nightmare on Elm Street. And they brought me back to read for the director, Wes Craven. And I read for Wes Craven and somehow got the job. But I mean, I was by no means an actor. I didn't have any desire to be an actor. I was a musician. But the fact that these people were going to pay me what I found to be a ludicrous sum of money, which was it was kind of the SAG minimum. It was $1,284 a week, which I'd never seen that kind of dough before in my life. And so I suddenly, and then I did some other couple of dumb movies because I still, in my mind, I was a musician, and this was just a way to pay the rent, pay the bills, live. Then suddenly I found myself on that road. I had been placed on that road as an actor, and then one thing led to another, from film to film, and then I was cast in a TV series called 21 Jump Street when I was 22, I believe.
Mr. Depp, between the time that you were cast in Nightmare on Elm Street and you were cast in 21 Jump Street, how did you enjoy acting during that time?
It was foreign to me. It was foreign to me, but I didn't have any great ambition to be an actor. I'm a naturally, normally, I've always been quite a shy person. I've always been quite introverted. And so there was a very strange metamorphosis from being one of four, that is to say, one of four in a band where you have this fraternity or this brotherhood, and you're out there fighting the world together to try to get that record deal or whatever you're looking for. And when I got on this series and my life started to change in various ways, that is to say that people started to, you go into a restaurant and you'd see people whispering and pointing and all that. I was very uncomfortable with it. I was very uncomfortable with it, and I didn't like it. Just because I never wanted to be the lead singer and the guy out front and will get all the attention, and I didn't. So suddenly I was on my own, and I was having to deal with this newfound sort of notoriety, and it was odd. It was very odd, and it was. Yeah, it was a very uncomfortable thing. I mean, I don't think it's anything that one can get used to. I'm still not used to it now, and which I'm actually glad that I'm not used to it, because if I were, I don't think I'd be the same person that I am.
Mr. Depp, did there come a time when you became passionate about acting?
Once I realized that that's the road that I was on, and that any attempt at going back to music would be it would have been. I hated the idea that since the television series had come out and I had been exposed as this character or this actor, I had to realize in my own mind and heart that there was no going back to music, because I didn't want to, I didn't want to use whatever amount of success that I had attained from the TV series and that sort of thing. I didn't want to use that to influence, some career in music. I had far too much respect for music than to just become what they wanted me to become, which was a teen idol or a teeny, that sort of thing. I fought that with everything in my being. So once I realized that music was no longer an option, then I began to study at various places. The Loft Studio, which is now long gone, in Los Angeles. I studied with some other teachers, Saunders Seacat. I read all the books that you could read, and all that was great, but you realize that the only way to learn, or the only way to learn how to, it's not act necessarily, the only way to learn how to react and behave, because it's just behavior and it's reaction, was to do it. It's on-the-job training. It's trial by fire. So I did my best to work up my own approach towards a character and such.
And what were a couple of the first few projects that you worked on where you were really able to implement that approach?
I would say I would say that the first film that I had done that I really took, where I really felt, okay, I've done the work, I know what I need to do. I would say that was where I considered myself an actor, I suppose, was when Oliver Stone cast me in Platoon in 1986.
How did you come to be cast in Pirates of the Caribbean?
Well, that's many years later, but I had been, Disney had offered me a film called Hidalgo, when it was about a man and his horse in the desert and stuff, and I read the screenplay, and I just didn't think it was for me. But I wanted to have a meeting with them because at that point I had a 2-year-old, 2.5-year-old daughter, and so, or 3, and for 3 years I watched nothing but animated films, cartoons from Tex Avery to Bugs Bunny to that was all I watched with my little girl, and I received the screenplay for Pirates, and it was I somehow in my mind I saw this opportunity, like a way to mesh characters like cartoon characters. For example, Wile E. Coyote gets a boulder dropped on his head and he's completely crushed, but they cut to the next scene and he's just got a little bandage on his head. So I started thinking about the parameters that were available to cartoon characters, and if they were available to cartoon characters, and nobody ever asked a question, whether you were 5 or 95, you didn't ask a question. Oh, Wile E. Coyote, of course he's still alive. So I tried to incorporate these kind of ideas into the character of Captain Jack Sparrow, so that I could try to push those parameters and control the sort of suspension of disbelief, to be able to control the characters' actions, words, movements, and put them in a place where the things that he would do or say were so either ludicrous or mainly something that also something the cartoon characters can get away with things we can't.
Another ingenious thing about him is that he was able to put characters from cartoons, integrate it into Captain Jack and all the other characters he's played throughout time. That was a very intelligent idea that he had and that he implemented. and see how he's using the creativity and the things he went through, the cartoons he would see. Like, say he's watching cartoons, all kids do that, but also to get away from what's going on around him. Then he used that into his acting. So that is also quite fascinating indeed. Eastern Kentucky had a lot of coal mines, and they were in situations of poverty, and they were secluded, and there wasn't really lots of transportation because of all the mountains, and it caused a lot of problems to the education well-being of the people of that region.
Captain Jack Sparrow can do things that I could never do. He could say things that I could never say. Also, something... The cartoon characters can get away with things we can't. Captain Jack Sparrow can do things that I could never do. He could say things that I could never say. So it was, for me, a way to stretch the parameters of a character and take a risk in doing that. But if it panned out,
You see, he's right on, Lori. You see, he's talking about his, the coping. He said that Captain Jack can say things he could never say. It's also, in my opinion, it also could be from the coping of what he endured, and that his characters can do things that couldn't regularly be said. And I like that he was able to express himself in this artistic way. As I said, there's too many people, especially in gang violence in the hood, that go down a very violent path. And it'd be nice if more people would do what he did to go into something like this, because too many people make excuses and cop out. This proves that no matter what your upbringing is, it has to take personal accountability for your actions, and do what must be done. Lori said, I heard that he used Keith Richards as an example for Captain Jack's stance, swaying, and hand gestures, but I can't yet confirm that. Let's see. I will find this out right now for you, Lori, and we'll find out the truth of that. All right, right now.
I felt I was on a pretty good mission. If it panned out, I thought that it might be a character who would be accepted by 5-year-olds and 45-year-olds and 65-year-olds and 85-year-olds, and in the same way that Bugs Bunny is,
You mentioned
believed.
You mentioned that you received the script. When was that?
I'm sorry?
When did you first receive the script for Pirates of the Caribbean?
The first screenplay I received was 2000.
This is the verdict, the answer. Yes, it is true that Johnny Depp based many of Captain Sparrow's mannerisms on the Rolling Stones guitarist Keith Richards. This included his swaying gait, slurred speech, and unique gestures. Rock star. Depp viewed 18th century pirates as rock stars of their era. He saw parallels between the pirates' reputation preceding them as legendary status of music like Richards' A Drunken Swagger. Richards' distinctive swagger, eccentric personality is primarily inspiration. Disney reaction. The performance initially worried some Disney executives who reportedly worried that Jack was drunk and gay. However, Depp, they're calling him gay. Captain Jack gay. Scared? Risky choices paid off, creating one of the cinema's most iconic characters. Well, that's why you gotta take risks and go there and see that. Right. Richard's role in the film. After the first film success, Richard was flattered and he agreed to play Captain Jack's Tiago, Captain Jack's father, the third of the fourth Pirates films. Also, he drew from Looney Tunes. So that is inspirations from the character Captain Jack. Oh, you're welcome, Lori. My pleasure.
2002, I believe. Yeah, 2002.
And what did you think of that script when you received it?
Yes. Yes, he did play that character. I remember when I was seeing the movie theater, I didn't know who that was because I was too young, but Mary Toodles told me who it was, and that is correct. Yeah, they have many funny scenes together. Yeah. Yeah, gay. They called him gay. Yeah, who is gay? You are gay. And that was what I just said was from a meme on YouTube when it was Ghana. They were asking who is gay. It was from this. In Ghana, they're interviewing a trans person, and he's like, "Who is gay? You are gay." So, but yeah, Captain Jack is not gay. Yeah, but that's crazy. They thought Captain Jack was gay. That's not true. They wouldn't say that to Captain Jack's face, though. Yeah, they're ridiculous. But you see, it paid off. That's why it's good to ignore the naysayers. And people that will have constructive or destructive criticisms at times. Laurie said, I mean, the sexual tension between Elizabeth and Captain Jack should dispel the gay thing there. Yeah, he never did anything gay with any of the characters. At all. Okay, it's pronounced Teague. Okay, thank you, Laurie. I didn't remember how it was said in the film, so thank you. Yeah, so gay thing there. So basically, I don't know what. Maybe the Temu Disney official was projecting, but Disney's now needs to question its sexuality because a lot of its characters now, and a lot of these movies that come out are questionable. So they need to really pay attention to what they're doing now. But yeah, Captain Jack was not. Captain Sparrow was not gay. That's just ridiculous.
I thought that it had all the kind of hallmarks of a Disney film. That is to say, a kind of a predictable predictable 3-act structure with and the character of Captain Jack was more he was more like a swashbuckler type that would kind of swing in shirtless and be the hero, and I had quite different ideas about the character, so I incorporated my notes into character and brought that character to life, much to the chagrin of Disney initially.
Now, when you say you made changes to the character, how did you do that?
Just in preparation, the very same way that I've ever approached any character. You look for a back history. You base it on, it could be anything. Like Edward Scissorhands, for example, I based on a dog that I'd had and newborn babies. My sister had a couple of new babies, and I watched them, because I thought that Edward would see things from this sort of.
Bob says, on my way to the gym, it's back today. Oh yeah, okay, that's good to know. I'm glad you're going to the gym, and thank you for telling us hello. Yeah. And we're doing a review on Johnny Depp's upbringing and the psychological impacts it had, and just abuse in general, how abuse can affect people.
From a place of innocence and not knowing exactly what things meant or were.
I loved the Rary Toy Horse as a kid, and Misty. Oh, Chinnatig. And one of my faves, so I learned that pronunciation as at a young age. Misty was a real wild pony on the island of Chincoteague. Oh, thank you. That's a very cool story. Thank you for sharing that, Maury. Yeah, peace and hugs. Thank you, Bob. Well, that's cool you learned that at a young age. That's awesome. I like that story. I love Ruri Toy Horses as a kid, and Misty of Chincoteague was one of my faves, so I learned station Misty was a real wild pony on the island. I like that story. That's really cool.
And also that look of a pure, innocent child when they experience something for the first time. Those were the two main ingredients that I thought would serve the character. And with Captain Jack, again, the cartoons, you know, the Pepe Le Pew. It's like making a soup, you know. It's ingredients. It's just ingredients. There's some Pepe Le Pew in there. There's some Keith Richards.
I'm thinking Pepe the Frog. I'm caffeinating up. You get 10% more exercise. Oh, we start watching this trial to laugh, but we went deep. Yeah, we did go deep. We go deep, and I love having minds, much more brilliant minds here, which is you, the chat, to tell us what we do in this situation, how things work. That is just perfect. To not bring people to tell the chat what to do, but the chat should tell us what to do on the spaceship. That's what I like better. So that's why I like having all of you here as a collective and us discussing this. So I'm learning, we're all learning together, and everyone else that's like watching, lurking. So yeah, very good point. Yeah, we did go very deep, and that's the beauty of teamwork. So yeah, very well said, Lori.
There's a bit of a, you know, I figured this is a guy who's been on the sea for the majority of his life. Quite possibly his brains may have been scrambled a bit by the sun. And also I thought that he'd been on the sea for so long that he had his sea legs, but when he got on land, he just didn't have his land legs. So he could never quite...
That is true about Captain Jack, Captain Sparrow. And another thing about Captain Sparrow was that he was... Now, this is not that canonically correct, but I still think it's canonically correct, is that he was an employee of the East India Company. But you could still make the newer movie and the movie that came out in the past canonically correct and linked. But yeah, so he was in the East India Company, and shout out to Mary Toodles. And the unfortunate situation that happened was he was asked to ship slaves, and he said no, so they branded him as a pirate, so he could have lost some screws from going through all that humiliation also. We start watching this. I think the island is off the North Carolina coast. Assateague is a nearby island that has wild ponies too. Oh, thank you. That's so cool to know. I don't know if they still do, but there used to be annual roundups of the ponies for adoption. It took me months to get my land legs. Ah, okay. Okay, so it takes some time to get land legs. Yeah, because I guess being on the sea for that long, it's a little bit different when you're back home on the land. The locals would round up the ponies and swim them to the mainland to adopt it. This practice has kept the pony population at a healthy level on the island. Oh, that's good to know. And yeah, that's certainly important to do in nature to try to mitigate the population's influx or downgrade. It's very important to do. Yeah, absolutely. You know, my friends that have farms, I know about ponies from the farms. And it is very incredible to see how these animals, how people care for them. I never thought that they would be on islands and stuff. It's very cool. Thank you for sharing that.
Stand still.
How did the film ultimately turn out in your view?
I didn't see it, but I believe that the film, the film did pretty well apparently, and they wanted to keep going, making more, and I was fine to do that, there's great freedom in being able to, it's not like you become that person, but if you know that.
Or said, oh my gosh, Alien, I didn't know that about Jack. I missed it somehow, but that makes so much sense. Yeah, Lori, because there's a deleted scene that they took out the movie, but there's a scene, I don't want to spoil, and I didn't also, I'm not trying to spoil anything, but you get the idea. Something that had to be mentioned. And at some point I'll send you the clip, so if someone deleted scene that he's having a conversation with Lord Beckett about their past together, and they're having a debate about slavery and stuff like that, and that it was in the Black Pearl was originally called the Wicked Wench. That's what it was originally called. And that's why it's all black looking, because it was originally burned. It originally was a ship that had, kind of like the ship that I have in the game. It had colors and stuff on it. And I would say he probably looked more like Ichabod from Sleepy Hollow. That's the character he probably would have looked more similar to, hypothetically, before he became the pirate. Because, he would have... And also the pirate thing shows a cancel culture, because it will... Like, the pirate became such a loose term that anybody that disagreed with the East India Trading Company's monopoly was branded a pirate, but didn't mean that they're actual pirates. So he was put with all these criminals and outcasts and stuff. So I think that could have been a factor, too, that messed with him, the character. And... You're welcome, Lori. Davy Jones was the one to bring the Wicked Wench back from the depths, and he would have to pay servitude to the Flying Dutchman after 10 years. But he escaped, and he kept on being on the run because the Kraken was going after him. So all that's interconnected. Right. And because you notice that Captain Jack is never a bad person. Captain Sparrow is never a bad person. He's just trying to survive and do his thing and drink rum. Like, he wasn't going and, like, murdering people and robbing ships and stuff, like maybe like Barbossa would do. Yeah, that's how you knew that he was more honest. Let's Go Dodgers here. I don't know. You've not seen Let's Go Dodgers, but if you're here, buddy, the message is, "'Cause Toronto is coming for you." Yeah. And good. Welcome back, Aaron. All right. So, hey, that was funny, Aaron. So, scared. Okay, Bob, take care. Thank you for hanging out with us for a few moments. Yeah, so, yeah, that was the story. Now, they changed these new people that in the last Pirates of the Caribbean movie, they completely changed the whole storyline and said that he was a pirate from when he was a kid, and they gave him the compass. Ah, okay, Aaron said Toronto Blue Jays just won. We're going to World Series, baby. Oh, okay, congratulations, Aaron. Dodgers need to be scared. And I'm even scared myself. Yeah, and so I do, although you could make both canonical, like you can say that, oh, that's okay, Aaron, I appreciate you being here. So what you can do is that both could be canonical. Like he could have been a pirate when he was little, then he became an East India Company later, and then he went back to being a pirate. But I will say the newer one, I like it, but it's not really canonical, and I like going back to the original canonical version. But you could tie both those things together and make it canonical, but yeah, they're vastly different origin stories. Because it's like, that's why he had a P thing branded on his arm, and that's where it came from. And he was Captain Jack Sparrow. That's why he was captain, because he was captain of the East India Company. So ironically, those East India Company ships that we see in the game and in the movie, he was a captain of one of those at one time. But then they branded him as a pirate because he didn't want to do the cargo, as Beckett calls it, cargo. Completely dehumanizing. You know, we got to realize that this like slavery stuff goes back hundreds and hundreds of years ago, all the way to that era. It's a long time. Now we have electricity and we're talking on computers. I'm glad that we got rid of it in this neck of the woods. Other parts of the world have slavery. And I see communist states as slavery, in my opinion, the way their countries run. But I'm glad in the West we got rid of it. Eventually. All right.
Character, to the degree that I did, because he was not what the writers wrote, so they really weren't able to write for him. So once you know a character better than the writers, that's when you have to be true to the character and add your words, add the rewrites. I believed in the character wholeheartedly, and initially the Disney folks were somewhat upset.
Now, you mentioned that the film was, to your understanding, a great success. How did your life change after the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie came out?
Though I'd been around for many years already, and people knew who I was and all that. After Pirates 1 came out, there was a completely different. It was a completely different way of life. Was being sort of. You know, my family and I were being plunged into. That is to say, you know, at our house in Los Angeles, you would have people trying to climb the gates to get into see Captain Jack Sparrow. You would have people trying to bust in the gates dressed as Captain Jack Sparrow. You would have and follow you and your family. So that was the moment when there was no other way but to we had to hire more security guards, and I was certainly worried for my kids' safety. And so then that's when instead of just the one guy, there became several security people, because I wanted to make sure that my kids were safe when they went to school, or when they went to Disneyland, or when they went to the mall or whatever. So yes, more security, and then just getting followed, by hordes of paparazzi and things like that. It's I've had worse jobs, certainly. I can't complain about it, but after a while you realize that anonymity has left the building a long time ago. You know, the anonymity's gone. And that's an odd thing to deal with. When you just, I mean, you can't just drive down to the diner and get a cup of coffee or something. It's not possible. It turns into something else altogether. So it's, you know, it's acceptance. And of course there's a bit of sacrifice involved. I can't complain about the work that I've been given. I can't complain about any of that. I have no right to. But it does make you have to think very creatively when you've got little kids about how to take them to the park, or you know, to the swings, or to the this or that, or movie, or you know, it becomes a strategic mission, and that's what happened after Pirates.
Now, you mentioned your family. Who did your family consist of at that time?
Vanessa, Parody, the mother of my children.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Alright, so guys, don't want to scare you, but this escalated in the worst way possible, and there's police on their way, and it sucks. I just opened my Facebook, which I never go into, and I seen apparently the lady that has been stalking me has been talking to me to herself in my messages for months, saying she knows my area. Well, that's very creepy, mermaid. That's very creepy indeed. And prayers for you, and I'm glad that the police were contacted. Yeah, prayers for you, and thank you for letting us know. It is on the record. All right. Thank you for keeping us posted, and you know, God's with you.
We were together for 14, 15 years. Myself, our daughter Lily Rose, and our boy Jack.
Now, you mentioned hiring more security. Did you already have a security team at the time that Pirates of the Caribbean came out?
Yes, because there'd been more films prior to that. I mean, a number of films prior to that. So I was recognized, and I was known. So if you wanted to attempt to have any experience that might be normal, you sort of had to have somebody around to get you out of a squirrely situation should it arise. So I had security prior to that for who would travel with myself and my family. But not like, you know, when I was at work. Back then I didn't have security at work so much, you know, not before Pirates. Pirates was really that was the thing that everything, it all turned around. It all just went weird.
So how did your security team change after Pirates of the Caribbean came out?
Well, like I said, with anything, it become more strategic, and you had to have more guys or gals, because if Vanessa, for example, she worked in France quite a lot, and if she was in France, and I was in LA with the kiddies, then been working, security would basically pick my kids up at school or whatever and bring them home. So that became the routine, driving them to school, bringing them home. So yeah, and then if I went somewhere, it just, the security guards kind of multiplied because you needed to protect your street, your house, your kids. Endless.
So after Pirates of the Caribbean, who has been on your security team?
Jerry Judge was with me for, oh boy, over 20 years. Jerry Judge we've mentioned it before. It was a year or two ago. Jerry would go on film sets with me. He would do reconnaissance missions. You know, that is to say, he would go to a country before we would go there, make sure all the hotel rooms were all taken care of and such. Or when I went on tour with, say, the Hollywood Vampires, which is a band that I played with, he would come on the road with me with another security guard. So there was Jerry Judge, there was Malcolm Connolly, who's been with me for 20 years or more, Leonard Damian, Sean Bett, Travis McGivern, Mark Gibbs. I mean, there are a few.
Are all of these security personnel still with you today?
Jerry has gone on to somewhere else. Jerry passed away from cancer, so Jerry made his exit. But the majority of I believe all of those fellows are still with me, yes.
When did Mr. Judge pass away?
I believe it was two years ago, roughly. Maybe a little less than 2 years ago.
Now I'd like to go through a couple of the names that you just mentioned. What is Malcolm Conley's purview in the realm of your security team?
What is his role?
Exactly, yes.
Now that Jerry is, Jerry and Malcolm had worked together for a very long time.
Lori says, "I'm sorry, Miranda. I don't blame you. That is scary, but thank goodness the police are on it. Send you my strength and prayers for safety for all of you." Yes, Lori, that is very sweet of you to tell Mermaid. Amen.
So I'd met Malcolm through Jerry. After Jerry's passing, Malcolm obviously took over for Jerry, and so he took on extra responsibilities. He would have to make sure that there was someone on the ground wherever we were going that had done their recon, the reconnaissance, and to make sure that everything was set up by the time we got there, and that it would be a straight shot into the hotel without a gaggle of paparazzi. You didn't have to walk through 50 screaming, hollering photographers. So you'd go in through a garage door and through a slippery kitchen and then you were taken to your room, where you stayed.
When did Malcolm Conley join your team?
Malcolm had joined. I mean, Jerry brought him on, so Malcolm has been with me for over 20 years now.
And in those 20 years, how often have you physically been present with Malcolm?
With Malcolm?
Yes.
Endless, countless, all over the world. Everywhere. Los Angeles, Japan, Serbia, films, tour. Malcolm was my, when we were on the Vampires tour in Europe, throughout Europe, and Malcolm was on the bus with me. We lived on the bus together, basically.
How often is Malcolm in LA with you?
It depends if there's or if there was a larger premiere, where where it had to be worked out so that it didn't turn into a chaotic or dangerous event, because sometimes there are, between you and the people, there are these barriers, and sometimes the professional photographers or the professional autograph people will surge forward, and in the front rows of these, behind these barriers, you have little kids and older women and older men, and so when the professionals would surge forward, these people would start getting kind of crushed against this metal deterrent, and that was the most worrisome thing when you're at a premiere and there are thousands and thousands of people there, and I've always called it running the gauntlet. Essentially what it is that people are there to say hi and to support the film or the cast or whatever. So I've always gone out and signed for those people. I've always gone out and signed for all or as many as I possibly could. I mean, to the point of sometimes Jerry Judge would literally pick me up off the ground to make me stop signing, take me away. So, yeah, it was those kind of things. Again, you don't really get used to that, so I forget what the original part of your question was. I got lost in the gauntlet.
I'll move on. What about Sean Bett? How long is...
You want to go ahead and take a break now? Would that be okay for afternoon
That's
break?
fine. That's
Let's go,
fine.
why don't we go ahead and do that? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please do, we'll take 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Thank you. Stay there for a minute. Thank you.
And I said, of course, the penthouse is empty. I wasn't in the, I wasn't going to be renting them out necessarily any.
Role with respect to your children's security.
Excuse me?
You mentioned your children
Yes.
with respect to Leonard Damien. Is his role in connection with your children's security?
Yes, very much so. Leonard, Leonard Damien and and Sean Bet for quite a while, were both sort of assigned, as it were, to my kids, taking them to school, picking them up from school if Vanessa and I were unable to do it, or even if we were there, we would drive with them to take the kids to school. And over the years, obviously, your children, my children have taken quite a shine to them, and they've become like another set of parents in a way.
And how long has Travis McGivern been with you?
Travis, I believe, a little bit less than that. I believe. I couldn't really speculate. If it's a little less, maybe it's 13 years, or I don't know.
Now, you mentioned that you had to bring on additional security after Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yes.
How has the fame associated with that franchise affected your personal relationships?
Again, I would never complain about the repercussions, let's say, or the repercussions of the success of that film. But of course, as I said, there are sacrifices that one has to make. Sacrifices that you're not nearly ready for. Just simply when you when you go to a town, or you go on a press tour or something, and you're staying in a hotel. People stay in hotels all the time. I stay in the hotel. We've found that it's just a lot easier if I stay put in a hotel and not kind of, again, especially if it's with the kids or something, I don't want them to, I've never wanted them to see me as a novelty. I just wanted to be dad, you know. Now, they're well aware of a lot, and they're well aware of pretty much everything. But no, you know, when you get recognized wherever you go, the basic truth is it's pretty simple. People are generally kind and curious, and if they've grown up with you in their living room, from a television series or from various films that they've seen, there's nothing menacing about being recognized. Sometimes there can be. Sometimes people can get weird, but we've found that it's just it's better all around if I stay in my hotel room and don't go out to too many restaurants or anything, because it generally causes a bit of a hubbub. If you go to a restaurant, someone calls the paparazzi, you go in for a meal and you come out and there's 30 guys out there. It can be a little overwhelming. It's not something, I think I said it before, it's not something that it's not something that I've ever gotten used to, and it's something that I hope I never get used to. Because I don't think of myself in those terms. I used to be Johnny, if that makes sense. I used to be Johnny, and then my name, full name, which I honestly find still, it's difficult, it's uncomfortable to say my own name, because when I say it, I hear the commodity, I hear the product. So I went from Johnny to Johnny Depp, and then that name, with that name, Johnny Depp, and some image was cultivated. Certainly not by me, but the media, especially in those days, they must label you. They have to give you a label. And labels are one of the things that I've fought vigorously with regard to my work. I never wanted to be the poster boy. I never wanted to be the I don't have, I'm not built with that kind of hubris. I don't have that kind of confidence. I can do virtually anything playing a character. I can become the character in my work, and that character may be able to spit out 100 words a minute, but me, myself, Johnny, I cannot. So therein lies the difference,
Mr. Depp, other than acting, what other artistic pursuits do you have that may be a little less known to the general public?
Well, I've remained a musician. I've been a musician. I started playing the guitar when I was 12 years old, and that saved my life, because I locked myself into in my bedroom at the age of 12, listening to records, moving the needle back, and then learning that piece, and then learning it again. So so much so that I don't remember. I have no memory of going through puberty. I was just playing the guitar. I was obsessed with my guitar.
Any other artistic pursuits?
I've always drawn since I was very small, since I was very little, and always enjoyed drawing, and then began to paint, and so there started learning about painting and trying to I suppose different ways of expressing oneself, different ways to release the things that are living in your head, whether they be beautiful memories, whether they be horrific memories, whether they be I have I need to create. It's a need. It's a. Of course, I want to create as well, but I actually need to create because I need to summon whatever it is that I need to summon, to whether that's within a film or a painting or a guitar note. All of those things should come from a place of an organic place, a place of truth. Because if they don't, well, then you're just lying, aren't you? Every bit of truth, a person doesn't have to say anything on film. What's important is what's behind the eyes. And if they do say something, what's important is not necessarily the words that they say. It's very easy to say, I love you, but what brings it into the realm of truth is what's underneath it, what's not being said, the subtext, if you will. So, any artistic or creative venture, any film, anything that I do, that's where I'm coming from. That's my approach.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned words, and I think the jury has already seen some words that you've written in text messages.
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury a little bit about how you write?
Certainly. When I was young, when I was about 12 years old, my elder brother, Danny, walked into my room and ripped the Peter Frampton record off my record player, threw it across the room, and said, you got to stop listening to this stuff. And he put this record on, and it started, and I'd never heard anything like it. It was called Astral Weeks by Van Morrison. And so I'm a kid, 12 years old. So my brother had turned me on to Van Morrison, then he turned me on to soundtracks like Clockwork Orange or Last Tango in Paris. He turned me on to books by Jack Kerouac. He turned me on to books by Ginsberg, Philip K. Dick. Salinger. The whole James Joyce, the whole Hemingway, the whole thing. So, so I became very interested in vocabulary and the unique voices of these writers. And then I started reading people like Tom Robbins and Hunter S. Thompson, and then ended up becoming very close friends with Hunter Thompson for the last 10, 12 years of his life. And Hunter's writing, of course, because of the amount of time I spent with him, it has influenced my writing greatly. Hunter was known for inventing a thing called gonzo journalism, which is it's the author putting himself in the situation as opposed to writing it from the author's point of view. He writes it with him in it. And there are great embellishments, and embellishments are great sort of ways that he would twist things and express his feelings, and So he became a huge hero, of course, to me, and a great friend. In my texts and in my emails, or sometimes just even in my writing, you take the subject and you try to express it in your own vernacular, and in that, for example, with the text messages that I apologize that everyone's had to experience. I am ashamed of some of the references made. I'm embarrassed that at the time, the heat of the moment, the heat of the pain that I was feeling, went to dark places. There is no, if you're writing, there is no set place that you have to stay in. You can travel, and sometimes pain has to be dealt with humor, and sometimes very dark humor. I grew up watching Monty Python, so yes, it can tend to get into dark humor. It can tend to get words are used that for emphasis, and words are used to express what you're feeling at the time, and it's just like growing up. You learn from those mistakes, you learn from those things, and you move forward, you know? And that's how you start to understand your own vernacular and what's important, you know, what's necessary and what's not necessary. I tend to be quite expressive in my writing, and after the unfortunate words of Ms. Heard, made their way into my heart and my head. Those are two very opposing things. So you're trying to find the best way to express something to a friend. Sometimes you're exaggerating, you know, something that you've done, just to make it sound, just to make him understand that, you know, I'm on planet question mark here. I don't know what's going on, but I know I'm in this situation, and I know that it cannot continue.
Mr. Depp, the jury's heard quite a bit from Ms. Heard's side about your drug and alcohol use, but I'm sure they'd like to hear from you. So could you please just tell them about your history of substance use?
Certainly. Again, this goes back to when I was a young boy. Excuse me. At about the age of, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old, I can remember vividly my mom telling me to go get her nerve pills, you know, out of her purse that was hanging on the back of the door. So I'd go get the nerve pills and I'd bring her the nerve pill. She'd take it, and you know, after a few years, you start to notice, well, you start to think about nerve pills. And then she seemed to calm down after she took those nerve pills. So when I was 11 years old, I wanted to calm down, and I didn't know how to. So I'd bring my mom her nerve pill, I would walk away, and I would take one myself to escape caring so much, feeling so much, to escape the chaotic nature of what we were living through. So that was the beginning when I realized that nerve pills calm the nerves. It's a pretty young age to do that. I can't say that I'm proud of admitting to that, but I have to say that I knew not what else to do. I knew nothing else that I could do. So as we were all growing up, there was always those kids who would say, let's party. Let's go party. I want to party. I've never used the word party in my life. I've never taken any substance for a party. I have taken these substances over the years, on and off, to numb myself of the ghosts, the wraiths that were still with me, and from my youth. So I needed, everything. It was essentially just self-medication. One of those get me out of here moments, and you know, where you want to escape from is your own brain, your own head.
How often have you used substances throughout your life?
Having started with my mother's nerve pills at 11, of course, you know, that's around the age that you're introduced to marijuana, you're introduced to, and also depending on where you're living and who you're associating with and who's around the neighborhood. I wasn't shy to try a substance to see if the effect of it would maybe even take a bit more of the edge off. So I started at 11, and I mean, I even mentioned this in an interview in TV Guide, if anyone remembers TV Guide, in 1989, where I was asked by the journalist why I believed that kids who were watching the show, 21 Jump Street, about police officers in school as undercover cops, but as students, I was asked why these kids or whoever should believe me or trust me or listen to me, and I said, look, I could, because I've experienced it, and I can tell them that there is no future in it, that there's nothing but a kind of a postponing of the inevitable. That one day you're going to have to face those feelings. One day you will meet those, let's call them demons from your youth. So I was straight up, open and honest at that time in a very, I mean, TV Guide was it was right at the register when you checked out at the grocery store. It was like the most popular thing, and it was a very straight little magazine. But I told them I'd pretty much done all the drugs that I was aware of by the time I was 15 years old, and which was true. Now, that doesn't mean to say that I continued into that, forest of possibilities with regard to substances. I wasn't dropping acid every 5 minutes. I wasn't. There were many years that I didn't touch a substance and no drugs. There were many years that I didn't have a drink. So it's, as I said, it's never been for the sort of party effect. It's been for trying to numb the things inside that have that can plague someone's who's experienced trauma. But the characterization of the characterization of my substance, quote unquote, substance abuse that's been delivered by Ms. Heard is grossly embellished, and I'm sorry to say, but a lot of it is just plainly false. I think that it was easy. It was an easy. I think it was an easy target for her to hit, because once you've trusted somebody for a certain amount of years and you've told them all the secrets of your life, that information then, of course, can be used against you, especially if it's taken to a point that is teetering on impossible, and teeters over impossible, in fact, at times. It's so, I am not some maniac who needs to be high or loaded all the time. In fact, in Australia, from before Australia and in Australia, I had been off of alcohol for, I believe it was about 18 months.
Mr. Depp, you've mentioned some periods of sobriety throughout your life. How many would you estimate you've had?
Quite a number. You know, on various films, you see. I suppose, I guess maybe by example, if anyone's, well, if you're familiar with Hunter Thompson's book, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which I was lucky enough to make into a film with Terry Gilliam. The film calls for myself and my attorney to be absolutely blotto out of our heads constantly throughout the film. And most people just assume that, well, they just got wasted and they filmed them. There would have been no way you couldn't act that. You couldn't make that film with two actors who were loaded. There would be no way. And then to the other extreme, Donnie Brasco, a film that I made about an FBI agent. I had to go into a training regime where I had to eat 5 meals a day, drink 5 shakes a day, you know, these protein shakes per day, work out 3 to 4 hours a day because I had to gain 20 to 30 pounds of muscle. There was certainly no abuse of substances then. There's been no abuse of substances on film sets. There have been there's been no moments where I would have been considered out of control. Never. In fact, it's not been mentioned. I'm sure they don't want to mention it, but I remember that because when I was with Ms. Heard and her friends, and we were all drinking wine, and I smoking marijuana. They used to tease me because of what they said was a ludicrous tolerance, because I never appeared loaded or high or any of that. Even if I felt a little spinny, no one would have ever known. You know.
Mr. Depp, is there any substance that you've ever been addicted to?
Yes.
And what is that?
Roxycodone, or Roxycontin, which is it's an opiate. It's I think oxycodone has the opiate and then some pain, like a paracetamol or something, and then the Roxys are just the opiate, as far as I remember. And when I was working on Pirates 4, and there was a scene in which I had to grab this large gold and red, you know, stately gilt chair, pick it up and chuck it out this big giant window. And so I did it, and as I swung around to throw the chair out the window, I felt this immediate electricity from the bottom of my spine down my left leg, and it was like an electricity that burned. So I had obviously it was sciatica, so I had obviously pinched something, done something. So I saw a chiropractor or a kine or whatever. I saw chiropractors and to no avail. Then I saw a doctor and the only pain medication that she recommended and prescribed to me was roxicodone. And there was a part of me that was a little bit worried, just in the sense that I know I've witnessed friends and people over the years who've had problems with heroin, and I didn't want to get bit by that snake. And I started taking the Roxys, and I was bit by the snake. And then before you know it, that monkey is on your back to stay. And it's not like you take those pills to get high. You take them to, once the addiction has grabbed hold of you, you're not taking those pills to get high. You're taking those pills to get well, or to get better. Because if you're without the pill, your body will start to go into various withdrawals. And so I was on the Roxys for a number of years, 4 or 5 years, I think, maybe more, I don't know. But the key was that if you take 2, you will be what they call on the knot. You will be that. You will just drop into sleep. Yes, I didn't like being dependent on these pills. I didn't like being dependent on a drug that you'd take only so you wouldn't get withdrawals. That's what it becomes. It's like a junkie. The reason why so many, now there's a huge fentanyl problem, but the reason why junkies generally, why they end up overdosing, is because they're looking for the first high again. And you don't get that. You don't get your first high again. So what do? You up the stakes and you put more, you take more. And that's what makes that's what makes things go dark for them. Because they overestimated the amount that their body could tolerate, and they go blue and they die. So, didn't want that.
Mr. Depp, do you have an estimate as to what year you started taking the opiates that you just described?
When 2000, or excuse me, it was Pirates. Bless you. 4, I believe. Pirates 4. No, it was Pirates 4. Rob Marshall directed it. I don't know what year that was. Maybe. I actually don't. I have no idea what year that was.
Was it before you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
Yes. I believe so.
And you didn't detox, and you detoxed from those opiates during your relationship with Miss Heard. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, so of course, yes. So they must have, yeah, they did come around prior to my meeting Miss Heard.
After you detoxed from the opiates, have you ever taken any opiates ever again?
No, I can't. That's no. Once you've been bit, you'll be bit again. So no, even with my finger, I think that there was like Motrin 800, but no opiates. No, I have not taken an opiate since, and I won't unless I plan on going through the hell of the pure horror of detoxing, of coming off those drugs. No.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to now turn to your relationship with Miss Heard.
Miss Heard.
How would you describe your interactions with Miss Heard when you worked together on the Rum Diary?
Initially, mostly very, very, very few interactions. I remember there was a time, I wasn't working that day, but I was producing, one of the producers of the film, and it was a scene from the book that was a scene where Ms. Heard's character was in a nightclub and were amongst the locals, and she's very drunk and everybody's very drunk, and she ends up dancing with a few of the local, like one of the local guys and stuff, and then the other local guys start to sort of close in on her. In the book and in the screenplay, as it was written, there was a requirement for nudity for the part, and I was on set the day that they were shooting that, and as I was watching the crowd coming in on her, I realized, you know what? Because I would check on Ms. Heard and say, "Are you all right? Are you sure you're okay?" Because this is, she was like, "No, I'm fine, fine, fine." But I realized that with the crowd surging in towards her, that we wouldn't have to do the nudity, because if she took her shirt off and she had a red bra on and a skirt, then if she had a red bra in her hand, when the crowd surged in on her, all she had to do was lift the red bra up out of the crowd, and there's no nudity, but it's certainly implied, because then the character disappears for a few days, and she's quite a wreck when she comes back, because bad things have happened to her. So I remember telling Ms. Hurd, hey, you don't have to take your clothes off. You don't have to take your top off. You don't have to, everything's cool. And she was appreciative. But other than that, we didn't really have much interaction until there was a scene where I'm taking a shower, and then she comes into the room and she opens the shower, and we kiss. And that moment was it felt like something. It felt like something that I shouldn't be feeling, because she had her wife, and even though it was a scene, and she had her wife, and I had Vanessa and kiddies, and yeah.
When would you say your romantic relationship with Miss Hurd actually began, if not in that moment?
Well, I think there was something in the kiss in the shower that was very real. So that day after work, Miss Hurd had come to my trailer, and I was just sitting there listening to actually old blues stuff, and we had a glass of wine, and we kissed. And at that point, my trailer was the only trailer in the parking lot. She had a mind to stay in the trailer there for a while with me, and I didn't think that was a very good idea on any level, especially since there were about 9 Teamsters waiting to move the trailer. And then that was that until whenever we did the first day of the press junket for the Rum Diary in Los Angeles 2 years later, and she had broken up, I believe, with her wife, and my for lack of my wife, we weren't married, but she was, of course, my wife, Vanessa. We had some not so great situations, you know. She was stuck in America. She wanted to go back to France. She wanted to have her life back. She's a well-known singer there. She seemed to be the she seemed to be the perfect partner, in a sense, in my head, for me, because she, as I said, she seemed to be very knowledgeable about old obscure blues music that I listened to and really liked, She was literate. She was sweet, funny, nice, all those things, you know. And she was, and from the beginning of our relationship at that time, for a good year and a half, she was wonderful. And then things just started to change, or things started to reveal themselves. That's, I think, is a better way to put it.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that Miss Heard would take off your boots when you would get home from work. What other types of behaviors did you observe in Miss Heard early in the relationship?
Little things that you would kind of, that it would just, you'd question in the back of your mind, you know, if she wanted to go to bed, I'd say, oh, well, I can't sleep, you know, right now. And rather than go and just lay in a bed and stare at the ceiling, I would say, you know, I'll be out here watching TV or hanging out. And that was just not acceptable. Just not acceptable. It would stir up some rather unusual reactions from her. I didn't understand why as a 50-something year old man, was not allowed to go to sleep when I wanted to, as opposed to when she wanted to. It started out with little things like that. And again, they just, they just, I suppose like anything, if they're allowed to continue, then they are allowed to grow. They're allowed to blossom into whatever they're going to become.
What were you and Miss Heard's nicknames for each other?
I called her Slim.
Why is that?
I called her Slim because of the film that I had given her to watch, like in terms of stillness, was Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart. And I called her Slim and she called me Steve, which was Lauren Bacall's and Humphrey Bogart's nicknames for each other in the film. That was their names in the film. And it you know, it wasn't lost on me the fact that there was an age difference, and that my God, when Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, that's when they met on that film. He was 45 years old and she was 19. And they stayed together until, well, for many years, until Bogart passed away. So, yeah, there was a kind of a joke, not joke, but just, yeah, I acknowledge the fact that I was the old craggy bogey and she was this beautiful creature, just this stunning creature.
When did you first meet Miss Heard's parents?
I first met Miss Heard's parents when they had come out to Los Angeles, I believe, and yeah, and I feel like that I met them. I think they came to my place, to my studio, and they were two completely opposite end of the spectrum people. Paige was, she was an angel. She was an angel. And I loved her very much. I loved her instantly. And we had a very good relationship. Her father, David, was the opposite end of that. He was this outrageous kind of, almost like a cartoon cowboy, you know. And he was, the initial thought, I mean, my initial kind of definition for David would have been rascally, like a rascal, you know. But I loved, I mean, I grew to love them both very much, as well as her sister Whitney. And yes, it felt like I had been welcomed into some sort of family. I had been accepted into this family, and those relationships stayed solid until just a bit after we'd separated.
How often did you spend time with Miss Heard's parents during your relationship with Miss Heard?
Quite a lot. Whether I used to have a boat, and we would take her parents, her family, and we'd go sail the boat and, you know, drop anchor at the island, and we would spend a week, 2 weeks, whatever, on the boat, on the island. Also, they would come to Los Angeles quite a bit. We also would go to Austin here and there to see them, visit them. Every year we would, on their anniversary, I had a friend of mine who had a restaurant in Austin, like a very good restaurant in Austin, and I'd call him up and basically set it up so that every year on their anniversary they could just go there, and they'd be taken care of, and there would be no bill, so they could just celebrate. And I think one of the things we did was, yes, we would try to order them car so that they could drink. No, I was very fond of them, very fond of them.
Now, you mentioned Miss Heard's sister, Whitney. When did you first meet Whitney?
I don't remember exactly when I met Whitney the first time, but I felt when I first met Whitney, there was something in what I saw of Whitney that was much less confident than Amber, much more revealing of insecurities.
Objection, Your Honor, just foundation. What he
All right.
saw in Whitney.
I think if you could answer the question. Okay. You want to ask the question again? That's fine.
We can move on.
Okay, that's fine.
How would you describe your relationship with Whitney?
Great. I mean, fantastic. I called her sis. I loved her, you know. I had always felt something, I'd always felt like Whitney had missed out on something.
Same objection.
All righty.
We can move on.
Okay, thank you.
Where was Whitney living when you and Miss Heard first started your relationship?
She was living with her then boyfriend, Sean Krajewski.
Was this in the same? Where was Miss Heard living when you first started your relationship?
Miss Heard had informed me that she just moved to a new place on Orange Avenue.
What city is that in?
Los Angeles, sorry, yeah.
And was Whitney also living in Los Angeles?
Whitney was living in Los Angeles, yes, with Sean Krajewski and, yeah.
So how often would you see Whitney when you and Miss Heard were in a relationship?
Oh, a lot. Whitney would come over all the time with her boyfriend for dinners and such. Miss Heard always liked having people over, for dinner parties and social kind of events at her place.
Have you ever done any drugs with Whitney?
Yes.
How often would you do that?
With Whitney,
Yes, with Whitney.
maybe three times, maybe twice, 3 times.
Did there come a time when Whitney moved into the penthouses that you owned at the Eastern Columbia building?
Yes.
And when was that?
I don't remember exactly when it was, but I do remember that it was after Rocky Pennington and yes, I believe Josh Drew was there already as well. Whitney, I can't remember why she needed a place, but she needed a place, so we gave her penthouse 4 to live in.
And how long did she live there for?
Oh boy, on and off for, I suppose, a couple of years.
And how much rent did you charge her?
Nothing.
Now, you said you did drugs a couple times with Whitney. What drugs were you doing with Whitney?
Whitney and I had done a line or 2 of cocaine together.
When did you start getting introduced to Miss Heard's friends after you started your relationship with her?
Almost immediately. Well, in fact, immediately, yeah. Immediately. I was introduced to the whole gang, Rocky, Io, Brittany Eustace, Whitney, certainly. Who else? That's all that comes to mind at the moment.
No, you mentioned Rocky. Who is that specifically?
Raquel Pennington. It was Miss Heard's good friend from youth, I suppose.
And I think you mentioned Brittany Eustace as well. Who was that?
Brittany Eustace was just one of the gals, she was one of the gals, and she was quite bubbly and funny and real sweet girl, southern girl. I haven't seen her in. I think that something went sideways between Brittany Eustace and the girls because she suddenly just disappeared from the group.
And when was that?
Probably We were probably a year and a half, or maybe two, no, 2 years into the relationship, 3 years maybe.
And I believe you mentioned someone named Io. Who is that?
Io Tillett Wright was a friend of Ms. Hurd's from New York City, who was who had identified as she was born a female, if that's the right terminology these days, born a female, but she was she had chosen she at a very young age she had decided that she was a male, and she identified as a male. And Io seemed to be, again, she was very intelligent, very literate, kind of a go-get-em kind of activist type. And she was writing a book, I remember. She was writing a book, Io, or he was writing a book, rather. And I had a house on one of my, on Sweetser, one of the houses there was empty. And it was in fact a house that I'd set up to write in. And when she had no place to stay or go, whatever, I called her over and I showed her the house, you know, where the desk was and all the things. And so I said, write your book, you know, write your book here. So she did.
Did Io end up living in that house or just working there?
No, Io ended up, no, she ended up living in the house for somewhere in the neighborhood of a year, I guess. Somewhere about a year.
And how much rent did you charge to Io?
Nothing.
And did there also come a time when Rocky moved into the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building?
Rocky moved into penthouse 2.
And do you recall when that was?
Oh no, penthouse 1, sorry. Penthouse 1. That was not long after Ms. Hurd and I started to begin to dress that place up as our residence. So it wasn't very long after that at all that Rocky came. I had already had my friend Isaac, who you've met, Isaac Baruch, painter. I had already given him a penthouse 2 to stay in and live in and paint in, because he'd just come back from Florida, and his mom had passed away, and I think he had about $3 in his pocket. So I gave him the penthouse and asked him if he had enough paint, and so he lived there.
Why did Rocky move into the penthouses?
Objection, foundation.
I'll overrule foundation.
And hearsay. The question potentially calls for hearsay.
I'll overrule that for the moment. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Depp.
Why did, sorry, what was it again?
Why did Rocky end up moving into the penthouses?
She ended up moving into the penthouses. I don't recall. I believe it was something to do with just not having a place, and Amber had asked if I would be okay with, you know, Rocky moving in. And I said, of course. The penthouse is empty. I wasn't in the, I wasn't going to be renting them out necessarily anyway, you know. They were for friends to come and stay. Penthouse 4, in fact, was initially planned out for my sister Christy to have an escape from her 3,000 grandchildren and the amount of workload that she had taken on at the company.
How long did Miss Pennington end up staying in the penthouses?
Longer than I did.
And how much rent did you charge to Miss Pennington?
Nothing.
Did anyone live with Miss Pennington in the penthouses?
Yes, her fiance or boyfriend and fiance Josh Drew. And then at a certain point, I learned that there was another female living there who I wasn't sure who that was. I didn't know who that was. It was because there were 2 bedrooms, and so she had invited a friend to move in. But I met that person very briefly a while after they'd already been living there.
Are you at a good breaking point?
I think
just wanna
this is a
make
good
sure. Okay,
stopping point.
That's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and break for the evening. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? We'll see you in the morning at 10 a.m., all right? Thank you. You're excused for the day. Thank you.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about the beginning of your relationship with Miss Heard. When did Miss Heard's behavior towards you begin to change?
I believe, as I said yesterday, there was a hint of something with the having to do with the boots coming off and breaking routine. Her attitude, or the way that she would begin to speak to me. Things started coming up, and I was suddenly just wrong about everything. If I made a statement about something that I had been familiar with, for example, in my work that I'd been chopping away at for a good 30-something years, I was suddenly wrong. And then beyond that, if you tried to explain yourself and correct the problem, the misunderstanding, it would then begin to heighten as Ms. Heard was unable to be wrong. It just didn't happen. She couldn't be wrong. So these little digs, and it would commence with sort of demeaning, name-calling, berated, sort of to be made a fool of, and those would escalate into a full-scale argument. And in the beginning, as one does, one sticks up for oneself in a debate, as it were, or an argument over something to try to prove the point. But when it escalates, and then it's hard to explain, but the argument would start here, and then it would roll around and become this circular thing of its own. So you get back to the beginning, essentially, of the argument. Now it's heightened even more, but it's still circular, and there's no way in or out. If there's a dialogue between two people, both people need to speak, but there was no way to fit a word in. It was a sort of a rapid fire, sort of endless parade of insults and you know, looking at me like I was a fool, and I just couldn't. I was having difficulty in my mind, of course, and in my heart, dealing with that sort of barrage, and part of that is I was confused as to the fact that whatever her age was at the time of these various arguments, she was mid-20s to late 20s and into 30s. I couldn't understand how I had somehow arrived at where I'd arrived from where I came from in the beginning of my life, and worked for 30 plus years doing these things. It was astounding how wrong I was about everything that I've experienced within the film industry, or in just life itself. No, I was sort of not allowed to be right, not allowed to have a voice. So at a certain point, when what enters your mind is, you start to slowly realize that you are in a relationship with your mother, in a sense. And I know that sounds perverse and obtuse, but the fact is that some people search for weaknesses in people. That is to say, sensitivities. And when you've told that person your life and what you've lived through and what you've been through, just as happens in relationships, the more that became ammunition for Miss Hurd to either verbally decimate me or to send me into a kind of tailspin of confusion and depression and well, it's not a happy day It's not a happy week, it's not a happy month when you're constantly being told how wrong you are about this or that, what an idiot you are, or anything. It just then it increased, and it became an endless. It became that endless circle. Like, so as it escalated and continued to escalate, I went straight to what I had learned as a youth, which was to remove myself from the situation so that it couldn't continue, because there's only so much your ears can hear and never forget. So I would remove myself from the situation, as I'd done as a youth, as much as possible. Because I certainly didn't believe that there was any need for these various subjects or arguments to come up and travel the distance that they did so very quickly, to ramp up so fast. It was like you were pinned to a wall and had to just listen to it and take it. So I found the only way to find any sort of peace was to try to walk away. If she didn't allow me to walk away, there were times when I would just go and lock myself in, the bathroom or anywhere that she couldn't get into, and that happened constantly over the years.
What would happen when the fights would escalate, other than going and hiding in the bathroom?
I'm sorry? What would happen? Well, if they continued to escalate, if I continued to try to present my version or my side of the story, when you're approached in a kind of when you're approached with such anger and hatred, it seemed like pure hatred for me. If I stayed to argue that, eventually I was sure that it was going to escalate into violence, and oftentimes it did. Many times it did.
And when you say violence, what are you referring to specifically?
Miss Heard, in her frustration and in her rage and her anger, she would strike out. She would
All right, so this is the longest stream we have done. So at this point, so this stream can be archived properly. We'll be ending it at the moment, and because there's these limits they put on them on the streams. So, as I said, I hope everybody will want to thank everybody for being here and hanging out with us tonight. It was a very good stream, a very great day today, and I hope all of you have a good evening. Thank you for coming, and peace. You nodded off. Yeah. Johnny Depp's voice and he's a very calm way of speaking. Yeah, okay. And yeah, thank you, Lori. It was fun joking around and hanging out with you. And thank you, Miranda, for keeping us posted and the continuous updates about what's going on. Keep us updated about what is happening. And also, Lori, thank you for hanging out with us. And yeah, shout out to Moki. Yeah, she was surprised. Yeah, there's a archive. Like when a stream goes long, it won't be archived correctly. And so I want to make sure that in this package it works out. So yeah, we did 10 hours, over 10 hours. I never done that before. So thank you all for hanging out with me and chilling. And yeah, thank you, Lori, and everyone else. And peace.